The desolate planet Vampa. Kakarot. 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 No, you can't kill him. Go to hell. Broly. I've had enough of you always getting in my way. He's your father, not mine. The lingering, chaotic voices echoed in his mind. Being awakened in the middle of the night like this was far from the first time. Ever since he had transmigrated into the Dragon Ball world and become the irascible Broly, he was awakened every night by these angry voices. Yes, the current Broly is actually a transmigrator from Earth Blue Star who crossed into the Dragon Ball world. Moreover, the longer he stayed, the harder it became to control his emotions, frequently becoming irritable and angry. He also knew something about the plot, but it was useless. He found himself in the timeline of the Dragon Ball Super movie version of Broly, meaning the plot he knew had already reached its conclusion. So even this small advantage was completely useless. Most importantly, he could actually sense the existence of the new Broly. This was too terrifying. Just now the new Broly had again come to cause trouble. He wanted to stop today's plan, unwilling to let the Transmigrator kill his father. However, the Transmigrator Broly had had enough of this daddy's boy, relying on his own powerful willpower and long-term dominance over the body. The Transmigrator finally destroyed the new Broly's soul. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Broly slowly sat up. Sleeping next to him was his nominal father Paragus, a scion who used Broly as a tool for revenge. Because Broly's temper was extremely violent, in order to completely control him, Paragus had specially put a limiter on him, aiming to one day lead Broly back to planet Vegeta. Feeling the cold touch on his neck, Broly showed an angry expression, because this controller would trigger an alarm if he touched it, alerting Paragus. He had been in this world for half a year. During this time, every 2 or 3 days Paragus would abuse him. He had thought about resisting, but whenever he was about to strike, the new Broly would come out to stop him, interfering with his own actions. Moreover, in order to leave this godforsaken place as soon as possible, Broly had been urging him to quickly repair the communicator and send a distress signal. So all this time Broly had been lying low. Moreover, the pain that penetrated to the marrow of his brain and the numbing effect of the electric shocks were truly unbearable. If possible, he never wanted to experience that feeling again. So he could only pretend to be obedient in order to lull Paragus into carelessness. But in reality, it was useless. Paragus still abused him as usual. As long as he didn't follow his orders, even slightly, he would be tortured with electric shocks. And every time Paragus would show a perverted smile, as if Broly was merely his plaything. Paragus, you deserve to die. Broly's eyes glowed with bloodthirsty red light, his killing intent surging. Just yesterday Paragus had repaired the communicator and sent a distress signal. And now that the new Broly was no longer an obstacle, he had no more worries. Now the fog grew thicker, the moon was obscured, and the cave gradually darkened. The time had come. Broly's bloodthirsty eyes held a trace of excitement. He had been waiting for this opportunity for so long. He slowly shifted his body, ready to move, but just then an accident occurred. From outside the cave came the sound of a spaceship. Damn it! Broly cursed under his breath and halted his action, because the moment the sound came from outside, Paragus had already grasped the remote control. It seemed this old bastard was still on guard, even when tired. Paragus yawned. What's all that noise outside? Broly, go see what's happening. Yes, father. Though unwilling, he had to wait until the outside matter was resolved before dealing with Paragus. Stepping out of the cave, Broly saw 2 figures. They held glaring flashlights, sweeping back and forth. When the light fell on Broly, one of them exclaimed, "Someone! Hey, was it you who sent the distress signal?" As they jogged closer, Broly was momentarily stunned. "Someone! Hey, did you send the distress signal?" As they jogged closer, Broly was momentarily stunned. In Dragon Ball Super, after the Tournament of Power, the revived real estate mogul Frieza began expanding his territory again, but also faced a shortage of manpower. So he had his subordinates recruit fighters everywhere, expanding his forces. To increase efficiency, he also issued a bounty. Whoever brings me warriors with high battle power will receive a generous reward. In the original story, it was precisely these 2, Tsuri and Remo, who brought Broly back. Could it be that the current timeline is already after the Tournament of Power? If I go with them, he'll definitely be beaten up by Gogeta. That won't do. The more Broly thought about it, the worse he felt, and he even forgot to respond to their questions. Hey, are you even listening? Tsuri was displeased, as she thought the man before her had no manners at all. Broly, who is that speaking? Just then Paragus came out of the cave. Seeing the battle suits they wore, he asked excitedly, "Are you Lord Frieza's subordinates?" Tsuri shrugged and explained, "No, we're just space travelers. We happened to pick up your distress signal." Her answer stunned Paragus, and even Broly was taken aback. They are not Frieza's subordinates. How is that possible? Paragus pressed further. Then where did you get those battle suits and scouters? In his memory, only the Frieza force could wear such battle suits. Oh, this. We bought these battle suits and scouters from a space merchant. Pretty good, huh? The elasticity is superb too. Suri said as she pulled the battle suit at her chest to both sides. It was very stretchy. Duong duong beep, beep. Meanwhile, Remo scanned Paragus with his scouter and said, over 400 battle power, not bad. How about it? Come with us. Paragus thought for a moment, then smiled and agreed. On the spaceship, Broly looked around curiously. As an Earth boy, this was his first time seeing an intact spaceship, and he was very curious. Is he a dummy? I talked to him, and he ignored me. Suri rested her chin on her hand in the co-pilot seat, chatting idly with Remo. Remo patted Suri. Don't say that. I just asked his father. They've been trapped here for 41 years. Sigh, 41 years. I'd probably be crazy. Cut him some slack. Suri pouted, seemingly feeling a bit embarrassed for misunderstanding Broly. Thomas set off. Our next stop is the planet of Lord Zuno. I hear Lord Zuno knows everything, and he can guide our future itinerary. Tisk, that's boring, you know. I heard on planet Namek there are Dragon Balls that can grant wishes. Let's go to Namek. No, we should go to Lord Zuno's planet. No, we should go to Namek. While Suri and Remo were arguing, Paragus drew a laser pistol and aimed at them. All right, you two, shut your mouths and get out of here now. Paragus' sudden move startled the two of them. Hey, we came all this way to rescue you two. How can you treat us like this? Paragus sneered cruelly. Broly, throw them both off. We're leaving this place. Broly, who was eating nearby, pretended not to hear. After all, in the original story, these two had treated Broly extremely well, and their words and actions were exactly like the originals, so he didn't want to harm them. Paragus pulled out a remote control and shouted at Broly. Broly, didn't you hear me? Seeing Broly still unmoved and enraged, Paragus pressed the button on the remote. Zap! Zap! Erg! Broly instantly collapsed to the ground, the food in his mouth spraying out from the pain. He grabbed the restraint around his neck, trembling uncontrollably. Hey, what are you doing? Seelai stepped forward to stop Paragus from treating his own son this way. It's none of your business how I discipline my son. You'd better worry about your own situation. Paragus snorted coldly and continued pressing the remote. During this period, he had noticed Broly's unusual behavior, but he didn't expose it. Instead, he used this opportunity to make Broly understand who his master was. Seelai and Remo exchanged glances, feeling deeply sorry for Broly. They decided to save him. After a silent communication with their eyes, they launched a coordinated attack on Paragus from front and back. You're asking for death. Seeing the two dare to provoke him, Paragus raised his hand and pulled the trigger. With the distraction, Broly found some relief. Damn it, electrocuted again. At this moment, Broly's body was convulsing, his face twisted in agony, veins bulging all over. The electric shock was so torturous that it drained all strength from his body. Bang! At that moment, Remo was caught off guard and shot by Paragus. He fell to the ground, blood quickly staining the floor. Remo, you bastard! Seelai roared, pulling out her laser pistol and returning fire. Soon the entire spaceship interior was riddled with scorch marks. When their ammunition ran out, the two engaged in hand-to-hand combat. But Paragus was a scion after all. In just a few exchanges, Seelai was overwhelmed. Do you, a mere weakling, think you can meddle? Paragus stepped forward, grabbing Seelai by the neck and lifting her off the ground. Seelai. The severely wounded Remo tried to stop him, but his body wouldn't allow any extra movement. Just as Seelai's neck was about to be crushed, Broly, enduring the excruciating pain, roared and scrambled up from the ground. In a flash, he appeared behind Paragus and punched right through his abdomen. Paragus' pupils contracted. Seelai fell from his grip. He turned back in disbelief. Broly, how dare you? He fumbled for the remote, but Broly grabbed his arm. Old man, even at death's door you still want to electrocute me. Broly's eyes were savage, his grip tightening, and with raw strength, he tore Paragus' entire arm off. Squelch! Blood gushed from the ghastly wound, stark, white bone exposed. It was an extremely bloody scene. Paragus screamed in agony, but Broly had no intention of letting him off easily. That would be too merciful. All the long-suppressed oppression erupted in an instant. Broly wanted him to feel the torments of hell. Cough! Seelai clutched her neck, breathing with difficulty. That bastard Paragus had almost killed her. But just as she caught her breath, she witnessed Broly's savage dismemberment of Paragus and couldn't hold back. She vomited. Are you okay? Broly was covered in blood, his appearance horrendous. At his feet lay Paragus, torn into shreds, a terrifying sight. Thanks. I'm fine. Seelai waved her hand. She wasn't overly sentimental. After all, Paragus had treated her and Remo so cruelly, she couldn't possibly plead for him. Remembering Remo, Seelai rushed to his side to check on him. He was still breathing, but had lost too much blood. Without prompt treatment, the consequences could be severe. Broly, please bring that medical kit over. I need to give Remo a transfusion. With Seelai fluid movements, she quickly sutured the wound and started the blood transfusion. Seeing his color gradually return, Seelai finally sighed in relief and slumped down on the floor. Have you been living like this all along? Broly frowned, clearly unwilling to answer. He didn't want to remember those days. Seeing his silence, Seelai changed the subject. So what are your plans now? You're so strong, wouldn't it be a waste to stay here? Broly had fantasized about this countless times, but he had always been abused by Paragus. Over time, those earlier dreams had gradually faded. Trying hard to recall, he vaguely remembered that when he first arrived in this world, he was full of anticipation for the future. He had dreamed of sparring with Son Goku, meeting all the characters, training with them to become the strongest. After a moment of contemplation, Broly replied, I want to go to Earth. Seelai asked curiously, Earth? What kind of place is that? It's a very beautiful planet. There's all kinds of delicious food, entertainment, and a great living environment. The people there are very weak, so you don't have to worry about being bullied. Broly added in his heart, except for Kakarot and the others. All right, let's go to Earth. From now on, our safety is in your hands. Seelai smiled and held out her small hand. On a certain planet. Munch. At the dining table, the god of destruction Beerus was enjoying a feast, while the angel Whis stood respectfully behind him. Across the table, a group of bug-like aliens nervously watched Beerus. These dishes are not bad, quite tasty. After finishing, Beerus used a toothpick to pick his teeth, while casually commenting very leisurely. Hearing the compliment, an alien dressed as a chef scurried over and flattered, Thank you for your praise, Lord Beerus. I am truly honored. But you don't really think poison could kill me, do you? Beerus' cat-like eyes narrowed, revealing a dangerous glint. At these words, all the aliens in the room were startled. The chef alien hurried forward to explain, Lord Beerus, how could there be poison? That's impossible. Perhaps these dishes aren't to your taste. I could make you a vegetable soup instead. No need, I've already decided to destroy this planet. How can you treat us like this? I'm sorry about that. Damn it. Since that's the case, let's fight him. Seeing Beerus so resolute, the bug-like aliens dropped their pretenses, drew their weapons, and rushed at Beerus. With a single flash of Beerus' fingertip, the entire planet was instantly reduced to cosmic dust. In the vast, boundless cosmos, several individuals slumbering within their spacecraft were abruptly jolted awake by a thunderous roar. Broly and his companions had been traversing the universe for an extended period, yet never had they encountered such a phenomenon. Before they could discern what had transpired, the vessel began to shudder violently. A dizzying spin sent them tumbling in disarray. Just as Broly attempted to rise, Chi-Lai pointed out the window, her face etched with terror. A meteor. Damn it. The ship's malfunctioning. Limo frantically tried to alter their course, but no matter how he manipulated the controls, the spacecraft remained unresponsive. Boom. The spacecraft ultimately collided with the meteor, its fragile hull instantly torn asunder. Yet at that very moment, a ripple undulated through space, and two figures gradually materialized. The battered spacecraft, however, was coincidentally drawn into the ripple. Where did these people come from? I'm not sure, their attire looks so strange. Look over there, a spaceship. They must be aliens. The clamor roused Broly from his slumber. As his eyes fluttered open, he found himself surrounded by a throng of onlookers. He's awake. The crowd quickly retreated. Broly sat up, glancing at the unconscious Chi-Lai and Limo, and the spacecraft embedded nose first into the ground. He approached and checked their breathing, relieved to find they were still alive. Throughout this lengthy cosmic voyage, they had forged a profound bond of friendship. He turned to the crowd and asked, Where is this place? Wow. He speaks. Go fetch the village chief. The crowd came and went in a flurry, vanishing swiftly. Broly scratched his head in frustration. Was his appearance so terrifying? Hey, big guy, where are you from? A sharp cry interrupted Broly. Looking up, he saw a young girl with a spiky hairstyle and a pink bandeau top approaching him. Behind her trailed a girl who appeared exceedingly delicate. That's Kale and Caulifla. Broly's heart jolted. Why were beings from Universe 6 appearing here? Hey, you bastard, I'm talking to you. The hot-tempered Caulifla grabbed Broly by the collar. Sister. Kale tugged at Caulifla, trying to dissuade her from being so brash. Coming to his senses, Broly slapped her hand away and said, I don't know how I got here. I only remember our ship colliding with a meteor, and then we ended up here. Oh, so you're outsiders. Fine. Hand over all your valuables, and I might consider letting you off. I refuse. Caulifla was taken aback by his blunt refusal. Who did he think she was? She was the most unruly scion on planet Sadala, accustomed to others yielding to her. Fine. Then let's see what you're made of to reject my kindness. Caulifla cracked her neck and immediately assumed a fighting stance. I accept your challenge. But if I win, you'll serve as my guide. There's much I don't understand. Deal. Caulifla grinned, brimming with fighting spirit, utterly convinced of her victory. Come on. The two squared off. Broly let out a roar, his muscles bulging prominently. Caulifla responded in kind, unleashing a fierce aura before launching herself at Broly like a projectile. So fast. Broly's eyes narrowed. Caulifla was no lumbering monster from planet Vampa. She was a Saiyan just like him. She threw a powerful punch. Broly met it with his own fist. The resulting shockwave collapsed the surrounding houses into rubble. Not bad, big guy. Caulifla praised before resuming her assault on Broly. Thump, thump, thump. They exchanged blows, each strike landing solidly. But what Caulifla failed to notice was that as the battle raged on, Broly's eyes had begun to glow red. Huh, take this, big guy. Caulifla formed energy spheres in her hands and unleashed a barrage at Broly. Broly dodged left and right, evading the attacks, and retaliated with an energy sphere of his own. Boom. The entire area was shrouded in smoke. Caulifla and Broly locked eyes. Big guy, I'm getting serious. If this is all you've got, hand over your valuables now. Broly's expression turned grim. It seemed Caulifla was about to unleash her full power, but the blood within him was already seething. Huh. Caulifla let out a fierce cry. She clenched her fists, her muscles becoming more defined, and her aura intensified. She smiled confidently and kicked out at Broly. Big guy, this is over. Fall. Caulifla's speed was immense. Broly couldn't evade and was sent flying backward. Crash, crash, crash. Broly smashed through several small hills before finally halting. Haha, see how formidable I am. Believing the fight was over, Caulifla preened to Kale. Yet at that moment, a furious roar erupted from behind her. Hiya! A pillar of green light shot into the sky, its force immense. The surrounding hills crumbled under its pressure. Broly then rose slowly from the debris, his entire form cloaked in a green radiance. His pupils, too, had turned a chilling green. At this moment, Broly's heart was consumed by rage, his consciousness overwhelmed by fury. Indeed, fighting was instinct. Rage was instinct. Broly was born to fight. Even as a transmigrant, he had been assimilated by this truth. The sudden explosion startled Caulifla. Across from her, Kale pointed a trembling finger. Sister, behind you. Before Caulifla could turn, Broly was upon her. He seized her head and slammed her violently into the ground. Cough. The ground cracked, and Caulifla spat out a mouthful of blood. Broly's speed was overwhelming, as she couldn't react in time. Yeah. Broly roared, lifting her with one hand and ramming her into a nearby hill. Boom. As the mountain shattered, Broly clasped his hands together and brought them down like a hammer on Caulifla amidst the debris. Boom. The entire hill collapsed as if a bomb had detonated within. Broly formed a green energy sphere with one hand and hurled it into the billowing smoke. Boom. The green orb exploded violently, sinking the ground deep into a crater with Caulifla lying at its center. So strong. Cough. As Broly advanced once more, she found herself utterly powerless, paralyzed, and unable to move. Die. Broly's seething rage drove him to a bloodlust. He drew back his massive fist and aimed it at Caulifla. No. In that critical moment, Kale erupted with immense energy, instantly shielding Caulifla. Bang. Broly's fist struck Kale squarely in the face. As the smoke cleared, her eyes were revealed, rolled back to white. Her green hair stood on end, her muscles rivaling Broly's in size, and a dense killing intent emanated from her, like an Azura incarnate. You bastard. He'll kill you. Kale's eyes rolled back, her face twisted in a terrifying grimace like a beast that had lost all reason. Just as Broly was about to withdraw his fist, she seized it firmly. Then her right fist lashed out with ferocious speed, slamming heavily into Broly's face. He shot backward like a rocket, a sharp whoosh trailing his flight. Broly tumbled through the air, but before he could steady himself, Kale had already closed in. She unleashed a storm of attacks, fists raining down upon him like a torrential downpour. Yet with each strike, she landed. Broly's passive ability activated. Gradually, he began to adapt to her assault. Indeed, as the legendary Super Saiyan, Broly possessed a formidable passive, limitless growth, and an extraordinary learning capacity. A resonant hum filled the air as Broly's body was enveloped in an eerie emerald glow. With a powerful flex of his arms, he deflected all her attacks. The wrathful form was unleashed. A primal roar tore from Broly's throat as the counterattack began. His fist shot forward with blinding speed. A rapid succession of impacts echoed as Kale, now overwhelmed, shuddered violently under the barrage. She could no longer keep pace with Broly's movements. Then Broly grabbed Kale by the hair and unleashed a flurry of punches to her face, knocking out several teeth as blood streamed from her mouth. Finally, with a savage grin, Broly opened his mouth wide and fired a colossal energy wave. At such close range, Kale had no means of escape and was blasted away. But Broly's assault was far from over. With a burst of speed, he seized her ankle, spun her around 360 degrees, and then slammed her violently into the ground. A thunderous roar shook the heavens and the earth. The ground looked as if it had been blasted by TNT, forming a deep crater. Under this brutal onslaught, Kale reverted from her Super Saiyan form. In midair, Broly let out a triumphant roar. Kaba had just finished his mission and was about to dock his spaceship when a tremendous crash startled him. He quickly restarted the ship and sped toward the source of the sound. Kale. Caulifla staggered to her feet, clutching her injured arm as she moved toward the crater. Hey, are you okay? At some point, the now conscious Chi-Lai and Rinso had come to stand beside Caulifla. Caulifla stared blankly, muttering to herself, "It's all my fault. All my fault. What happened? Why did Broly become like this?" Rinso didn't understand, but Chi-Lai knew all too well. She explained, Broly was abused as a child and originally detested violence. But as the torment increased, his heart gradually twisted, and he lost control of his emotions, eventually consumed by rage. In other words, once Broly engages in battle and is provoked, he goes berserk, continuing until his power is completely exhausted. He told me this while you were unconscious and warned us never to get too close if he lost control. I thought it was a joke, but it turned out to be true. Then what do we do now? The two of us can't stop Broly. Rinso felt a headache coming on. This situation couldn't be resolved easily. Looking at Broly's demonic visage, who would dare to rush to their deaths? Little did they know, while they were plotting, Caulifla had already reached Kale's side. "Don't you dare touch my sister again." Caulifla spread her arms, shielding Kale, using the last of her strength to resist. Broly sneered and dove from the sky, his massive fist descending heavily. Caulifla stared Broly down, standing unwavering before Kale. But just then a figure suddenly appeared before the two women, blocking Broly's fist. A spray of blood erupted from his mouth as the immense force made him tremble uncontrollably. The newcomer's face was contorted with bulging veins. He had underestimated Broly's strength. Yet the two behind him were his friends, and he would not back down. "Kaba." Caulifla gasped in astonishment at the figure before her. "Ah, you're both safe. Thank goodness." Kaba dared not move, fearing he couldn't withstand Broly's heavy punch. Just then Chi-Lai and Rinso rushed over, standing in front of Broly. "Broly, snap out of it. It's me, Chi-Lai." The familiar voice made Broly's eyes flicker with uncertainty. He clutched his head and staggered backward, as if loathing his current state. "No, I mustn't hurt them." Broly's consciousness began to clear, but the rage still simmered. As everyone stood at a loss, the space around them suddenly twisted, and a figure zipped into their midst. Or rather, rolled in. "Huh. Vados, you jerk, how dare you kick me?" A large purple cat and a tall, slender woman with a high ponytail appeared before them. "Oh my, it's because Lord Kampa is too fat and got stuck in a passageway, humph. It's because the cup noodles from Universe 7 are too delicious. Hey, you ate plenty too, Kampa roared in embarrassment while Vados sighed and massaged her forehead. She knew her master well. He would calm down after venting his frustrations. A god of destruction. Kaba was stunned. He had heard legends of the god of destruction, and he quickly explained their identities to the others. "Ahem, well, since you recognize me, that's right. I am the god of destruction of Universe 6, O Lord Kampa. I've come here to..." Bam! Just as Kampa was proudly flaunting his status, a sudden punch from Broly connected with his pudgy face. His rotund body rolled away like a ball, leaving everyone gaping in shock. "Oh my Lord Kampa, are you going on a trip?" Vados chuckled behind her hand, unfazed by Broly's attack. The gap between gods and mortals was vast, even for a lazy, gluttonous pig like Kampa. Roar! Unaware of his transgression, Broly turned and lunged at Vados after striking Kampa. This terrified Chi-Lai and Rinso, who cried out, "Broly, stop! These two are divine beings." Watching Broly charge like a mad dog, Vados smiled nonchalantly. "Your actions are most unwise, With a gentle tap of her staff, Broly was frozen in place, unable to move despite his furious roars. But then a furious voice erupted from afar. "You bastard! How dare you strike a god? It'll reduce this planet to cosmic dust." An overwhelming force pressed down on everyone, making it hard to breathe. Kampa hovered in midair, radiating murderous intent, a purple sphere of energy forming in his hand. A hurricane swept across the ground as the destructive energy crackled violently. Just as he was about to hurl it, Vados suddenly spoke to stop him. As the enraged Kampa was on the verge of hurling the destructive energy sphere in his hand, Whis intervened. "Lord Kampa, you came to Planet Salad to select warriors. If you kill them all, we won't have enough participants for the tournament. I don't care. This damned bastard, I must kill him. So do you intend to concede to Lord Beerus?" Hearing this, Kampa instantly regained his composure. Indeed, no matter what, he could not bear losing to Beerus. It was absolutely intolerable. Having thought it through, Kampa crushed the destructive sphere, then approached Whis, pointing at Broly. "I want to destroy this planet, but he must die." From this, it was evident that although Kampa often appeared as a comical figure, once provoked, he was utterly ruthless. Ramo and Chi-Lai, upon hearing that Broly was to be killed, immediately knelt and pleaded for his life. Broly is a good person. He is usually kind. What made him like this is the long-term abuse from his father." Chi-Lai recounted Broly's plight to the two deities. Whis nodded, forming some thoughts, but Kampa remained unmoved. No, no. To dare strike a god of destruction, he must be annihilated. Lord Kampa, although Broly's actions were rude, his strength is undeniable. Having him compete would increase our chances of victory. Gazing at Broly, who was frozen by Whis, Kampa felt conflicted. Though the man's behavior irked him, the force behind that punch could certainly rank highly in his 6th universe. Fine. They'll give him a chance to redeem himself. But I'm warning you, if we lose, you'll still kill him. Yes, Lord Kampa. After the tournament, he will be yours to deal with. Good then, hey. Whis tapped her staff again, and the restrained Broly fell unconscious. Chilai and Ramo quickly moved to catch him. Thank you, Divine Lord. Thank you, Divine Lord. Chilai and Ramo expressed their gratitude profusely. Kampa cleared his throat. Let me explain my purpose. I, the god of destruction, seek powerful warriors. I need 5 in total. I've already found 3. I plan to find the remaining 2 here. Now Broly counts as 1, so for the last. Kampa's gaze swept over the group, finally settling on Kaba. Among them, Caulifla had a broken arm, Kale was still unconscious on the ground, and the 2 supporting Broly seemed utterly ordinary. Only Kaba, though injured, could still stand. You're it. Kampa pointed at Kaba, who pointed at himself in bewilderment. Mimi. HM, do you have a problem? Kampa's gaze sharpened, startling Kaba into frantically waving his hands. All right then, follow me. With that, Kampa turned and walked to Whis' side. Chilai and Ramo carried Broly, following closely. Kaba reassured Caulifla briefly before hurrying after them. Whis tapped the ground with her staff, and Kampa and the others vanished in a beam of light. Caulifla, holding the unconscious Kale, murmured, Kale, your sister will avenge you for sure. In the blink of an eye, the light dissipated, and the group appeared outside the God of Destruction's palace. The dreamlike scenery drew exclamations of awe from them. Wow, this place is stunning, and the palace is floating. Is this where the God of Destruction resides? It's truly beautiful. Hey, what are you dawdling for? Get over here. Kampa's roar startled them, and they hurriedly rushed after him. Once everyone entered the palace, Kampa summoned all the participants. At the sound of footsteps, Kaba and the others turned to see a large yellow bear, a purple-skinned man with hands in his pockets, and a knockoff frost demon enter. They were stunned by the sight before them. Broly lay sprawled across a chair in the hall, snoring loudly. Directly in front of them stood the God of Destruction of the 6th universe. Strangely, the deity did not reprimand the sleeping man, leaving them to wonder what made him so special. If they knew that Kampa had just been punched by Broly, who knew what they would think? Since everyone is here, Whis, explain the tournament to them. Very well, Lord Kampa. The tournament will follow the rules of the 7th universe's martial arts competition. After detailing all the regulations, Whis stepped back behind Kampa, who declared sternly, Remember this, you must win this tournament no matter what. Understood. Rest assured, Lord Kampa, we've got this. But, Lord Kampa, who is that person sleeping over there? The yellow bear glared at Broly with displeasure. The knockoff Frost Demon and Hit were also curious, but remained silent, listening intently. He's a participant like you. But he tried to provoke me, so I knocked him out with 1 punch. Got it. If you dare lose, I'll make sure you end up even worse than him. Kampa put on a terrifying expression, causing the yellow bear to gulp and nod repeatedly. Whis, however, unceremoniously exposed him. He was actually the one who got knocked out, yet you claim you did it. Lord Kampa's shamelessness remains as thick as ever. Whis' remark left Kampa instantly embarrassed, his dumbfounded expression utterly priceless. If I had struck, I would have annihilated him. Oh my, who was it that got sent flying by Broly's punch? Exposed and furious, Kampa jumped around in rage, while the others stared wide-eyed at the 2 deities bickering. Afterward, Whis informed everyone that the tournament would begin in 3 days, urging them to train hard before dismissing them. Guest room of the God of Destruction. Broly slowly opened his eyes, finding himself in an unfamiliar place. He quickly sat up and looked around. You're awake. Are you feeling all right? Chilai entered, pushing open the door with a tray of food. Seeing Broly conscious, she asked with concern. I'm fine. But where is this? This is supposed to be a guest room for the God of Destruction. God of Destruction. Guest room. Broly wore a bewildered expression, his mind a complete mess. Watching his dazed look, Chilai chuckled and proceeded to recount the events that had transpired. You're saying I went berserk and got disciplined by Kampa, the God of Destruction's attendant. Broly's eyes widened in disbelief. He never imagined he would actually end up in Universe 6. This was far from his original plan. He had intended to go to Universe 7. He then told Chilai of his desire to leave, only to be met with a bucket of cold water. Broly, do you have any idea what you've done? And you still want to leave? You punched a God of Destruction. I'm just praying that his lordship, the God of Destruction, will be magnanimous and let us off the hook. Listen up, the condition for the God of Destruction to forgive us is for you to help him defeat the contestants from Universe 7. Broly was taken aback. Could it be that he was going to participate in the Tournament of Power? But as he listened further, he realized that certain aspects of the Dragon Ball universe had changed because of him. For instance, he had killed Paragus and had escaped from planet Vampa ahead of time. Chilai and Limo were not Frieza's henchmen, and due to a contest sparked by a bowl of instant noodles, the participating fighters had also changed. Was this truly the Dragon Ball universe he knew? Broly couldn't help but ask himself, "Hey, what are you spacing out for? You've been unconscious for 2 days, you must be starving. I brought some food, eat up." Chilai, noticing Broly's silence, assumed he was feeling guilty and tried to change the subject. Gurgle. The moment food was mentioned, Broly's stomach protested loudly. He then strode to the table and began devouring the food ravenously, while Chilai watched him with a beaming smile. "Huh, is there something on my face?" Broly asked, puzzled midway through his meal. Chilai's face flushed as she turned away. "Ahem, hurry up and eat. Lord Kampa said you all need to train hard before the match. You've already lost 2 days due to your coma, so you have less than a day left." Broly was stunned. This was like forcing a duck onto a perch, urgent and inescapable. As for angering the god of destruction, the only way to avoid annihilation was to win the match. In the courtyard, Broly closed his eyes, his mind racing for a strategy. In the original story, Hit deliberately lost to Manaka as a favor to Son Goku, leading to Universe Six's inevitable defeat. But now the lineup had changed. If he could just be the last to fight, he could easily take down Manaka and secure victory. Yet, was that truly the right path? Constant avoidance, a refusal to face challenges he'd in, would only be temporary. Sigh, that was it. He had been biased from the start, viewing Son Goku as an invincible existence. In his own heart, he had already conceded defeat. But what must come will come, what must be faced will be faced. It was inevitable. Moreover, becoming stronger wasn't just about the body. Mental fortitude was even more crucial. Only by strengthening both body and mind could one become fearless. That was the true path. Having come to this realization, Broly was more resolute than ever before. That's right. I will surpass Son Goku, even transcend the god of destruction. Broly's gaze was firm and powerful. His spirit had been purified. No longer lost. No longer afraid. He would stride forward unwaveringly on his own martial path. On the eaves, Vados, silently observing Broly, had a subtle shift in her expression. She could sense that just moments ago Broly had undergone a quiet transformation, a change of the heart. "This kid is interesting." Vados chuckled softly and vanished. In the courtyard, Broly began training according to Paragus' previous methods: push-ups, speed drills, strength exercises. Anything he could think of he started doing. 9999999 100. After completing the last weighted push-up with a boulder on his back, Broly dusted off his clothes and stood up. Phew, invigorating. Broly, come back for dinner. Chilai pushed open the window, reminding him that it was time for the evening meal. Coming. True to his Saiyan blood, his obsession with food was unwavering. Broly jogged back inside. Pushing open the door, he found Chilai and Limo already seated at the table waiting for him. Suddenly, Broly realized how fortunate it was to have people who cared about him. The next day, all contestants stood in the hall at the appointed time, awaiting Kampa's arrival. With a yawn, Kampa shuffled out in his pajamas, still half asleep. What are you all standing around for?" The group was taken aback. Wasn't today the day of the tournament? What was going on now? Vados reminded him, "Lord Kampa, today is the day of the match." Hearing this, Kampa snapped awake. Right, it was match day, he couldn't be late. His expression turned stern as he warned, "Listen up, in this match you must win. No losing, or you'll have your heads." After issuing the warning, Kampa gathered everyone together and Vados enveloped them in light, teleporting them to the match venue. In fact, during the 3 days of training, Kampa and Vados had not been idle. They had transformed the barren planet, the venue, into a martial arts arena. Not only that, but Kampa had also placed the Super Dragon Balls, the prize for this bet, around the barren planet. The Dragon Balls were colossal, each one large enough to exist as an independent planet. Whoosh! Suddenly, a transparent cube descended slowly from midair. Whoa, they're huge. Did Lord Kampa build all this? A god of destruction wouldn't bother building such boring things. And even if he did, his taste would be absolutely atrocious. The voice emanating from the cube made Broly's entire body jolt. It was Son Goku and the god of destruction, Beerus. As the cube landed safely, Kampa approached. "I beg to differ. What's so atrocious about this place?" Beerus snorted coldly. Kampa then said sarcastically, "Oh, so you actually showed up. I thought you'd sneaked off in the night." Of course I came. I want to savor the sight of you crying your eyes out, and then pack up the Super Dragon Balls right in front of you, and take them home." The two were locked in a verbal duel, neither willing to yield. Suddenly, Beerus' eyes narrowed. "I heard you stole several of the Super Dragon Balls from my universe." What are you talking about?" Kampa denied with an awkward expression, his eyes unconsciously drifting to the side. Forget it, since we're brothers I won't hold it against you. In the end the Super Dragon Balls will be mine anyway. Beerus' nonchalant attitude infuriated Kappa. Just then Vados stepped between them and interrupted. Hey, that's enough. I've prepared seats for you two. Please take your places in the spectator area. The match is about to begin. Hard seats. Aren't there any soft ones? Trunks complained, eyeing the concrete benches. His mother Bulma also began to protest. Exactly. We've traveled all this way and you can't even give us a soft seat. Kappa pursed his lips. TCH, I didn't invite you. Bulma is right. Making guests sit in such shabby seats. If it were me, I'd be ashamed. Whis. Beerus sneered with his hands behind his back, then instructed Whis to redecorate. Yes, Lord Beerus. Whis nodded and waved his staff. The seats below and the surrounding decorations vanished, replaced by beautiful soft floating seats and rose petals drifting down from the sky. Wow, how beautiful. That's Mr. Whis for you. Bulma's girlish heart burst with admiration. Damn it. Why didn't you make it this stunning from the start? Kappa gritted his teeth and asked Vados beside him. Vados looked aggrieved. Creating art that even the master cannot comprehend is an insult to the master. Huh. Kappa's face was utterly bewildered. Whis chuckled, as expected of my sister. Under Kappa's gloomy expression, Beerus continued to taunt. She's just matching your aesthetic level. What a remarkable attendant. Meanwhile, while the two gods of destruction were bickering fiercely, Broly and the others had long been waiting at the written exam venue. Cabba approached Broly, extending his hand. Hello, I'm Cabba. Chirai and Remo have told everyone about you. I sympathize with your situation, but let's do our best from now on. Broly was taken aback at first, cursing Chirai and Remo for being blabbermouths, but he still shook hands politely. Thanks to the enthusiastic Cabba, Broly quickly became acquainted with the others. Even without Cabba introduction, Broly already knew who they were, but he went through the motions anyway. Hit as aloof and unsociable as ever, greeted them briefly before leaning against a wall. Only the clumsy bear Batamo and the seemingly kind Frost exchanged encouragement with everyone. All right, everyone, this is the venue for the written exam. Accompanied by footsteps, Vados led Son Goku and the others into the exam area. Broly's eyes lit up the moment he saw the first person. It was Son Goku, followed by familiar faces: the tragic Prince Vegeta, Gohan's surrogate father Piccolo, the useless Monaka, and the round lumpy Majin Buu. Not only that, as Goku and the others appeared, cheers erupted from the spectator stands. Looking over, Broly saw a sea of familiar faces. All the main characters from Dragon Ball. Android 18, Bulma, Tien, Shinhan, Krillin, Yamcha, Mr. Satan. They were like old friends, filling Broly with a sense of warmth. As Broly reminisced, the voice deep within him resurfaced. Kakarot. 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 Broly lowered his head, clutching his chest, his forehead already beaded with sweat. What's happening? This voice only appears in my dreams. Why is it coming out now? Is it because of Son Goku? To be honest, Broly had an inkling about this furious voice. Its owner was the original Broly, whose nerves had been frayed as a child by the incessant crying of the baby Goku in the next incubator. Though dormant, normally contact with Son Goku still triggered memories of the past. The moment he saw Goku, the sound of a baby's wailing echoed in his mind. Everyone knew that the Broly from Dragon Ball Super had never been with Son Goku. This memory came from the Broly of the Dragon Ball Z movie, the one who was destroyed. The original Broly, though not as powerful as his super counterpart, exuded the most oppressive aura. He was bloodthirsty, brutal, and warlike. He killed for pleasure, casually destroying planets as a trivial matter. He had even annihilated the entire southern galaxy, existing like a demon incarnate. Presumably during the process of crossing over, the soul of the original Broly had been carried along. That was the only explanation he could think of. 3 souls in one body. How absurd. Nevertheless, as the dominant consciousness, Broly struggled to suppress this violent rage. Wow. Universe 6 has a Frieza too. And he looks like a bear. Hello, I'm Cabba, a scion from Universe 6. At that moment, Cabba had already started chatting with Vegeta and the others, pointing at Broly. But when Goku and Vegeta looked at Broly, both became instantly alert. This Broly was definitely dangerous. The aura he emitted gave them a sense of peril. Broly, come here. These are the scions from Universe 7. Cabba's social butterfly instincts kicked in as he tried to introduce Broly to them. Broly merely lifted his head, and they felt as if they had stepped into an ice cellar. Cold, brutal, bloodthirsty, madness. That was Vegeta's first impression of Broly. He was all too familiar with that look. It was his own former self, but Broly was far worse. Kakarot. The expressions of Vegeta and Goku turned grim. In their minds, Broly was already marked as extremely dangerous. Just then, seeing Broly unresponsive, Cabba dragged him over to the two. Hey, this is also a scion from Universe 6. But I heard he's an outsider, not one of our native scions. As Cabba introduced him, he recounted Broly's story. Vegeta picked up crucial information from it. Planet Vampa, spaceship, Broly's experiences. All of these were clearly from Universe 7. Vegeta looked up and questioned Broly. Are you a Saiyan from Universe 7? But why have I never seen you before? Hearing Vegeta's accusation, Broly had no intention of hiding the truth. King Vegeta back then was terrified of my existence. After all, a newborn with a battle power of 10,000. How could he not be afraid? To secure his throne, King Vegeta tried to kill me, but it was futile. I survived nonetheless. Prince Vegeta, have you heard the saying the son pays for the father's sins? Broly's towering frame leaned down, a mocking smile curling on his lips as he looked at Vegeta, his contempt unmistakable. At that moment, Broly had not fully suppressed his savage rage, yet his mood felt like a wild horse breaking free, soaring with an exhilarating sense of liberation. Veins bulged on Vegeta's forehead. Just as he was about to strike, Piccolo grabbed his arm. Calm down, Vegeta. The match is about to begin. Attacking now could get us disqualified. Wait until we're on the arena. TCH. Vegeta turned away in annoyance. Goku, grinning, said to Broly, see you on the arena then. The tense atmosphere among them left Kaba feeling awkward. He had no idea about the history between Broly, Vegeta, and Goku. So, you mean you came from the 7th universe? I always thought you were referring to some place in our universe. Only then did Kaba realize he had made a blunder. Broly returned to his desk without a word. The entire scene had been witnessed by everyone, who now buzzed with speculation about his connection to the others. Beerus turned to Whis and inquired about Broly's background. Lord Beerus, I looked into Broly. He is indeed from our 7th universe. However, the story is quite amusing. When my sister and Lord Kampa visited the 7th universe last time, the portal they opened accidentally sucked in Broly's spaceship, which is how he ended up in the 6th universe. And it seems Broly harbors deep resentment toward the people of planet Vegeta. After all, he's a Saiyan who was exiled. Don't you think, Lord Beerus, that this resembles a tale of a warrior's revenge? Whis' excitement left Beerus exasperated. Yet Beerus sensed destruction emanating from Broly, a destruction unlike that of a god of destruction, one steeped in slaughter. If left unchecked, it could become extremely dangerous. But for Beerus, such matters were trivial. I wonder why Kampa brought someone like him here. Beerus' disdain for Broly was evident, but Kampa took offense. Beerus, regardless, he's now one of my 6th universe's people. You have no right to interfere. Kampa and Vados had overheard their conversation. No matter what, Broly was a warrior representing the 6th universe, and Kampa felt compelled to make his stance clear. I never plan to take him back. Do as you please. Vados, seeing the two settle down, quickly announced, all right, everyone, the written exam begins now. The contestants took their seats, and exam papers materialized before them. To assess your basic knowledge, the questions are simple. You have 10 minutes. A score of 50 or above passes. Broly glanced at the paper and mused that these questions were indeed easy. However, for Goku and his carefree group, they posed a considerable challenge. 10 minutes later, as expected, everyone passed except for Bu, who was fast asleep. Beerus scolded them with frustration, while Kampa decided the order of appearance for the 6th universe. Hit will be our ace, reserved for last. The rest of you decide among yourselves. After speaking, Kampa approached Broly. Beerus doesn't believe in you, but I do. I don't care where you come from. As long as you're in the 6th universe, you're my man. Prove him wrong, and make him regret it. Broly nodded. He had heard Beerus' words. Beerus didn't welcome him, and had effectively cast him off to the 6th universe. This infuriated Broly. Was he merely an object to be discarded so casually and indifferently? He realized he had been too naive. In the anime, Dragon Ball only showed the bright side, never revealing the darkness. This was an uncomfortable reality for Broly, who had crossed over from Earth. Bang! As Kampa struck the bell to signal the start of the tournament, the announcer shouted into the microphone, "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for waiting. The martial arts tournament featuring warriors chosen by the gods of destruction from the 6th and 7th universes officially begins. First, let us enjoy the universe song." Amid the audience's eager anticipation, a small chicken stepped onto the arena. It cleared its throat and sang, "The universe is so vast," then nothing more. Bang! The 7th universe's stands collapsed in laughter. So much for the universe song. It was indeed short. Back in the contestants' area, Batamo grinned and said, "I'll go first." Frost shrugged. "Then I'll be second." Kaba glanced at Broly, who showed no interest in competing, and said, "I'll go third." The order was set: Batamo, Frost, Kaba, Broly, and Hit as the final contestant. Once submitted, the large screen began to spin, displaying the faces of all 9 participants. First match. Batamo of the 6th universe versus Son Goku of the 7th universe. Please step onto the arena. As the announcer finished, both Goku and Batamo leaped onto the stage. They locked eyes, confident smiles spreading across their faces. At the announcer's cry of "begin," they moved. Batamo lightly bounced on his toes, gradually accelerating his entire body in a state of elastic motion. Goku advanced slowly, intending to probe his opponent. But before he could get close, Batamo suddenly leaped into the air, crashing into the invisible barrier above. Using the rebound, he shot toward Goku with incredible speed. Bam! Goku stumbled from Batamus' attack, nearly knocked out of the ring. When he turned around, he saw Batamus' mocking grin. Unfazed, Goku asked, "Not coming at me?" "That was a good opportunity." Batamo curled his lip in disdain and beckoned Goku with his hand. "Oh, what a shame. He's as useless as when we met at Beerus Castle." From the 6th Universe's seats, Kampa taunted mercilessly. The other 6th Universe contestants also believed Goku was doomed. "No, this match is Batamus' loss." A voice contradicted the general consensus. Kampa stared at Broly as if he were insane. "Huh? What are you talking about?" Goku is the one being suppressed. He almost fell out of the ring. Broly turned his eyes fixed on Kampa. "Lord Kampa, as a fellow Saiyan, how would you rate the force of my punch against you?" Though annoyed by Broly's gaze, Kampa recalled the incident on Planet Salad. While Champ was lost in thought, a sudden loud crash rang out as Son Goku had already hurled Batamo out of the arena. Batamus' defeat precisely confirmed Broly's conjecture. Champ's expression darkened. Losing the first match was certainly not a good omen. Amidst the cheers from Universe 7 spectator stands, Champ turned his gaze to Frost. "You must not lose. Rest assured, Lord Champ. I shall do everything within my power." Frost offered a benevolent smile. As he passed by Broly, he heard the Saiyan say, "Drop your little tricks." Frost turned his head, meeting Broly's contemptuous gaze. His expression froze on his face as he forced a faint smile. "Brawlison, what do you mean by that?" "Exactly what I said. It's best you don't use what you have in hand." Broly had no desire to waste words with him. He turned and took his seat in the contestants' area. Broly held the utmost disdain for such dishonorable individuals. A true man should engage in a fair and square fight. Resorting to underhanded tactics was utterly contemptible. As Frost turned around, his twisted and ferocious visage formed a stark contrast with his previous amiable facade. He then slowly descended, landing gracefully on the arena floor. "Yo, in our universe, there's a fellow just like you. You can transform too, right?" Son Goku greeted him with characteristic familiarity, but Frost was in no mood for idle chatter. It was the first time he had encountered such a look of utter contempt, as if he were being regarded as mere trash. "Hiya!" Frost held nothing back, instantly transforming into his third form. He intended to use his utmost strength to brutally crush the monkey standing before him. "That's more like it." Son Goku failed to perceive the other's foul mood, simply assuming Frost was equally eager for a good sparring match. Boom. Frost exerted force from his feet, charging violently at Son Goku. However, Son Goku did not remain stationary. He leaped into the air, his right leg swinging in a heavy arc aimed at Frost. Boom. Frost raised his arm to block, then fired a crimson beam from his finger. Swoosh. Oh, that was close. Son Goku braced one hand on Frost's smooth head, hoisting his entire body up and perfectly evading the beam. Frost was stunned. Feeling the large hand on his head, he ground his teeth in fury. An immense rage filled his heart. With a guttural roar, he seized Son Goku's arm and slammed him brutally onto the ground. Furthermore, he viciously stabbed the poison needles on his arm into Son Goku's palm. Faced with such blatant cheating, the onlookers immediately called for the match to be halted. "He's cheating. He's using a weapon." Jocko was the first to shout, and the others joined in calling for a stop to the fight. But Frost, blinded by rage, paid them no heed. He was consumed by a single desire to vent the fury burning within him. He rained down blow after blow upon Son Goku's face. "How dare you look down on me? Damn you, you wild monkey. You're next, Broly." Having used such a large dose of poison in one go, Son Goku lay paralyzed on the ground, powerless, forced to watch the assault helplessly. "Contestant Frost, cease your attack immediately. You have been disqualified." The announcer rushed onto the arena, only to be roughly shoved aside by Frost. "Frost, you bastard, stop disgracing me. Get back here right now." Champ was absolutely livid. Losing the first match was bad enough, but the second one involved such blatant rule-breaking. Kaba asked in bewilderment, why would Frost resort to such tactics? His strength is formidable as it is. It's not surprising you don't know. That is Frost's true nature. His heroic image was merely a facade. He would instigate wars himself, then quell them, and finally purchase the devastated lands at a pittance. Vados explained to the group. Vados, you certainly enjoy exposing people's secrets." Frost shrugged, seemingly unbothered by Vados' words, even appearing rather proud. "Why did you choose such a creature?" Champ bellowed at Vados, but she replied calmly, "My lord, you did not instruct me to scrutinize the contestant's moral character. You simply asked me to select those with an assured chance of victory. Those were your exact words, were they not?" "You? Damn it." Champ was left speechless. He raised his hand intent on destroying Frost to vent his frustration. Air contestant Frost, please leave the arena immediately. You have committed a foul. The announcer reminded him once more. Don't bother counting him out or destroying him. It's my turn now. I will personally defeat this scum. Vegeta could no longer contain himself. With a burst of energy, he flew directly onto the arena. Huh, why should I listen to you? I'm going to destroy him. Lord Champ, isn't this fine? He hasn't been disqualified, and he can still fight. If he wins, ITLL earn us points. There's no loss for us either way. Vados advised Champ to remain calm. On the arena, seeing that neither side objected to Frost using his weapons, the match was allowed to continue. As the fight resumed, Frost struck, first kicking Son Goku towards Vegeta. He then fired a continuous barrage of crimson beams from his fingers. Boom, boom, boom. Vegeta deflected the beams with his hands, then let out a fierce roar. Trash. Do you think you can oppose the great Vegeta? A golden aura blazed around Vegeta, his power skyrocketing. He accelerated towards Frost and delivered a devastating punch directly to his face. Frost spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes bloodshot. He let out an enraged bellow. You damned wild monkey. Go to hell. Yaowath. Frost lashed out with a rapid flurry of punches, fully revealing the poison needles on his arms. Still using such dirty tricks? Get the hell off the stage. Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, his energy surging even higher. Blue arcs of electricity crackled around his body. He threw a single punch that sent Frost flying out of the arena. Boom. Frost crashed down outside the ring. The announcer promptly declared the result. Universe 7's Vegeta is the victor. The announcement was met with a thunderous cheer from Universe 7 stands. The atmosphere on Universe SIX's side was grim. Champ's face was ashen, and as he watched Frost return, purple energy of destruction began to crackle at his fingertips. Lord Champ, do you wish to provide entertainment for Universe 7? Vados intervened at the opportune moment. Oomph. Champ let out a cold snort and fell silent. He was largely obedient to Vados. Though publicly his attendant, her true identity was his mentor, all his abilities had been taught by her. Kaba, fight well. This time Champ's words lacked any confidence in victory. It was a mere perfunctory command before he fell silent. Yais, Lord Champ. Kaba trembled as he stepped onto the arena, then assumed a fighting stance. Kaba, I told you I won't hold back in a match. Looking at the two fighters exchanging blows on the arena, Broly thought to himself. You, a Saiyan who can transform into Super Blue, are actually fighting evenly with an ordinary Saiyan. Isn't that just letting him win? However, this was a good opportunity for Broly to observe Vegeta's attacking style. Broly's learning ability was extraordinarily strong. He could be said to have an excellent memory. As long as he had seen a technique, he could almost master it with certainty, so this observation was indeed necessary. After several minutes, as expected, Vegeta won the match, teaching Gabe the Super Saiyan transformation just as in the original story, and taking him as his disciple. Duong. After announcing Vegeta's victory, the host began to introduce the next contestant from Universe 6. In the fifth match, Broly from Universe 6 will take the stage. As the host introduced him, Broly stood up from his seat. However, before he could take 2 steps, he ran into Gabe, who had just come off the stage, who cheerfully said, Brolison, go for it. I believe in you. Although you might not be able to defeat my master, just do your best. Broly twitched at the corner of his mouth. But as soon as he turned around, he saw the sullen-faced Kampa. Although the other party just gave him a cold glance, Broly understood the meaning behind it. However, he did not show it, and slowly floated down onto the arena. I remember Gabe saying this person is also a Saiyan, and he came from our universe. As Broly stepped onto the stage, Goku, who had a poor memory, suddenly recalled Gabe's words. Beside him, Kak was somewhat worried. He's also a Saiyan. With such a big build, isn't Vegeta in danger? The debts of the father are repaid by the son. You boast too much. Let Lord Vegeta show you what true power is. Vegeta had no good feelings towards Broly, especially since Broly had boasted about seeking revenge. Stop talking nonsense, and come prove it yourself if you can. Broly showed a mocking smile. Deeply influenced by the old Broly, his personality had also changed. He began to crave battle. A thirst for bloodshed. TCH. Vegeta exerted force with his feet, creating a large pit in the hard arena, and his entire body shot out like a cannonball, moving at incredible speed. Bang! Vegeta's fist connected squarely with Broly's chin, and while Broly felt the pain, he became even more exhilarated. He sneered and actually used his chin to deflect Vegeta's punch. What? Vegeta couldn't believe it. He withdrew his fist and continued to throw punches and kicks, but he looked just like a child throwing a tantrum at an adult. He should teach this disobedient child a lesson. Broly grabbed Vegeta's fist and then delivered a powerful punch straight to Vegeta's face. Vegeta covered his nose and stumbled back, but blood began to slowly drip from his fingers. On the other side, the spectators from Universe 6 showed expressions of delight. Go on, Broly, take him down. Seeing Vegeta in trouble, Kampa grew excited, waving his arms wildly in the audience. Beside him, Beerus also showed an interested expression. Ever since she saw Broly's transformation yesterday, she felt that this person was extraordinary. She didn't expect him to give everyone a surprise as soon as he took the stage. In the audience of Universe 7, Goku and the others showed puzzled expressions. Everyone knew Vegeta's abilities. He dared to claim that no one could contest with him for second place, but they didn't feel much as Vegeta was currently just in his normal state. Vegeta? What the hell are you doing? Quickly defeat him. Others were not too concerned, but the impatient Beerus couldn't help himself shouting at Vegeta on the stage. Back on the stage, hearing Beerus urging voice Vegeta couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. Moreover, having been bloodied only fueled his rage. You bastard. Open your eyes and see the insurmountable chasm between us. Huh. Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, instantly unleashing a hurricane that shook the arena and even the whole planet. The gusts howled, occupying the entire venue, forcing the audience to cover their faces and watch through the gaps between their fingers. Fall down for me. In an instant, Vegeta appeared in front of Broly, delivering a punch directly to Broly's face, and before Broly could react, he was already making close contact with the ground. Boom. The entire arena began to collapse as Broly spat blood, feeling a bit dizzy. Vegeta sneered and continued to attack, his fists raining down on Broly like a storm. Bang! Bang! Broly's body kept sinking and the pit in the ground grew larger and larger. The people from Universe 6 couldn't help but sweat for Broly. Kampa even covered his face, unable to bear to watch. Suddenly, Broly's eyes glinted fiercely as he grabbed Vegeta's fist, preventing him from advancing an inch. How is this possible? You, a low-level warrior who can't even transform into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta was shocked, continuing to exert force to push his fist forward, but Broly wouldn't allow him to succeed. His eyes glowed red as his muscles began to swell, growing a whole size larger. Then he slowly stood up, letting out a roar as a powerful aura emanated from Broly, expanding outward. That chilling energy made people involuntarily shiver. Vegeta, being the closest, felt particularly acutely. That eerie and terrifying energy sent chills down his spine. Wah! What is happening? Could it be that you are? At this moment, Vegeta was completely dumbfounded. Broly stepped forward, using his body's strength to propel his arm, instantly slamming Vegeta harshly to the ground. Bang! Once, twice, 3 times. Vegeta was also enraged, using all his strength to break free from Broly's grip. He created distance and continuously fired energy blasts at Broly. Prince's combat style? Broly waved his hand, knocking one of them to the ground, causing thick smoke to rise from the ground. I don't care if you're the Legendary Super Saiyan. Fall down for me. Vegeta continued to exert strength, pushing his power to the limit as he relentlessly fired energy blasts into the smoke. The entire venue was illuminated by Vegeta's attacks, as bright as day. After a minute of continuous bombardment, Vegeta panted heavily, stopping his assault. Looking at the smoke where Broly had not emerged for a long time, he laughed wildly. Ha! Now you have seen the power of Lord Vegeta. Suddenly, a shadow burst through the smoke, and Broly's face appeared right in front of Vegeta. Vegeta was startled, about to retreat, when Broly grabbed him. It's over. A chest energy blast. Green light waves gathered from Broly's chest, and before Vegeta could react, he was blasted away. Boom! Vegeta was sent rolling hundreds of meters away, breaking through the protective barrier set by Beerus. At the same time, he fell unconscious. Silence. The entire place was silent. No one expected that Vegeta would be knocked out cold by Broly. The 5th match, the winner is Broly from Universe 6. Wow. Go. Broly won. Kampa danced with joy, as happy as a 200-pound child. I didn't expect his power to be so strong. In the audience, Goku also revealed a serious expression. What he didn't notice was that the next contestant, Piccolo, had already turned pale. Then for the 6th match, it will be Piccolo from Universe 7. The host's words were interrupted as Piccolo raised his right hand, his face looking grim, saying, I forfeit. I forfeit. Piccolo's surrender caught everyone off guard. All eyes turned to him, bewildered by his decision. Piccolo's face darkened as he frankly stated, Can't you feel his chi? It's brimming with brutality and bloodlust. Moreover, if Vegeta in his Super Saiyan Blue form couldn't prevail, there's little I could achieve. At best, it would be a waste of a Sensabine. As he finished, beads of sweat trickled down his green cheeks, revealing the immense pressure he bore. So that's how it is. Son Goku offered a calm smile and patted Piccolo's shoulder, telling him not to worry. On the arena, Broly's ferocious aura continued to surge. Though swayed by his emotions, he still retained a measure of self-control. One must admit the willpower of the Earthling boy was truly formidable. Per the tournament's decision, due to Frost's use of a weapon in violation of the rules, Son Goku is reinstated. At that moment, the announcer stepped to the center of the stage and announced the outcome of the discussion between Beerus and Kampa. Kampa had agreed so readily primarily because having witnessed Broly's true power, he was emboldened. Indeed, Kampa was emboldened, letting himself go completely. His smug expression nearly drove Beerus to strike him with a sphere of destruction. But for the sake of the match, Beerus restrained himself. He approached Goku and said solemnly, "Goku, you must defeat him." To his surprise, Goku laughed heartily. "Lord Beerus, you're too serious. Even if I lose, isn't Monaka, the universe's strongest, still here?" "You?" Beerus was left speechless, nearly biting his tongue. The situation was a classic case of shooting himself in the foot. Beerus knew all too well that Monaka was merely some random fellow he had recruited just to pressure Goku and Vegeta. Little did he expect Goku to not take the bait. Goku stretched his limbs on the spot, then leaped onto the arena. "Hey, how about a round with me?" Goku's expression was calm and confident, his fearless demeanor greatly irritating Broly. At that moment, Broly's mind was consumed by the name Kakarot. The influence deepened. "Kakarot! Kakarot! Kakarot!" Broly roared as green energy burst forth. Green flames laced with blue electrical arcs surged upward, unleashing a terrifying pressure that swept across the surroundings. "What's happening?" Broly's energy has increased again. Vegeta, healed by the Senzu Bean, stared in shock at the ever-strengthening Broly. "I don't know, but that guy is a real monster. It's like his power has no limit, but just keeps rising." Piccolo ground his teeth, his eyes fixed on Broly. On the other side, Beerus' expression grew increasingly grim. He had initially thought Broly was a minor threat, never expecting him to easily defeat Vegeta. Now he was painfully aware that Universe 7 essentially had only Goku left as a contender. Goku took a deep breath, then assumed a fighting stance, locking eyes with Broly. "Kakarot, let's go." Goku initiated the attack, his form flickering through the air before landing a punch on Broly's chest. Yet the blow caused no damage. Goku's expression shifted. His fist felt as if it had struck solid steel, the recoil stinging his own hand. Kakarot. Despite his massive frame, Broly's speed remained unaffected. He charged like a heavy tank, slamming into Goku with tremendous force. Bang! The sheer brute force sent Goku hurtling backward. He tumbled through the air several times before regaining his balance. With a fierce shout, golden aura enveloped his body as Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan and launched another assault on Broly. Bang! 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 A curious scene unfolded. Goku flickered around Broly, relentlessly striking his body with fists, while Broly stood motionless, absorbing the attacks. "Ha ha ha! Saiyan Bomb!" Broly sneered, then unleashed a massive burst of energy from his core. The sphere of energy swelled until it exploded. Ugh, ayah! Goku was blasted into the air, and Broly instantly pursued, delivering a relentless barrage. "Damn it, fine then." Red aura erupted from Goku as he activated Super Saiyan God mode. The overwhelming force repelled Broly. Broly pressed forward, charging again, but Goku merely smirked. Using both hands, he seized Broly's swinging arm, and with the finesse of deflecting 1,000 pounds with 4 ounces, effortlessly neutralized Broly's attack. "What?" Startled Broly steadied himself and threw another punch. "Hey, I said calm down." Goku bent his arms, gathering energy. A golden halo formed before him, which he then unleashed swiftly. Broly's entire body was immobilized. Goku then said, "Hey, take it easy. Control your heart. Don't let your emotions rule you." Broly paused for a moment, then broke free from the hold. Broly understood Goku's words, but if he failed to secure victory, now annihilation by the god of destruction awaited him. After breaking free, Broly swiftly punched Goku, sending him flying. Damn it, Goku's attacks aren't working at all. Krillin slammed his fist into the ground, voicing his worry. Beside him, 18 holding Marin comforted him. "Krillin, don't worry. Goku hasn't transformed into that blue form yet." "Yeah, right. Goku hasn't gone Super Saiyan Blue yet." Just as Krillin's excitement was building, he saw Goku get knocked away by a punch from Broly, while in the very Super Saiyan Blue form he had hoped for. "Ugh!" Goku cried out as he hit the ground. He quickly attempted a kip up, but as he raised his head, a massive hand clamped onto it. Boom! With a violent tremor, Goku was slammed into the ground by the palm. He pushed desperately against Broly, but Broly's strength was overwhelming. Damn it! Goku struggled on as Broly increased the pressure. Just when everyone thought Goku was done, he suddenly opened his mouth wide and bit down. Broly yelped in pain and quickly released him. Indeed, Goku's biting technique was truly unmatched. From his childhood to Dragon Ball Super, Goku had bitten even the Angel Whis. Clearly, Goku had maxed out his biting skill, and experiencing it firsthand was excruciatingly painful. Kaioken. Goku grinned, then clenched his fists and roared. His body suddenly radiated a crimson glow. Kakarot. Broly bellowed and charged. Their fists collided repeatedly, producing resounding bangs. The shockwaves rippled outward like halos of light. Watching the fierce exchange on the arena, spectators from various universes cheered for their champions, filling the venue with electrifying energy. Go for it, Goku. Son Goku, knock him down. In Universe 7, Goku's friends were shouting fervently, cheering him on with all their might. Across from them, several members of Universe 6 were also cheering for Broly. Brawlison Gambat. Broly, hurry up and knock that brat off the ring. Make that Beerus weep with despair. The battle on the arena had reached a fever pitch. Ever since Goku activated the Kaioken, his physical abilities had surged across the board, allowing him to fight Broly on equal footing. Bang! The shockwaves from their clashing fists expanded outward. Broly and Son Goku glared at each other with fury, both letting out roars. In the next instant, they threw simultaneous punches, their speed so blinding that it left trails of afterimages. Bang, bang, bang. They fought from midair to the ground, then back into the sky. The entire arena trembled from their collisions, sending out wave after wave of shockwaves as spectacular as fireworks on New Year's Eve. Bang! Both struck each other's faces at the same moment, then flew backward. Blood trickled from the corners of their mouths. Broly extended his tongue and licked it. Exhilaration. It was utterly exhilarating. A sinister smile curled at the corner of Broly's mouth, unmistakably proving he was in a state of extreme excitement. Across from him, Son Goku, though looking somewhat haggard from using the Kaioken, still wore a smile, fueled by his insatiable thirst for battle. Sorry, but I'm about to use all my power. I can barely maintain this state any longer. Son Goku chuckled, then his gaze sharpened as his body erupted with a powerful surge of energy. I was just thinking the same. Let's settle this with a single decisive blow, Kakarot. Broly also had no desire to prolong the fight. He unleashed an equally astonishing aura, clenching his fingers as a green orb of light coalesced, slowly expanding. Me, ha. Son Goku pulled out his signature move, gathering dazzling energy in his hands before unleashing it toward Broly. Boom. The sheer force of that power caused the arena to crumble wherever it passed. Super explosive wave. Broly's green orb shot forth, as well its cataclysmic momentum colliding head-on with the Kamehameha. Both fighters roared, pouring out their energy continuously. Keep it up, Goku. Krillin screamed at the top of his lungs with his eyes shut tight. Behind him, the others watched with hopeful gazes, cheering for Son Goku. Go, Broly. A fully excited Kampa shouted without caring about his dignity, while Kaba and the panda-like fighter also cheered for Broly. Boom. The collision of energies was earth-shattering. Everything around them began to tear apart. The barrier set by Vados had developed extensive cracks. With a crisp sound, Son Goku let out a furious roar. 20 times Kaioken. That's right. Since he had just developed the fusion with Super Saiyan Blue, Goku had only been using the 10 times Kaioken until now. Hi-ya! Broly roared, pouring all his power into the attack. The green energy suddenly expanded. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted as the two forces detonated, shaking the entire planet of nothingness violently. The ground began to split open and a golden light emerged from within. That hat's a Dragon Ball. Everyone was startled. The final Dragon Ball they had been searching for was right beneath their feet. Thud! Thud! Two sounds of bodies crashing into the ground drew everyone's attention. Broly and Son Goku had both fallen to the ground, utterly spent and unable to continue fighting. Contestants Broly and Son Goku have both fallen simultaneously. However, since both landed outside the arena, this round is declared a draw. The dedicated announcer staggered out from behind cover and explained the situation to the spectators. Though somewhat displeased, Kampa accepted the result, as Universe 6 still had Hit waiting to compete. Hit was his trump card, and Kampa was confident in his abilities. On the other side, Beerus was far from calm. If Goku's loss was declared, then only Monaka, an ordinary person, remained, and that would expose everything. Just then Gohan carried Goku back. Goku grinned at Beerus. Sorry, Lord Beerus, Broly is truly formidable. He'll need to train harder to surpass him. But even with a draw, we still have Monaka, the strongest in the universe, to back us up. We shouldn't lose. Hearing this, Beerus was about to jump out of his skin. How could that possibly lead to victory? He was just a delivery guy. Oh my Lord Beerus, even you have your moments of panic. Whis' smug demeanor made Beerus bristle with anger. Well, he had no fur to bristle. Whis knew when to stop. He approached Beerus and whispered, Lord Beerus, what was your original intention in arranging Monaka? To make Son Goku and Vegeta understand that there's always a higher mountain, and beyond the sky, there is another sky. Beerus replied without hesitation, but Whis smiled. And did you see the expression on Son Goku's face just now? Does it look like he's being arrogant? You heard what he said. Now that Broly exists, there's no need for Monaka as a facade. So you don't have to worry about being exposed. We've lost this round. Beerus fell silent. Whis was right, but he still couldn't swallow his pride. He couldn't bear losing to Kampa. Finally, he sighed and said to the referee, "All right, there's no need for the next round. We concede." "Huh? Lord Beerus, what are you saying? Don't we still have Monaka?" Son Goku asked in confusion. "Yes, Lord Beerus, why make this decision?" Everyone chimed in completely baffled. Then Piccolo stepped forward. Due to his different auditory structure, he had overheard Beerus and Whis' earlier conversation. Since Beerus couldn't bring himself to speak, Piccolo took it upon himself to explain. On the other side, Kampa wore a bewildered expression. Why would the opponent suddenly forfeit when they still had a fighter left? Hit standing at the edge of the stands felt awkward. He didn't know whether to step down or wait his mind in turmoil. Since Universe 7 has voluntarily withdrawn, the victory of this tournament goes to Universe 6. After the announcer's words, Universe 7 sighed in disappointment. Piccolo had just explained everything to them, so they knew this loss wasn't unjust. After all, they had only 5 participants, and Bu had been eliminated in the written exam. Plus, there was an ordinary person among them. Losing 3 against 5 was hardly shameful. Just as Universe 6 erupted in cheers, Vados suddenly pointed somewhere. "Lord Kampa." "Huh? What is it?" The ecstatic Kampa didn't understand Vados' meaning, but when he followed her pointing finger, he was so startled that his tail shot straight up. On the other side, Beerus also showed a look of terror. "Huh? How is this possible? Lord Zeno." At that moment, 2 tall figures and a small one suddenly appeared in the arena. The 2 towering figures clad in purple robes that concealed their faces stood on either side. In the middle stood an unremarkable short and stout figure resembling a sentient pea. The 2 figures treated the pea with such reverence that it was clear his status surpassed theirs. In the spectators' stands, Beerus and Kampa wore expressions of sheer terror, exclaiming, "Lord Omni King." Their disrespectful behavior drew the attention of the crowd, who began to speculate about the identities of these newcomers. "Huh? Omni King?" Son Goku blinked, his face full of innocence. The East Kaishin Shin was equally curious and couldn't help but ask his ancestor, "Who is that child? He looks so terrifying." Upon hearing this, the elder Kaishin smacked him hard. "You fool, what nonsense are you spouting?" Wait a moment. Unknown contestants have suddenly appeared in the arena. Just who are they? The announcer continued to commentate into his microphone, but a single glance from the figure rendered him speechless with fear. "He just looks like a little pudding," Vegeta said, puzzled, while Piccolo beside him wore a similarly confused expression. Trembling Beerus explained to the bewildered crowd, "Lord Omni King is the being who stands at the apex of all 12 universes." The crowd was shocked, never imagining that the little being in front of them had such an immense origin. "Lord Beerus, is it really appropriate for us to look down upon the Omni King from such a high position?" Whis, seated beside Beerus, asked at this moment. "DDO, you even need to ask." "Of course it's not," Beerus exclaimed, springing to his feet with a start and flying at full speed towards the Omni King. "Lord Omni King, why would you appear in a place like this?" Across the way, Kampa was so frightened his voice trembled, and without a second thought, he flew over as well. "A warm welcome to Lord Omni King." The 2 mighty gods of destruction now bowed low before the pea-like figure, their attitudes exceedingly respectful. Seeing this, the others could no longer remain seated and also came forward to pay their respects. Only Broly pretended to be severely injured, lying with his eyes closed in the spectator stance. In truth, he could not be blamed, for the soul within him was extremely wrathful and evil, and the Omni King held a deep abhorrence for evil. It was just as when Zamasu spread his wickedness and was mercilessly obliterated by the Omni King. Zamasu had even made a wish upon the Super Dragon Balls, gaining immortal life. Yet even that was useless. He was ground to dust by the Omni King in an instant. One could say the Omni King's power was akin to having the ability to nullify resurrection. This was an extremely suicidal path, and Broly had no desire to try it. What if the Omni King took a disliking to him and crushed him? "Lord Omni King, what matter brings you here personally today?" "Ono, because you held a private event, I wanted to remind you not to slack off on your duties as gods of destruction." Everyone was stunned, not expecting the pea-like figure to speak in such a childlike, lisping voice. But seeing the 2 gods of destruction drenched in cold sweat, no one dared to utter a word. "Lord Omni King, please listen. Lord Beerus is more fond of sleeping and gourmet food than he is of destruction," Whis, standing behind Beerus, suddenly tattled. Vados was not to be outdone. "Lord Kampa neglects his health and has lost his figure. Fearing it would affect his work, I specially prepared nutritionally balanced meals, but he complains that my cooking is terrible. Boo-hoo. Perhaps it's time to replace the god of destruction." The Omni King's words sent the 2 into screaming fits of terror, sweat pouring from them, as if they had been drenched in water. But come to think of it, Vados and Whis, these 2 angels were indeed siblings. They had no qualms about snitching on their respective gods of destruction. Seeing the comical state of the 2 gods of destruction, the Omni King chuckled, "Just kidding. A sigh of relief escaped Kampa and Beerus. The mere suggestion of replacing them had nearly scared them out of their wits. The Omni King then changed the subject. Originally, I came to give you a warning. But as I watched, I found the event you organized to be very interesting. Super interesting. So I've decided to gather contestants from all the universes to participate next time. Really? If that's true, it'll be incredibly fun. Ha. A voice suddenly rang out as Son Goku slowly walked out from the crowd and approached the Omni King. At first, the two attendants tried to stop him, but the Omni King went forward to meet him, so they reluctantly backed down. Hey, don't think you're worthy of speaking to the Omni King. Seeing Goku's audacity, Beerus quickly tried to intervene, fearing the Omni King's wrath. But to everyone's surprise, the Omni King didn't mind. Instead, he took Goku's outstretched hand, and Goku hoisted him up into the air. This action nearly caused Beerus and Kampa's souls to leave their bodies. They hadn't recovered even after the Omni King had left. Sigh. The joy of victory has vanished just like that. Kampa sighed. Since you won, we'll be heading back now. Beerus turned and left without a pause, having suffered a great loss of face this time. Heh. Beerus, you heard Lord Omni King, didn't you? See you in the arena next time. They'll beat you again. Kampa's smug, petty demeanor infuriated Beerus, who wished he could devour him on the spot. He led Universe 7 onto the transparent cube. As the cube slowly ascended, Son Goku shouted towards the Universe 6 stands, Broly. If you have time, come find me. Bye. Broly stopped pretending to be dead, stood up, and waved. After all members of Universe 7 had vanished, Kampa gathered everyone. Well, I am very satisfied with this performance, especially yours, Broly. Turning the tide was excellent. Even falling off the ring resulted in a draw. Not bad, not bad. You know about that matter. I forgive you. Kampa's tsundere attitude thoroughly disgusted Broly. Just imagine a large purple fat cat wriggling before you, its greasy rolls of fat jiggling. Suppressing the urge to punch him again, Broly simply closed his eyes. Alright, all of you go to the stands. This lord is going to make a wish. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly jumped into the stands, leaving only Vados and Kampa on the Dragon Balls. As the incantation was chanted, a colossal golden pillar of light shot straight into the sky, a glaring spectacle across the cosmos. The Super Shenron appeared, its body vaster than hundreds of Milky Way galaxies, leaving everyone awestruck. Broly was no exception. He had seen it in anime back on Earth. But this was the real live-action world of Dragon Ball, nothing like the cartoon. State your wish. Its voice was like a great bell, its aura majestic. The Super Shenron emitted a dazzling golden light. The Earth's Shenron and even the Namekian Porunga were no more than earthworms before it, utterly incomparable. Please grant our Universe 6 an Earth with the same level of civilization as Universe 7's Earth. Kampa shouted his wish excitedly, while Vados repeated it in the ancient divine language. As the Super Shenron's eyes glowed brightly, it declared, "Your wish has been granted. Farewell." With a flap of its massive wings, it transformed into a golden sphere of light, which then split into 7 and scattered across the cosmos. In the palace of Kampa, seated in the main chair, Kampa appeared exceedingly elated. He held a wine goblet in one hand while engaging in lively conversation with the others. The reason for the God of Destruction's joy was, of course, the victory in the tournament, which had brought him great honor. Moreover, the replication of Earth from Universe 7 was enough to make him smile, even in his dreams. Take, for instance, the delicacies on this dining table. They all originated from Earth in Universe 6. However, speaking of Universe 6's Earth, it was quite unique. Although the wish was to replicate Universe 7's Earth, due to the twin universe relationship, the Earth revived was a mirror image. Moreover, on Universe 6's Earth, there were no Saiyans like Son Goku, nor even Tien Shinhan or Piccolo, presumably because they were not Earthlings. Fortunately, the planet's cuisine was no different from Universe 7's, otherwise Kampa would have wept. As the saying goes, after several rounds of drinks and dishes, everyone had eaten their fill. A drunken Kampa stomped onto the table and addressed the crowd. Burp. Your performance this time has satisfied me greatly. Speak up. While I'm in a good mood, what rewards do you desire? The group exchanged glances, uncertain of Kampa's intentions. Just then Vados chuckled softly. Rest assured, this was a reward promised earlier by Lord Kampa. If you won the tournament, he would grant each of you one wish. Hearing this, everyone relaxed. The usually stoic Hit directly stated what had been agreed upon earlier. I have no other request. Just give me the interdimensional cube you promised. Vados. Without further ado, Kampa instructed Vados to hand the interdimensional cube to Hit. Upon receiving it, Hit's expression shifted. Broly was not mistaken, it was excitement. It was evident that for someone with such a stoic face to smile, the item must be extraordinary. Seeing Kampa keep his word, the others eagerly voiced their desires one by one. Batama wished to become slimmer, while Kaba asked the God of Destruction to pay more attention to planet Sadala in the future. Not only that, even Frost, who had cheated during the tournament, received a reward. His wish was quite pragmatic. He wanted Kampa to invest in his operations, but was refused. In the end, he only obtained a pardon. Finally, only Broly had yet to state his request. Everyone turned to him curious to know what he desired. While the others had voiced their wishes, Broly had already thought of his request, but he was uncertain if Kampa would permit it given that even Frost's request had been denied. Broly, you may speak your wish. You were the greatest contributor in this tournament. If it is within my power, I will absolutely grant it. Kampa declared with grandiosity and magnanimity. Beside him, Vados was also curious. What did this fellow from Universe 7 truly want? Could it be to return to Universe 7? Broly took a deep breath and said, I wish to request Vados to be my teacher. Train me. At these words, everyone was taken aback. Even the drunken Kampa widened his eyes and Vados covered her mouth in surprise, never expecting Broly's request to be this. Indeed, this was exactly what Broly wanted. As a transmigrator, he understood the angel race best. In terms of hierarchy, it was Grand Zeno Angels Gods of Destruction Supreme Kais. Moreover, both Son Goku and Vegeta had made tremendous progress under Whis' training. This, Kampa was uncertain. Honestly, such a request was unprecedented. The others had asked for either an item or a promise, but seeking a master, this was truly unique. Seeing Kampa hesitate, Broly grew anxious and quickly added, I don't ask for constant training, just occasional guidance. This was Broly's bottom line. If refused, he would have no choice but to request being sent to Universe 7 or another universe. That's fine. Vados suddenly interjected, her face beaming with a smile as she looked at Broly, which made him a bit shy. Though this request seemed ordinary, it carried another implication, namely the role of God of Destruction candidate. All gods of destruction were trained by angels, without exception. Acknowledging an angel as a master almost certainly meant becoming the next god of destruction. Vados, are you sure? Kampa asked in surprise. He knew his master best. Ordinary people never caught her eye. Yet now she had voluntarily spoken, indicating that Vados was also inclined to take Broly as her disciple. Lord Kampa, I get quite bored sometimes. Having an apprentice to pass the time wouldn't be bad. Vados spoke lightly. Seeing this, Kampa said no more and nodded to Broly. Well, fine then. You can stay in the guest room, but remember, from now on you'll be responsible for all the cleaning here. After saying this, he revealed a sly grin. Yes, Lord Kampa. Broly nodded happily, but then Kampa delivered some unpleasant news. Kid, you can stay here, but your two lackeys cannot. They are mortals and cannot dwell with gods, understand? Broly was troubled. He had finally found two people who cared for him, but now they couldn't stay together. I'll go explain it to them, Broly said, and Kampa waved him off. Before leaving, Broly pulled Kabo aside, having already formed a plan. Kaba, could I ask you a favor? Kaba had a favorable impression of Broly. Though he had taken a punch from him earlier after hearing Broly's story, he began to sympathize with the giant. What is it? It's like this. You heard just now that I'll be training here, but Lord Kampa won't allow Remo and Tsurai to stay with me. So I'd like you to take them back to your planet to live. I'll visit them when I have time. Kaba was taken aback. Such a trivial matter. He immediately pounded his chest in assurance. When Broly and Kaba arrived at the guest room, they were startled. Tsurai and Remo were gone, and on the table lay a letter. The letter's content was simple. Tsurai had overheard Broly's conversation with Kampa. To avoid causing Broly trouble, the two had decided to continue their journey through the cosmos. The ink on the letter was still wet, evidently written not long ago. Broly felt a deep melancholy. Tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep, he lamented the departure of the first companions he had met in this world. Seelai and Lamal left. Broly truly felt reluctant to part with such companions who considered his feelings. Lying on the bed, Broly felt somewhat downcast, having returned to being alone. Suddenly, a knock on the door startled him, for there were only 3 people living here. Aside from himself, only Vados and Kampa remained, so no matter who came, he should be prepared to show the proper etiquette. He opened the door to find Vados standing there. Lord Vados, is there something you need? Did you not ask me to train you before? Have you already forgotten after just 2 days? Vados chuckled lightly as she stepped into the room, while Broly hurriedly folded the messy bedding, awkwardly smiling. Is it because your little friends left that you look so listless? What if I told you that they actually came to see me before they left? Did they say anything? Broly quickly inquired while Vados sat down on the bed, crossing her long legs. They told me to take good care of you, saying you are a kind person. Vados lightly tapped her lips as she tried to recall, then suddenly exclaimed, they also said you're quite the eater. They asked me to prepare more food for you. Broly's heart warmed. Lama and Seelai were his first friends in this world, and he cherished that bond. Thus he absolutely could not disappoint their goodwill. With this thought, Broly's expression changed as he turned to Vados, saying, please train me, and help me become stronger. Vados was slightly taken aback, looking at Broly's determined gaze. She smiled, then follow me. As she said this, she patted Broly's shoulder and transformed into a beam of white light, and they vanished. Earth of the 6th universe. The sound of typing filled the air as a group of researchers operated computers in front of 3 transparent nutrient pods. Inside the pods were 2 men and a woman completely unclothed connected to various tubes with oxygen masks over their faces. In front of them stood an old man with long hair and a white beard, his frail figure. "How is the progress?" The old man turned to his assistant, who smiled faintly. "The progress is excellent. I believe we will finish soon." The old man nodded, continuing to gaze at the 3 within the nutrient pods with an infatuated look, as if he were observing a rare treasure. The assistant bowed slightly and stepped back, but as she turned, a sinister expression appeared on her face. To be honest, her face could be deemed perfect, but the display of such ruthlessness added a different kind of beauty. Upon returning to her room, the assistant changed out of her professional attire into a white lab coat. She locked the door, then placed a sensor at the lower part of the door. She would know immediately if anyone approached. After completing this, she opened the wardrobe and pressed a button inside it. The wardrobe spun 360, revealing a dark secret passage. No one would expect such a small room to contain a hidden door. "Mommy's coming," the assistant murmured to herself before disappearing into the passage. Meanwhile, Bados brought Broly to Planet Salad, which took Broly by surprise, as he did not expect the training ground to be here. "All right, feel free to move around for now. I'll come find you later." Huh. Broly didn't understand Bados' meaning, and just as he was about to ask, Bados transformed into white light and vanished. Broly, confused, walked aimlessly, suddenly recalling Gabe. Since Bados had allowed him to roam freely, he decided to go check on Gabe. Broly took to the skies, flying in the direction of his memories. After flying for nearly 10 minutes, he arrived at the original location. The villagers from the former village had already moved away, leaving only a bumpy ground and shattered mountains. Broly felt a pang of guilt after all this was all his doing. Sigh. I should go to Gabe's place first. With a soft sigh, Broly accelerated his flight. Days before their parting, Gabe had told him his address, so he quickly found the location. Gabe's address was in a bustling city, and his residence was a round villa. Though it looked ordinary, it suited Gabe's temperament well. However, before he could knock twice, Broly accidentally knocked down Gabe's iron door. An alarm sounded, and armed machines emerged from inside. On the head of the robot was a display screen, and with a flash, Gabe appeared on the screen. "Who dares to invade the home of the captain of the defense team?" Hearing the familiar voice, Broly saw Gabe on the screen. "Hi. Sorry, Gabe, I didn't expect your door to be so weak." After seeing it was Broly, Gabe expressionlessly turned off the alarm. "Broly, how did you end up here? Aren't you supposed to be training with Bados?" "Well, Bados said my training ground is here on Planet Salad, but then she suddenly disappeared, telling me to wander around. I didn't know where to go, so I decided to come find you. I'm currently working in the defense team, and since I'm not busy, come with me. I'll show you the strongest warriors of Planet Salad." Gabe said this proudly, as if the defense team he mentioned was incredibly impressive. Broly nodded in agreement, as he really had no better place to go. "Oh right, could you please fix my door before you leave?" "Broly." An hour later, Broly arrived at the defense team's building following Gabe's directions. The sight left him in awe. It was impressively grand, with towering buildings and an enormous training ground filled with various equipment. However, from Broly's perspective, this group of people seemed too weak. At that moment, seeing a stranger enter, several Saiyans approached to investigate. "Hey, kid, don't you know that ordinary people aren't allowed in here?" The newcomer was a muscular giant, even more exaggerated than Broly, and the others were similarly built, making it feel like he had entered a philosophical world of Van. Cough, cough. If you don't understand, go look it up. "Where's Gabe?" "Huh." The muscular men were taken aback, then looked at him with disdain. "Oh, so you're looking for that connection guy?" Broly was utterly perplexed, unable to fathom why these individuals claimed that Gabe was a person with connections. Yet the group opposite grew increasingly audacious, not only shoving Broly, but also bellowing for him to get out. But the moment they touched Broly, they realized they could not budge him in the slightest. It was as though they were pushing against a thick, immovable wall. Damn it, what the hell? Despite their combined efforts, they failed to make Broly move even a single step, leaving them flustered. Just then, Broly took a step forward. The group felt a surge of immense force, instantly being flung back and crashing to the ground. "You bastard, you dare start a fight at the Defense Force headquarters? Brothers, we're under attack." The burly leader shouted at the top of his lungs, realizing he was no match for Broly. He decided to escalate the matter, summoning other comrades for backup. Indeed, his tactic worked splendidly. The moment they heard someone was causing trouble, a throng of menacing figures rushed out. Before long, the training ground was packed with people. A quick glance revealed at least several hundred encircling Broly in layers. "Hey, so you're the one looking for trouble? Beat him. Let's lock him in the dark room." The crowd on the field clamored noisily, causing Broly to furrow his brow. Just as he was about to strike, a figure emerged from the building. The crowd parted automatically. The newcomer wore the Scion's signature combat gear with a spiky mane so long it nearly dragged on the ground. With his arrival, the others fell silent. He must be their commanding officer. Who are you and what business do you have here? Commander Damorin, he's here to see Gabe. Looking for Gabe. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Gabe's name, Damorin let out a cold sneer, his disdainful expression mirroring the others. Though agitated, Broly didn't want to cause trouble for Gabe at his workplace. He forced patience into his voice. I'm a friend of Gabe's. I need to see him about something. If a friend of someone with connections can't be any good. Men, throw him out. Damorin waved his arm, and everyone lunged at Broly. At that moment, Broly's patience finally wore thin. He flashed through the crowd, appearing before Damorin, seizing him by the throat and lifting him one-handed. Everyone froze, stunned by his speed. But when they turned and saw their commander hoisted in the air, their hearts plummeted. Hey, you bastard, let Commander Damorin go. Broly glanced at the speaker, and a dense killing intent radiated outward. Everyone felt as if plunged into an icy cavern, frozen to the core. They trembled, involuntarily stepping back. A smirk curled on Broly's lips. Damorin, I'm informing you, not asking for permission. Get that straight. No one can stop me from going where I please. A crimson glint flickered in his eyes as Broly's aura exploded. The overwhelming pressure forced those around him to their knees. Damorin, in close proximity, was nearly driven mad with fear. He felt that this bastard was nothing short of a demon. In Broly's eyes, he saw bloodlust, savagery. He also saw utter contempt for himself. He tightened his legs, a wave of warmth flooding through him, and then right before Broly, he wet himself. The dignified captain of the defense force had been scared into soiling his pants in public. Wouldn't this be a laughingstock if it got out? Yet no one present uttered a word. TCH, just as I thought, whether on Earth or in the Dragon Ball world, there are always these spineless bullies. Broly muttered in disgust, releasing his grip and dropping Damorin to the ground. He then strode straight toward the building, the crowd parting before him like the Red Sea. In the lobby, Gabe had just descended the stairs with a few of his trusted guards, meeting Broly as he entered. He approached with concern. He had already seen the commotion downstairs on the monitors. He had wondered why Broly was taking so long, only to find that Damorin had obstructed him. So he hurried down to welcome Broly. Once Broly reached the office, Gabe explained everything. That guy is my rival. We're both members of the Lay's defense force. The force has 3 brigades and 6 squads. I'm the squad leader of the 3rd Brigade squad, and Damorin is my competitor, the leader of another squad. Our brigade commander Lenso has a leg injury from a tough mission and plans to retire. So a new brigade commander must be chosen from the squads below. I was promoted by Commander Lenso, hence the connections label you heard. I don't care what others think. I just hope Commander Lenso can heal and lead us again. As he spoke, Gabe clenched his fists. Broly then advised, don't be upset. Since he's slandering you, you need to establish your authority and strike back. I saw downstairs that even ordinary soldiers dare to call you someone with connections. That's a bad sign. If they don't respect their commander, who will listen to your orders? Gabe nodded, thanked him, and then suggested Broly meet his commander Lenso. With nothing better to do, Broly agreed to whatever arrangement Gabe made. Following Gabe to the top floor where the 3 brigade commanders had their offices. Among the 3 brigades, the first was the strongest, followed by the 3rd, and finally the logistics brigade. During the last mission, the enemy was too powerful, causing Commander Lenso to injure his leg while protecting everyone. Afterward, he proposed retirement, and Commander-in-Chief Salada King tacitly agreed. At the same time, he was asked to select a suitable successor to take over his position. Unsurprisingly, Lenso chose Gabe, whom he had personally promoted. But this ignited fierce jealousy in Damorin, who was in the same brigade. He then began stirring up trouble and defaming Gabe. Guilt-ridden Gabe ignored it, only emboldening them further until it escalated to today's situation. Lenso, seated in a wheelchair, fell silent upon hearing Gabe's account. Though well-intentioned, his actions had inadvertently thrown Gabe into the storm's eye. When Broly saw Lenso, he was momentarily taken aback. Perhaps no one knew Gabe's true strength. Gabe had already surpassed Lenso, who couldn't even become a Super Saiyan. Just as Lenso was about to speak, the door was rudely shoved open. Brother, I'm back. A girl's voice rang out. Broly turned and froze, never expecting to encounter that wild girl Cauliflower again. Huh, why is it you bastard? Kale flared up the moment she saw Broly. Ever since their last battle, this hulking brute had not only injured her beloved sister, but had also knocked out several of her teeth, leaving Cauliflower feeling inferior for quite some time. She had been looking for him, and now this scoundrel was right here, casually drinking tea and chatting with her own brother. How could she tolerate that? Fuming, she charged at Broly, ready to fight. The moment he saw his sister, Lenso felt a headache coming on. He stopped her, saying, show some respect. You're a young lady. How can you be so barbaric? Broly is a guest. Calm yourself. Huh? Brother, you dare call me barbaric? You're so barbaric. Gabe patted Broly's shoulder helplessly, signaling him to just get used to it. This brother and sister pair loved to bicker. Once the commotion subsided, Gabe recounted Broly's ordeal. After understanding everything, Kale's eyes sharpened and her fiery temper flared up instantly. She said angrily, "Those scumbags. Gabe, let's go teach them a lesson for spreading such vile gossip." Kale grabbed Gabe's arm and was about to storm out, but Lenso called her back. "Get back here, Kale. This is not your affair." "But brother, they slandered you and Gabe so badly. I'm furious. About that Damoran guy. I already taught him a lesson." Broly suddenly spoke, but before he could finish, Kale cut him off. You little brat. I almost forgot about you. Come on, let's fight again. I still haven't settled the score for you hurting my sister." Good grief, he shouldn't have opened his mouth. Now it was too late for regrets. Clearly the fire had turned on him. "I'd rather not. Besides, last time you tried to steal from me, I was just defending myself." Kale snorted coldly. "I heard from Gabe that the god of destruction recruited you for some tournament and you stole the spotlight. But I'm not the same as before." With that, she clenched her fists and let out a fierce yell. Her aura surged, erupting like a volcano, cracking the walls of Lenso's office. Kale's body was now engulfed in golden flames. Her hair stood on end, turning gold, and her eyes shifted to a pale green. She had transformed into a Super Saiyan. Lenso, seeing his sister's changed appearance, stammered, "Kale, did you really become a Super Saiyan?" "Heh, surprise, brother. I was going to give you a surprise, but seeing this guy makes my blood boil. Hey, big guy, come outside and spar with me." Broly thought to himself, women are such a hassle. Just as he was about to refuse, Kale flashed a wicked grin, dashed in front of him, grabbed his head, and smashed him through the wall. Crash! The entire wall was destroyed, but Kale didn't stop. She dragged Broly away, determined to have a good fight in an open space. Boom! Once in the open, Kale grabbed Broly's arm and hurled him with all her might. Broly crashed into a snowy mountain. He looked up at Kale, and his battle lust began to stir. "Big guy, come on, I'll show you the power of a Super Saiyan." After the tournament, Gabe had taught Kale the secret to transforming into a Super Saiyan. And Kale, a true fighting prodigy, channeled her rage at Broly and successfully transformed. Not only did her power skyrocket, but her temperament became even more volatile. All she wanted was to beat Broly into the ground. She hadn't even gone looking for him, and here he was delivered right to her doorstep. How could she pass up such a perfect opportunity? "Then you'd better keep your eyes dry. Don't go crying later." Broly grinned, launching himself forward with a single bound, leaving a trail of white aura behind him. "You." Kale choked on her anger, then charged at Broly as well. They collided midair. Boom, boom, boom. Aya! Kale's fists flew in rapid succession, clashing with Broly's. They exchanged blow for blow, and the shockwaves cracked the ground beneath them. "Not bad. You've improved a lot." Broly leaped back to create distance. Kale flashed a smug look. "Of course. I've been training every day just to teach you a lesson. Take this." Kale fired a barrage of red energy blasts at Broly. Boom, boom, boom. Broly dodged the blasts, then retaliated by firing beams of light from his fingers. Kale pushed her hands forward, her aura surging, and deflected all of Broly's attacks. "Fall down, Broly. This is the gift I've prepared just for you." Kale unleashed her secret technique, gathering energy within her body to fire a concentrated wave of power. Instantly, everything around them began to tremble as Kale's power soared. "Damn, she's serious." Broly was startled. This energy was no joke. If it hit the ground, it would surely destroy the entire planet. He gathered all his strength and erupted in a burst of power, green energy enveloping his body as he activated his wrathful form. A massive green sphere formed in his hands, and both warriors fired their ki blasts simultaneously. In that instant, the sky and earth changed color. Thunder roared and lightning flashed as the two energies hurtled toward each other. Suddenly, a figure appeared between them. Seeing someone there, Kale shouted, "Move. I can't control this power." Broly yelled as well, but the newcomer simply pointed a finger, and both ki blasts froze in midair as if time itself had stopped. Then with a snap of their fingers, the attacks vanished into nothing. Kale's eyes widened in shock. She knew exactly how powerful her attack was, yet this person had casually erased her full-powered strike. How immensely powerful must they be? Whis! Broly recognized the figure now. The angelic attire and the signature staff were unmistakable. "Oh my, I told you to go sightseeing, not to start brawls everywhere." Whis chuckled softly, floating down gracefully in front of Broly. Broly dropped his wrathful form and asked, puzzled, "Where did you go earlier?" "You just left me in the woods without a word. Come, I'll take you somewhere, and you'll understand everything." With that, Whis took Broly's arm, and they vanished in a flash of white light. Left behind, Kale stomped her feet in fury. Once again, she had been completely ignored. "Damn it, Broly, you just wait." As the orb of light dissipated, what came into Broly's view was a magnificent hall filled with various luxurious decorations. "This is the training ground I brought you to." But there's nothing here." Broly asked in confusion as aside from the two of them, there were only piles of luxury items. What could one possibly train with in such a place? Bardoss smiled slightly at Broly, then called out to a certain direction. Come out, King Salad, this is the opponent I brought for you to spar with. Broly was momentarily stunned, and then he heard a hearty laugh as a 3-meter-tall, extremely burly man stepped forward. What amazed Broly the most was that this King Salad bore a striking resemblance to Sun Wukong. Apart from the difference in their gazes, their appearances were nearly identical. He was simply a larger version of Sun Wukong. Moreover, his hair was interesting, spiky like a hedgehog, golden on top and black at the roots. Broly couldn't help but think, could this guy also be from another world? Is your hair dyed, eh? Hello, I am the King of Salad Planet, you can call me Salad. King Salad had no airs about him, resembling Sun Wukong in that regard, giving off a friendly vibe. Broly politely greeted him, then turned to Bardoss to see what her next plan was. I brought you here to look around and to talk to King Salad so that he agrees to spar with you. Bardoss smiled lightly, then waved her staff, causing all the decorations to vanish. Additionally, a protective barrier was set up in the hall, making it impossible for anyone outside to sense what was happening inside. King Salad pulled off the cloak from his shoulders and stretched his body, saying, "Oh, it's been a while since I've exercised. Kid, let's practice together, don't hold back." Is this the aura of a king? Such an imposing presence, even with a smile, made you feel as if there was an ocean separating you from him. Broly nodded, then released his power, causing the entire hall to tremble with his immense energy. Yet Salad remained unfazed, as if Broly's strength were negligible. TCH. Broly felt a surge of anger and immediately activated his rage form. Boom. Green energy enveloped him, and a fierce light radiated from his pupils. Oh, not bad, kid. The other party finally showed some expression, yet still maintained a relaxed demeanor. Gritting his teeth, Broly charged at Salad with all his might. Huh. As he threw a punch, his fist slicing through the air struck its target instantly. However, before he could feel victorious, Broly saw his fist firmly grasped by Salad. Kid, your fighting style is just like that of a beast, completely unrefined. Go. Salad's body jolted, causing Broly to stagger back several steps. What? What just happened? Salad's attack made Broly feel an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He had only experienced this feeling with Wukong, like during a match when Wukong used just a fraction of his strength to send him flying, and before he crossed over, it was something the elders back on Blue Planet often referred to as using softness to overcome hardness. Thinking of this, Broly's fury surged once more. To hell with using softness to overcome hardness. To hell with using a fraction of strength to achieve great results. I will use strength to overcome softness, and with one force I will overpower 10. In the face of absolute power, everything else was futile. Even if I am a beast, I am the fiercest among them. Broly attacked once again, his muscles taut like a coiled dragon, veins bulging as he roared and swung his fists, charging forward with overwhelming force towards Salad. Salad frowned slightly, wondering how this kid could be so thick-headed. Despite his warnings, he still recklessly attacked. But when he made contact with Broly's fist, his brows knitted tightly. This overpowering punch made his palm ache. He quickly retreated to dissipate the force, but it was too late. Broly charged at full speed, delivering a punch to King Salad's palm. With a crack, King Salad's hand instantly deformed. King Salad cried out in pain, flying backward and crashing heavily against the wall. Cough, cough. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, and it must be said that Broly had inflicted quite an injury on him. Good kid. Since that's the case, I'll go all out too. Huh. A golden aura erupted unexpectedly. King Salad could transform into a Super Saiyan. His body swelled again, reaching nearly 5 meters tall. He was extraordinarily massive. Not only that, but the injury on his hand seemed to miraculously heal. Moreover, he radiated heat, affecting the surrounding temperature. As the searing waves of heat spread, the temperature in the entire hall rose significantly and continued to rise. Kid, let me show you what a true Super Saiyan is like. With that, he waved his massive hand, and a wave of heat rushed at Broly, creating a fierce wind in the hall, and it was scalding hot. Whoosh. Broly was blown away, the scorching wind grazing his face, stinging like needles. He steadied himself, then pounced forward like a tiger descending a mountain. He even activated a protective barrier, instantly shielding his body from the heat. Breaking through the heat wave, Broly's heavy fist swung towards Salad's face, but unexpectedly Salad moved with a strange rhythm, easily dodging Broly's punches, and all subsequent attacks seemed to automatically evade. Haha, let me show you what true combat really is today. King Salad grinned widely, his body lunging like a sharp spear, striking Broly squarely in the chest. Uffed. Fast. Extremely fast. Broly didn't even see his movement clearly before he was pierced through the chest by a single palm. Crimson blood gushed out as King Salad withdrew his arm. Broly crashed to the ground with a thud, his consciousness fading. In the moment before he lost consciousness, a name echoed in his mind. Ultimate instinct. How did you go too hard? Aren't you here? He'll heal in no time. King Salad shrugged, seemingly unconcerned about Broly's injuries. Bardoss sighed with a smile, waving her staff around Broly, and soon Broly's chest began to visibly heal at a rapid pace. Are you really not considering becoming the next god of destruction? Bardoss asked King Salad as she levitated the unconscious Broly. Hey, I've long passed the age of being hot-blooded. Now I just want to watch over my people, ensuring they live better lives, and there are plenty of beautiful women to keep me company, right? Huh, King Salad joked, but Bardoss knew that this guy was originally selected by Kampa to be the next candidate for God of Destruction. However, he had rejected the offer, and Bardoss brought Broly here to train precisely because Salad was one of the top existences in the 6th universe. He was just the right choice to help Broly enhance his strength. Beep beep. Amidst the vast cosmos, a battered spaceship wobbled forward. Ramo, our energy is running low. What should we do? Check the storage bay for any spare energy cells. These two flustered individuals were none other than Ramo and Tsilai, who had secretly slipped away earlier, unwilling to burden Broly. Their current destination was the planet Earth that Broly had mentioned. Although it wasn't the Earth of Universe 7, they were still curious about what kind of planet Broly had described. But now they seemed to have run into trouble. Buzz. Buzz. The alarm blared, and the display screen flashed a low-energy warning. They could only brace themselves for an emergency landing. Ramo, the energy in the storage bay can only get us through the landing. Sigh. We can't make it to Earth. What are our current coordinates? Ramo's expression was grim as he gripped the controls while Tsilai beside him quickly flipped through the coordinate map. We're currently at 7093 XY. The nearest planet is at 7254 XY. After speaking, Soleil's face turned somber. This journey had been incredibly unlucky. They never expected Earth to be so far away. All right then, we'll land there. Hopefully there's a civilized life form that can help us refuel. Broly slowly opened his eyes, finding himself lying in a strange room. On the sofa nearby sat Whis. Oh my, you're awake. Did I lose? Broly's spirits were low. He had managed to match Goku in battle only to be utterly defeated by a certain king of Sadala. Seeming to understand Broly's feelings, Whis comforted him. Don't be too disheartened. The king of Sadala was once Lord Kampa's chosen candidate for God of Destruction. He's incredibly strong. Your loss wasn't unjust. I'm not really upset, just amazed at his power. I mean, Cab, who was also a contestant, couldn't even transform into a Super Saiyan back then. Well, let me tell you. The king of Sadala's transformation is actually a variant of the Super Saiyan form. In other words, his power has undergone a mutation. After Whis finished speaking, Broly fell into deep thought. A mutation? Was it like the legendary Super Saiyan? But it didn't seem quite the same. His mutation? The king of Sadala's body was once modified. It happened during a cosmic catastrophe. An evil wizard released a Majin who then destroyed numerous galaxies. Knowing he couldn't defeat the Majin, the king of Sadala went to the evil wizard, allowed himself to be controlled, and gained power. He used that power to defeat the Majin. It was then that his transformation mutated. Was finished and looked at the stunned Broly. Thinking he was overwhelmed, she decided to let him process the information alone while she went to get some dessert. Left alone, Broly pondered Whis' story. A Majin, an evil wizard, willingly being controlled to gain power. Wasn't that just like Majin Buu and Babidi from Dragon Ball Z? Indeed, as expected of a mirror universe, it truly was like a reflection. What existed in Universe 7 might exist in Universe 6 in a different form. That would explain the king of Sadala's mutation. Anyone who had seen the Majin Buu arc knew that once controlled, one would obey unconditionally. Vegeta had only broken free due to his immense pride. The king of Sadala must have possessed an equally powerful will. Thinking this, Broly felt a surge of respect. It was just as he had always believed, no matter how strong one's body was, a weak spirit would limit them. But with a strong heart, one could break through all limits. Revitalized and casting off the gloom of defeat, Broly was about to get up when he suddenly froze. Where are my clothes? Why am I naked? Broly stared down at himself, a puzzled expression on his face. Who the hell took them off? Bang! On a desolate ruin-like planet, a spaceship crashed into the ground. With a clang, the hatch opened, and two figures, one red and one green, emerged. Cough, cough. Ramo, how did you land? You nearly killed me. Tsilai fanned away the dust, complaining to Ramo beside her. Cough, cough. The power cut out suddenly. I couldn't do anything about it. Ramo sounded aggrieved at Soleil's complaint. It was an uncontrollable factor. But just then, Tsilai grabbed Ramo and said, Look, there's a light over there. Maybe it's a life form on this planet. Let's go ask if they have any energy to sell us. Huh. On a junkyard planet like this, there's energy. Ramo was skeptical. How could life exist on such a barren world? Just look at the surrounding weather-red wasteland, everywhere low visibility and a sandstorm blowing. Still, Seelai dragged him along. As they approached, Seelai was stunned. This wasn't a dwelling at all. It was clearly an egg, and a very eerie one at that. Its surface seemed to writhe like a pulsating mass of flesh. What? What is this? Ramo found it somewhat nauseating, but Seelai thought differently. She believed it was the egg of some wild creature. The egg was about the size of a wash basin, neither too big nor too small. Seelai judged that the creature that laid it couldn't be too large. The weapons they carried should be sufficient. With her fear gone, Seelai decided to move the egg back to the spaceship. In the universe, there were all sorts of bizarre animals. If they could sell it for a high price, wouldn't that be a profit? However, Ramo felt the egg was ominous, giving him an uneasy feeling. But unable to resist Soleil's insistence, he eventually helped carry it onto the ship. All right, now, let's go find some energy. Hopefully it won't be too far. Just as they were about to step out of the ship, the energy indicator on the display suddenly lit up, showing a full charge. This was bizarre. Both of them thought it was a display error. But when they tried to start the ship, they realized the energy was indeed full. They couldn't understand why the ship was suddenly full of power. Buzz. A light flickered. They followed it, and saw that the egg they had brought aboard was glowing. And the egg began to take root. Fleshy organic tissue started spreading throughout the entire spaceship. Ramo and Seelai clung to each other, screaming in terror. Boom. The collision of their fists sent shockwaves that shattered the surrounding mountains. Broly and King Sadala were sparring in an open field. They exchanged smiles, and then instantly separated. You've improved rapidly these days. You've become my equal. King Sadala praised him without reservation, while Vados nearby also looked at Broly with satisfaction. 7 days had passed, and Broly's power had grown swiftly. From being pinned down by King Sadala, he now exchanged blows evenly. Vados was highly pleased with his progress. She also noticed that Broly possessed an extraordinary ability to comprehend. He could instantly replicate any technique King Sadala used after seeing it once. This terrifying learning ability was unprecedented for her, at least not seen in Kampa. But at that moment, Broly wagged his finger. Tisk tisk tsk. Is this enough to satisfy you? King Sadala and Vados were baffled, unsure why Broly was so proud. Kid, what do you mean? A little praise, and you're flying high. King Sadala frowned, considering arrogance a bad trait. Vados remained silent, sensing that Broly had more to say. King Sadala, thank you for your training, but this is not yet my full power. Boom. Space trembled, the planet shook, and pebbles on the ground danced. Dark clouds gathered rapidly, forming a spiral that shrouded the entire sky. Suddenly, a blinding lightning bolt tore through the dim sky. Accompanied by a low rumbling thunder, Broly roared skyward. Rah! Broly's hair began to rise slowly, his pupils flickering between black and green. His clothes were torn apart by the aura, revealing a muscular physique. As he continued to exert power, veins like writhing dragons coiled across his body. Crack! A deafening thunderclap resounded as a bolt struck down. A fierce gale howled, swirling wildly among them. The immense energy caused everything around to float in a state of weightlessness. Broly clenched his fists and roared incessantly, a golden aura enveloping his body as his hair turned gold. As Broly ceased his roar, his form was wreathed in crackling lightning. His cold demeanor stunned everyone present. Sand and stones flew, and various rocks fell clattering noisily onto the ground. King Sadala, dumbfounded, stared at Broly, who radiated an astonishing aura. You've transformed. Vados also wore a look of shock. This immense energy had already surpassed all beings in Universe 6. Broly nodded, and King Sadala put away his shocked expression, then grinned. Kid, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Come, let's fight fair and square. King Sadala, stirred by Broly's fighting spirit, instantly raised his power to its peak. The tremors caused by the two Super Saiyans drew the attention of the Defense Force headquarters. Caulifla, who loved excitement, dragged Kaba toward Broly. He looks like there's going to be a good show. Vados rose and floated backward, leaving the field to the two watching from midair. Just then, Kaba and Caulifla arrived at the scene. Seeing the energy radiating from Broly and King Sadala left them wide-eyed and speechless. Thighs is Broly's true power. Caulifla covered her mouth, utterly astonished. Beside her, Kaba was not only shocked by Broly's strength, but even more so by King Sadala's. He had always believed only he and Caulifla could transform, never imagining their king could too. You two little ones, watch them closely. This battle will benefit you greatly. Vados waved her staff, conjuring a floating sofa for them. The three sat down quietly, observing the two below. It's starting. The moment she spoke, Broly and King Sadala clashed at high speed, their massive bodies colliding with a dull thud. Kid, you're making me more and more excited. Same to you, King Sadala. You're the strongest opponent I've faced so far. They grinned simultaneously, then unleashed a flurry of punches at each other. Bang, 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 bang. Each punch cratered the ground. Soon the entire field was riddled with pits as uneven as the moon's surface. Rhea, King Sadala gathered energy in his hands, and with golden lightning and scorching heat, two magma-like energy orbs flew toward Broly. Broly opened his mouth wide and unleashed a beam. A mighty roar. Boom. The collision of the two forces erupted in a massive explosion, sending both flying. Broly. It hasn't been that long, and his power has become this terrifying. Cabba's jaw dropped, clearly stunned by Broly's strength. Caulifla, however, felt irritated. This guy used to be on par with her, but now he was far ahead. Her pride, always strong, took a significant blow. Vados, on the other hand, looked very pleased. Broly had given her a surprise. His rate of improvement surpassed even Lord Campa's talent. Back on the battlefield, Broly and King Sadala's assault continued, with Broly gradually gaining the upper hand. Kid, you're strong, but I'm much older than you. Don't you know to respect your elders? King Sadala laughed and scolded, then locked palms with Broly in a contest of strength. Old man, if you've reached your limit, then let's end this. Hiya. Boom. 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 The ground was pushed apart as they sank deeper, forming a massive crater. Lightning flickered between them, deterring any ordinary person from approaching. Yield, King Sadala. Broly roared, releasing all his energy, then slowly lifted King Sadala and slammed him into the ground like a bomb. Boom. A single wave stirred 1,000 ripples. The impact tore the earth apart. King Sadala plummeted, but Broly burst after him, grabbed his head, and continued the downward assault. Broly gripped King Sadala by the collar, hovering mere inches above the magma. Well, you've lost this time. Broly grinned while the king in his grasp could only offer a resigned smile. You little brat. Let me go. No way. The magma's right behind you. Even if you're not afraid going out naked. Broly smirked. When they finally returned to solid ground, they were met with a scene of utter devastation. The once level ground was shattered beyond recognition, with searing magma leaping restlessly. Dark clouds churned in the sky, punctuated by flashes of lightning. It was like the end of the world. Yar, we really went overboard this time. King Sadala scratched his head with an awkward laugh. My king. A voice rang out as Cabba flew over and knelt before him. Oh, it's you. Cabba, the captain of the Lenso squad. You remember me. Cabba's face lit up with excitement. Yes, that Lenso fellow often speaks of you in my presence. As the two conversed, Whis approached with Kale and Caulifla. Broly seized the moment to request the restoration of the area. Whis nodded and waved a hand, restoring the terrain to its former state. The dark clouds dispersed and rays of sunlight pierced through to illuminate the ground, everything returning to how it was. We are truly grateful, Lady Whis. King Sadala bowed deeply to her. Very well. Since the training is complete, I shall take my leave with these three. The tournament of power is about to begin. With that, Whis enveloped Broly, Cabba, and Caulifla in a white light, and they vanished. During Broly's training, Whis had received an invitation from the Grand Minister. After relaying the message to Campa, they arrived at the palace of the Omni King. To their astonishment, all 12 angels and gods of destruction were present. But the biggest surprise was the Omni King himself. There were now 2 of him. And Son Goku from Universe 7 was also there. According to the Grand Minister, Goku had proposed the martial arts tournament to the Omni King. The Omni King had been looking for an opportunity to assess the average level of sentient life across the universes, hence the tournament of power as a means of selection and elimination. The ranking order was as follows: Universe 1, 12, 5, 8, 11, 2, 3, 10, 4, 6, 7, and 9. Universes 1, 12, 5, 0, and 8 had already met the standard level 7 or above and were thus exempt from participation. The remaining 8 universes would each send 10 fighters for an 80-person battle royale. The losing universes would be immediately erased, while the victorious universe would receive the Super Dragon Balls as a reward to grant any wish. The gods were horrified. The Omni King was a being who could annihilate everyone present with a flick of the wrist. Since the order had been given, they had no choice but to comply. The tournament was set for 39 hours later. The gods returned to their respective universes to recruit participants. Back to the present, after Brawl's training session, with King Sadala, only 23 hours remained. Less than a day. Before Whis brought Broly and the others back to Campa's palace, she made a detour to retrieve Kale as well. Throughout the journey, Kale kept her distance from Broly, hiding behind Caulifla. The earlier battle had clearly instilled a deep fear of Broly in her. At Campa's palace, as the white light faded, Whis and the group appeared in the hall. Several individuals were already seated in the hall, hit a slender version of Batamo, Otta, Magetta, Frost, Sanel, and Purina. These were the fighters Campa had recruited. Combined with the 4 brought back by Whis, Broly, Kale, Caulifla, and Cabba, they made a full team of 10. As for why the stronger King Sadala wasn't participating, Whis had asked him, but he declined, stating that his kingdom and planet needed him. Though others might not understand, King Sadala was well aware of his own situation. Ever since obtaining that thing, he had been unable to leave the planet it had bound him to it. The object was so peculiar that even Whis could detect nothing wrong with his body. Preferring not to force the issue, Whis let it go. Seeing familiar faces, Kaba stepped forward to greet each one. Kaba was naturally outgoing and enjoyed making friends. He knew everyone present, whether from his own planet or others, even if they were somewhat cold toward him. Sister. The timid and introverted Kale tugged at Caulifla's arm, pulling her toward a corner. But Caulifla, whose personality was the opposite, was eager to size up her fellow competitors. Footsteps echoed as everyone took their seats, knowing the main figure was about to arrive. Kampa entered with a grave expression and heavy dark circles under his eyes. Ever since learning that the Omni King would destroy 7 universes, he had been unable to eat or sleep while looking haggard. He stood before them, his gaze piercing. Listen up. This fight concerns our entire universe. If you want to live, give it your all. Fight with everything you've got. Use any trick, any strategy, as long as you win. The group was startled by Kampa's fierce intensity. They had never seen him so serious. Hearing words like destruction and universal survival, they were bewildered. They hadn't realized the stakes were so high. Everyone nodded solemnly, and Kampa continued. You have nearly a day left. Get yourselves into peak condition, understand? And Frost, you know why I didn't destroy you. Use that cunning mind of yours to knock the fighters from other universes off the stage. Yes, Lord Kampa. Ha ha ha. Frost stood up immediately, a cold smirk spreading across his face, pleased that his plans aligned with Kampa's wishes. All right, you're dismissed. Prepare yourselves. The next time I summon you, it will be time to depart. Everyone bowed to Kampa and filed out. Back in his room, Brawla decided not to train further. Pushing too hard would be counterproductive. The priority now was to calm his mind and reach his peak state. Across the vast cosmos, a spaceship, no to be precise, a fleshy tumor, hurtled through the void at incredible speed. Any meteor or planet that dared to block its path was shattered into fragments upon impact. One day until we reach Earth, Lord Bu. Inside the tumor across from Zerli sat a bizarre pink-skinned monster. The monster's head bore a tail-like appendage, and 6 holes lined the sides of its skull. Its skin was entirely pink, torso half-bare, clad in white trousers and dark brown shoes with wristbands adorning both arms. If Broly had been present, he would have instantly recognized this creature. Majin Bu. However, this Majin Bu was not the same as the one from Universe 7. Despite their similar appearance, this one possessed rationality and the ability to manipulate others. Just like Zerli before him, and Remo, who piloted the ship, both bore a strange symbol, M, on their foreheads. Their eyes glowed with an eerie red light, utterly transformed from before, leaving only cold indifference on their faces. Accelerate. The monster named Bu tore off a humanoid creature's arm, with a single bite crunching the bone with its sharp teeth. Clang, clang, clang. Broly, resting on his bed, was roused by a knock. As he opened the door, he found Kaba and Kale standing outside. Hey, big guy. About last time. Well, I was wrong, but don't think I'll let you off for hurting my sister. Broly scratched his head in bewilderment. Are you sure you're here to apologize? What's with the Tsundere act? Aha. Broly, don't misunderstand. I've already explained things to Kale. She was in the wrong first, so we came to apologize. Kaba, acting as the mediator, was equally embarrassed by Kale's words. But to his surprise, Kale simply let out a haughty snort and turned to leave with no intention of staying. Behind her trailed a little shadow Caulifla. Watching Kale's retreating figure, only a bewildered and awkward Kaba remained. Haha, don't mind her. She's always like that. Oh right, Seeing Kaba hesitate, Broly sensed he had something to say, so he stepped aside to let him in. Kaba thanked him politely, and they both sat down. Broly, there's something I'd like to ask your help with. What is it? If it's within my power, I'll help you. Broly held great affection for this enthusiastic scion. He was kind-hearted, warm, and quick to learn. If he grew stronger in the future, he would be a trustworthy friend. I want you to train me. I know I'm weak. Even though I can transform into a Super Saiyan, seeing your battles, Master Goku's fights, and King Sadalas' power, I deeply feel my inadequacy. I want to become stronger to protect those I care about. Kaba poured out his heartfelt words. Broly met his resolute gaze and felt a momentary daze. Similar. Very similar. Just like his own lost self. That profound sense of powerlessness over one's own strength. I understand, but this is Lord Kampa's palace. Training here might disturb him. Kaba looked dejected, lowering his head in silence. Broly rubbed his forehead in frustration, then a spark of inspiration struck. He recalled Dragon Ball Z, the meditation training Gohan and Krillin underwent on their way to Namek. This method was also common. Even in daily life on Earth, it was seen often, like monks sitting in meditation. Meditation allows one to empty the mind and relax completely. This practice not only cultivates concentration, but also stabilizes the spirit. It plays an indispensable role in battle. In Dragon Ball, Piccolo often meditated by a waterfall to strengthen his mental fortitude. The Demon King Dabura would meditate before fighting Gohan seemingly to boost his combat power. In Jiren too, during the Tournament of Power he engaged in meditation to steady his mind. Clearly meditation is highly important. With a solution in mind, Broly patted the dejected Kappa. Kappa, I've got it. He then led a puzzled Kappa to sit on the floor and taught him the method of using ki. Since his arrival in this world, Broly had already figured out how to harness ki on his own. Though he might not have mastered it as expertly as Goku or the others, basic application was no problem. Soon both closed their eyes and Broly guided the inexperienced Kappa into the meditation world. Face to face, Kappa marveled at this incredible technique. They then trained in this meditative realm, starting with Kappa being thoroughly overpowered by Broly until he could eventually trade blows evenly with Broly's base form. Kappa's learning ability was truly remarkable, as evident from how quickly Vegeta taught him to transform. Exiting the meditation world, Kappa was exhausted, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Thank you, Broly. I'm really glad to have you as a friend. He extended his right hand. Broly paused. This was the first person besides Zerlai and Remo to actively seek friendship with him. The feeling was quite pleasant. Taking Kappa's hand, they shared a joyful smile. Kappa, let's stop training here. We still have 7 hours before it begins. It's important to conserve our strength. Yeah, I hear you, haha. Lying in bed, Broly's face was filled with a smile. Having friends felt truly wonderful, unlike on Earth where relationships were shallow and treacherous. People would call you brother today and stab you in the back tomorrow. The Dragon Ball world was so much better, free from endless conflicts of interest. Everyone fought to protect and grow stronger for those they cared about. I, too, want to become Zzz. As he drifted off, Broly's smile showed that his resistance to being transported into the Dragon Ball world had completely vanished. Everyone assemble. A thunderous roar jolted everyone in Kappa's palace. Broly was no exception. It was the first time he had slept so soundly and peacefully. Dressing quickly, he rushed to the hall. Suddenly, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw Kappa's beaming face. Good morning, brother. Listen up. This battle is about the fate of our entire 6th universe. If you don't want to vanish, then give it your all and fight with everything you've got. Do you hear me? Kappa glared sharply at the 10 warriors before him, speaking with grave solemnity. Everyone understood this all too well, and they roared back, declaring their unwavering determination for victory. Then Kappa suddenly turned to the Kaioshin beside him, Fua, and extended his hand, saying, "Give me the earrings." Fua was taken aback. Kappa, too lazy to explain, yanked the Patera earrings directly from his ears, causing Fua to yelp in pain. Kale Caulifla, you two come here. The bewildered pair approached Kappa, who promptly handed the earrings to them. Remember, these earrings allow you two to fuse. Among everyone here, you two share the deepest bond and are closest in strength. Using them on you will yield the greatest effect. Caulifla listened with a hint of disdain, but upon seeing Kappa's dangerous gaze, she accepted them casually. Lord Kappa, the time has come. Suddenly Vados appeared beside Kappa and spoke to him respectfully. Kappa shed his usual mischievous demeanor. It was the first time everyone had seen him bearing the true aspect of a god of destruction. As they stepped outside, Vados summoned a transparent cube, and everyone boarded it. Broly had some recollection of this. It was like a spaceship. Back during the Tournament of Power on the planet of Nothingness, Son Goku and the others had arrived in something similar. Experiencing it firsthand now was quite a pleasant sensation. Depart. With Kappa's command, the transparent cube carried everyone swiftly into the sky. After they left, no one knew that a momentous event was unfolding on the recently revived Earth. The clear sky suddenly turned as dark as night as countless stars streaked across the horizon with fiery tails. Mom, look. A meteor shower. Yes, it's beautiful. The creatures of Earth paused to admire the stunning sight, but before they could marvel for long, they saw the beautiful stars hurtling straight toward them. Boom. These were no stars. They were small meteorites slamming into Earth. Boom, boom, boom. In that instant, Earth was bombarded from all sides by celestial meteorites. Everywhere was a sea of fire filled with the cries of people pleading for help. Whoosh. A lump of flesh-like matter plummeted from the sky, its immense force tearing the ground apart. Some survivors nearby, driven by curiosity, drew closer. But when they saw it was a pulsating, writhing mass of flesh. Terrified, everyone began to flee. But at that moment, the mass of flesh split open and countless tentacles erupted from within. They ensnared all the survivors and swiftly retracted back into the flesh mass. The gaping maw of the flesh seemed like a demon. It greedily devoured the humans. Before long, 3 grotesque figures crawled out from within Tsurai Ramo, and the demon hatched from that flesh mass. Bu. Kill. 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 Bu roared at the sky, then charged directly toward the city engulfed in flames. In space, the members of the sixth universe, still in flight, chatted and laughed inside the transparent cube. The god of destruction, Kampa, couldn't be bothered with their behavior. Maintaining their positive mindset was essential. Broly, come here. Broly, who was talking with Kaba, was suddenly called over by Vados. Seeing his puzzled expression, Vados chuckled. What? Are you afraid of me? No, I'm just curious about what you need me for. Broly gave an awkward smile. Although they were master and disciple, he hadn't interacted much with Vados. During training, she would only offer a few pointers and then leave. Even during the training on Planet Salad with King Salad, she would just observe briefly and depart, only staying for the final match. So now Broly still felt somewhat restrained in Vados' presence. No need to be so formal. Since I've agreed to take you as my disciple, I will certainly be responsible for you. Broly's face reddened slightly, his thoughts wandering. Vados let out a charming laugh. What are you thinking, you brat? I just want to tell you that I'm usually very busy. It's not that I don't care about you. If there's anything you don't understand, you can always come to me. Don't hold back. In truth, Vados had noticed earlier that Broly often seemed hesitant to speak. Now she wanted to clarify things so he wouldn't misunderstand. Hearing this, Broly felt a warmth in his heart. As a divine being, an angel more exalted than a god of destruction, she had no obligation to explain herself, yet she did so for his sake. He was deeply grateful. Alright, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Perform well in the tournament of power. If you win this victory, it'll teach you how to use destruction. After speaking, Vados gently patted Broly on the head. Broly froze. It was the first time he had shared such an intimate gesture with a woman. But he quickly relaxed. Vados had lived for tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of years. He wouldn't even qualify as her grandson. Recalling her words, he became thrilled. Destruction. Wasn't that the god of destruction's power? Topo of the 11th universe was a candidate for god of destruction. When caught between Frieza and Android 17, and provoked by Frieza, he abandoned justice and transformed into a destructive form. His body was marked with special patterns radiating an aura of destructive energy that annihilated any object or energy that drew near. And during the tournament, his use of destruction was still unrefined. Yet even so, his destructive energy was immensely powerful, both in energy attacks and close combat. Alright, I will win. Definitely. Broly was overjoyed. For him, the stronger he became, the more he could prove his purpose in this world. Seeing Broly so happy, Vados smiled warmly. Before they knew it, the Grand Minister had arrived before them. The Grand Minister, as the father of all angels, was naturally unmatched in power. Under his guidance, the group arrived at the Null Realm. In the dim, otherworldly space, a colossal arena came into view. Vados slowly descended the transparent cube, and they saw many people already standing on the arena. Just as Broly and the others stepped off the cube, the Grand Minister led another group over. It was the very group Broly had been anticipating: Son Goku and the others. The 7th universe, led by Beerus. Alright, everyone is here. The tournament of power now begins. With the arrival of Universe 7, all contestants had assembled. At that moment, Frost noticed the new members of Universe 7 and approached them with keen interest. It was evident that Frost of Universe 6 had developed a strong fascination with Frieza from Universe 7. Not only that, but Kaba immediately went before Vegeta and said, "How have you been, Master?" For a moment, the two universes turned into a grand reunion of acquaintances. Broly scanned the area. These were the mightiest warriors from each universe. However, when his gaze fell upon Universe 11, he suddenly paused. As the final boss of the Tournament of Power in Dragon Ball Super, the extraterrestrial Jiren possessed overwhelming strength that could crush anyone, a formidable opponent not to be underestimated. Moreover, he was the only being across all universes whose combat power alone surpassed that of a god of destruction. Broly was deeply drawn to that powerful, unique aura, and not just him. Son Goku felt the same way. Now please listen to the Zeno's address. Everyone's silence. The Grand Minister's voice interrupted everyone's thoughts, and all eyes turned to the throne of the Zeno floating in midair. The two bean-like beings chirped happily from their throne. "Welcome, everyone. We've been looking forward to this tournament so much. Do your best." After Zeno's address concluded, the Grand Minister added a flattering remark before continuing. "Then, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to explain the rules of the tournament. The time limit is set at 100 tacks. The central pillar will sink as time passes. When it is fully submerged, time is up. In other words, if the match has not been decided by then, the winner will be determined by the number of remaining contestants from each universe." The crowd below buzzed with discussion. Some asked how long 100 tacks was, while others thought conserving strength and lying low until the end was the best strategy. Silence. The Grand Minister unleashed his divine might, and a surge of overwhelming energy swept through everyone, instantly quieting them all. The Grand Minister smiled again. "No weapons other than your techniques are allowed, and causing the death of an opponent is forbidden. The only way to eliminate an opponent is to throw them off the stage. A contestant who has lost the ability to fight and cannot move is not considered defeated as long as they have not fallen out of the ring. Hearing this, Broly felt a headache coming on. In the original story, Jiren's arrogance led him to ignore the incapacitated members of Universe 7, ultimately causing him to lose the fight due to being outnumbered. Broly would not make the same mistake. During the match, except for contestants with wings, no one is allowed to use flight abilities. Regardless of how dire a life-threatening situation may be, the use of recovery items is strictly prohibited. This concludes the explanation of the rules. Please keep them in mind. As soon as the Grand Minister finished speaking, the contestants from each universe began discussing their strategies. No matter what conflicts you've had before, please do not bring personal grudges into this. We are all in the same boat now, and we should set aside our differences. Kaba said this out of concern as Broly held grudges against several members of Universe 6, like Kale, Cauliflower, and Frost. I get it, Broly. But let me make this clear. After we win, I'll settle the score for what you did to my sister. Anytime. Broly was indifferent to Cauliflower's provocation. Since she was being reasonable for now, he decided to let it go. Trembling, Kale clung to Cauliflower's arms. Sis. I'm scared. Huh. Scared? What are you saying, Kale? You just need to get angry like before, and bam. It'll happen. The crowd below continued to murmur while in the stands the gods of destruction and angels from each universe watched. They were all observing the arena, worried for their contestants. After all, this was no trivial match. It was a battle for the fate of their entire universe. Then everyone prepare yourselves. The tournament of power begins now. As the Grand Minister's declaration ended, the contestants from all universes launched their attacks. The chaotic battle of 80 fighters erupted. Scatter. The members of Universe 6 had little interest in teamwork, so they unanimously agreed to act independently, though they would lend a hand if a comrade was in trouble. An unspoken understanding among them all. The clash of battle cries filled the air as fighters engaged everywhere. Dazzling techniques burst forth like fireworks, blanketing the entire arena in a spectacular display. Who should I play with first? Broly grinned, his blood boiling with excitement. The feeling was akin to seeing a group of naked beauties, irresistibly exhilarating. Broly, fight me. A voice rang out as Son Goku flew toward him. However, before he could get close, other contestants intercepted him. Ha! Excellent, Kakarot. All you other riffraff, get out of the way. Broly's face lit up with excitement as he charged straight at Son Goku. Caught between them, Ganis of Universe 4 found himself in a tight spot. Broly reached out with a massive hand and slammed Ganis, who had been sparring with Son Goku, to the ground. Ganis winced in pain, but as he tried to rise, Broly stomped on him. Small fry, stay out of the way. Broly's body erupted with a green aura as he activated his wrathful form. Across from him, Son Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan as well. He had always been fixated on their previous match, and this time he was determined to settle the score with Broly. Bastard. 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 You've angered me. Crackle. Ganis, pinned under Broly's foot, suddenly erupted with intense golden lightning. He began to transform, shifting from his humanoid form into a rooster-like shape. After the transformation, his muscles bulked up, his body grew larger, and yellow lightning crackled around him. He pushed Broly's foot aside and slowly rose to his feet, glaring at Broly. Worthless. Broly sneered, clenching his fist and swinging it at him. But his opponent had not only grown in size, his speed had multiplied as well. Dodging Broly's punch, he countered by kicking Broly in return. Bang! Broly was slightly taken aback. Though the kick did nothing to him, he realized he had underestimated the other contestants. Still, this was exactly what he wanted. The stronger the enemy, the more exhilarated he became. No. Impossible. Ganis stared in disbelief at his foot still pressed against Broly's chest. That was his enraged strike, yet his opponent seemed completely unfazed. Time for you to go. By the time Ganis heard those words, he was already in the stands. The nuisance is gone. Come on, Kakarot. Come on, Kakarot. The two warriors, burning with passion, were just about to engage in a fierce battle when they were interrupted once again. A rapidly spinning top swiftly swept across the arena, knocking back one contestant before advancing toward Broly and the other. Hey, this is way too cheap. Kampa stared in disbelief. Such an underhanded attack method had already sent several fighters tumbling out of the ring. And its next target was none other than his two most prized fighters, one of whom was Broly. There was no way he would stand for that. Ha ha ha. This is called sweep mode, clearing all enemies out of the ring. Victory will surely belong to Universe 3. The Supreme Kai of Universe 3 adjusted his glasses, speaking with utter confidence. Damn it. Kampa gritted his teeth, watching Broly with nervous tension. Back on the arena, Broly's fury ignited completely at being interrupted again and again. With a furious roar, he thrust both hands directly into the high-speed spinning top. Bang! As if time had frozen, Broly brought the top to a halt. The first thing that came into view was Universe 3's fighter Nararama. Useless junk. Get lost. Enraged by the one who dared disturb him, Broly wasted no words. He hoisted Nararama up and casually flung him away. Boom. Nararama was slammed headfirst into the ground. In the spectators' stands, Kampa exclaimed excitedly, "Well done, Broly." Vados remained silent, but the faint smile curling at the corner of her lips spoke volumes. Nararama. Damn it, is that guy a monster? He stopped the rotation with his bare hands. The Supreme Kai of Universe 3 was utterly incredulous while the mechanical god of destruction beside him babbled in an incomprehensible tongue. Fortunately, their angel served as a translator. Lord Moscow says to give it your all and not concern yourselves with that one for now. Scared are you? Cowards. Naya 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 Naya. Kampa's taunts were at maximum provocation, driving the opposing Supreme Kai absolutely livid. Back on the arena while Broly was locked in a struggle with Nararama, that scoundrel Kakarot made a decision that infuriated Broly beyond measure. He actually abandoned Broly and was instead drawn away by the ET-like alien Jiren. Bastard. No wonder they call you scoundrel Kakarot. Broly's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Son Goku's shift in target ignited his fury. But with so many contestants, a unknown duel was incredibly difficult. You never knew when someone might cut in. So the best way, that's right, is to blast them all off the arena. A crimson glint flashed in Broly's eyes as he leaped into the air. Amidst everyone's bewildered gazes, he unleashed a barrage of countless energy spheres. Boom, 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 boom. The entire arena was instantly engulfed by Broly's spheres, a 360-degree indiscriminate assault. Hey, has this guy lost his mind? What the hell is this bastard doing? The fighters below condemned Broly's mad attack, but before they could say much they were blasted away by one of his spheres. He interrupted Ribrian and the others' transformation. How utterly unbeautiful. The goddess of destruction of Universe 2, Helles, complained bitterly, but while some lamented, others rejoiced. Kampa, watching Broly's unstoppable advance, not only cheered loudly, but also taunted Helles and the others. In an instant, Kampa had landed himself on the blacklist of every god of destruction. For justice. Stop right there, you fiend. At that moment, Topo, the embodiment of justice from Universe 11, launched a punch at Broly. Haha, hooked a pretty big fish. Indeed, Broly used this technique not just to draw aggro, but more to lure powerful opponents to come to him. Evil be gone. Bang, bang, bang. As expected of the captain of Universe 11's Pride Troopers, and the next god of destruction candidate, his strength was incomparable to the other weaklings. The two exchanged blow for blow, each strike connecting with raw force, shattering the surrounding hills and ground. On the other side, Jiren showed no interest in Goku whatsoever. But Goku wasn't about to let him off so easily. Wouldn't that drain all the fun? Just then a thick muscular arm suddenly wrapped around Goku, locking him in a hold. Ha 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 ha, I like you, I like strong ones like you. Nink from Universe 4, looking like a giant green troll, drooled from the corner of his mouth, utterly repulsive. Goku struggled fiercely but was firmly secured by the opponent. Seeing Jiren about to disappear, he grew anxious. Instantly releasing all his ki, he broke free from the hold, and in a flash kicked his opponent out of the arena. Eliminated. Yes, Grand Zeno-sama. Nink of Universe 4 has been eliminated. The two little bean-like beings then used their godpad to record the cancellation. The battle on the arena remained fierce, with eliminated fighters steadily increasing. Broly remained the most conspicuous, his domineering aura keeping many contestants at a wary distance. Though his opponent had changed, Broly fought with ever-increasing ferocity. He was like a pure tank assassin, simultaneously equipped with 6 critical hit items, 6 armor penetration items, 6 defense items, and 6 pairs of sprinting boots. Even so, some overly bold fighters still came to challenge Broly, but he dispatched them with overwhelming force. One punch, one scumbag, clearing them all from the arena. Is he a monster? The surrounding contestants began to tremble, scrambling to keep their distance from Broly. Seeing only a little white rabbit girl left before him, Broly slowly approached her. Little bunny's so cute. Should I steam it or spice it up? Wah wah wah. Sorrel from Universe 9, terrified out of her wits by Broly, was on the verge of wetting herself. With tears blurring her vision, she turned and ran straight out of the arena, forfeiting. Sigh. Bunnies are so cute, how could I eat you? You'd make a good pet. Broly grinned, then turned his gaze back to the fighting Goku and the others. At that moment, Goku was surrounded by the 3 hounds of Universe 9, Basil, Lavender, and Bergamo. The coordination of these 3 dogs was flawless. Goku found it hard to shake them off quickly. Ha ha ha, Goku, your doom is upon you. Brothers, blast him off. Bergamo laughed arrogantly, and the trio prepared to unleash their utterly cliché ultimate move, the dangerous triangle formation. The triangle of danger. The three Wolf brothers swiftly formed a formation encircling Sun Wukong in the middle before launching a simultaneous assault. Rat-a-tat-tat. The brothers' onslaught was ferocious. Sun Wukong dodged and parried left and right, but even his might could not withstand so many foes, and a gap was exposed for the trio to exploit. The eldest took the opportunity to kick Sun Wukong into the air, where the second and third brothers then attacked him mid-flight. Bam! 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 Under the relentless barrage, Sun Wukong shuddered like a sieve, crying out in agony. TCH, what the hell is Kakarot doing? Having dispatched his own opponent, Vegeta turned to see Sun Wukong caught in a pincer attack. He spat a curse and rushed to his aid. Hey, Kakarot, how long are you going to play around with these three dogs? The fighters from Universe 9 are indeed troublesome. I can't sense their ki at all. 3 of them at once is no easy task. No excuses. Take a rest, it'll take care of these 3 dogs in one go. As the 2 boasted, the dangerous trio brothers felt belittled. You bastards. How dare you look down on us? The 3 brothers attacked again, but now it was 3 against 2, and Sun Wukong found it easier to handle them. Fighters of Universe 9, all of you attack. Throw those 2 off the ring. The Supreme Kai of Universe 9, Ero, was agitated. With only Sun Wukong and Vegeta on the field, he saw a golden opportunity to eliminate the strongest fighters of Universe 7. On the arena, the remaining members of Universe 9 heeded the Supreme Kai's call and joined the fray, turning the battle into a 2v7. Damn it. Beerus erupted in fury, never expecting Universe 9 to summon all their forces to defeat Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Oregano Sissup Chapel Hop. You 4 handle the big-haired one. Leave that guy named Sun Wukong to us. No problem. The 4 charged at Vegeta, who spat a curse and instantly retreated to create distance. On the other side, Sun Wukong was locked in a fierce stalemate with the 3 brothers. Just as everyone thought the 2 were trapped, Vegeta finally lost patience and activated Super Saiyan Blue, turning the tide. Bam! 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 The 4 were sent flying backward. As Vegeta prepared to press the attack, the 3 brothers unleashed their combined technique, Triangle Formation Dangerous Ray. The 3 simultaneously fired shockwaves from different angles. Blue, red, and yellow beams converged on Vegeta. Vegeta, worried that Vegeta couldn't withstand the combined assault, Sun Wukong rushed to help. I don't need you getting in the way. Final flash. Vegeta unleashed a surge of immense energy from his hands, clashing with the brothers' combined attack. The 2 forces locked in a stalemate. Heh! Sun Wukong smirked and fired a Kamehameha, successfully blasting all the opponents off the arena. Oh. No. Impossible. All 10 of them are out. Then what will happen to Universe 9? Destruction God Sidra looked fearfully toward the Omni King. All fighters of Universe 9 are eliminated. Therefore, Universe 9 will be erased. With the complete defeat of Universe 9's contestants, the Grand Priest announced the first universe to be annihilated. Omni King-sama. The Supreme Kai of Universe 9 tried to beg for mercy, but the 2 P-like beings showed no mercy, replying playfully, "We're here." As the Omni King activated the erasure ability, everyone in Universe 9 except the Angel was enveloped in white light. They vanished in terror, leaving nothing behind. Silence fell. The fighters on the arena and the gods in the stands all paused, staring at the now empty space where Universe 9 had been. Empty. They had vanished into thin air. Gone. They're gone. Whis, what's the current state of Universe 9 itself? Beerus, drenched in sweat, asked urgently. Whis' answer made his heart sink. Lord Beerus, Universe 9 has vanished without a trace. Gulp. Everyone swallowed hard. The sheer terror of being erased so utterly was overwhelming. The Omni King really destroyed Universe 9. Truly the mightiest god in all universes. Kampa stammered in fear. Then behind him, Vados' voice rang out, "Boo-hoo. Sayonara, Lord Kampa. It pains me to think of parting with you. Vados, you bastard. You can say such callous things because you want disappear. Ho ho ho, to avoid erasure the warriors must fight hard." At that moment, whether god or fighter, only one word echoed in everyone's mind: when. Anything to avoid being erased. Strike first. Broly, already aware of the plot, showed no surprise. Seizing the moment while others were stunned, he unleashed his devastating gigantic roar technique. Boom. A beam of energy erupted from the center of the arena, sweeping counterclockwise like the hand of a clock. Damn it. That bastard's attacking from behind. Dodge it. Many fighters on the arena failed to evade and were blasted off the platform. At least 20 of them. Everyone's faces darkened. They never expected Broly to stoop to such a dirty trick. Well done, Broly. Keep it up, Broly. Kampa was overjoyed. After witnessing Universe 9's fate, he had been terrified that his own universe might be next. But now seeing Broly's performance, he felt confident again. That's despicable. Kampa, you wretch. All the destruction gods began to condemn Kampa, but as long as victory was assured, he paid them no heed. Rumble. The arena, scarred as if by war, was shrouded in smoke and dust with traces of Broly's attack everywhere. Having swept the arena with his gigantic roar, Broly grinned. The riffraff were finally dealt with. Though the remaining fighters were furious at Broly's tactics, they couldn't deny that he had cleared out much of the chaff. Some fighters grew cunning, using the chaos from Broly's attack to strike at those who had just narrowly escaped. Soon everyone was locked in fierce combat once more. Hey old man Sun Wukong, that blue form you transformed into earlier, I've never seen it before. Teach it to me, will you? As a token of thanks, I'll defeat you using that form. On one part of the arena, Caulifla encountered Sun Wukong and immediately started questioning him about his transformation. Sun Wukong looked at her in bewilderment, wondering if she had been drinking. In broad daylight, he thought, what nonsense is she spouting? What's the matter? Are you afraid? No, I just think that the Super Saiyan Blue is still too difficult for you. Ignoring Caulifla's provocation, Sun Wukong told her the truth unexpectedly, causing her to become enraged. You bastard dare to underestimate me. Hey, Kale, transform and give him a good beating. Kale tried hard, but found that she couldn't find the previous feeling at all. Sigh. Fine. Caulifla did not push her anymore, but as soon as she turned her head, she saw Sun Wukong preparing to leave and quickly stopped him. She hadn't learned to transform yet, so she couldn't let him slip away. Then she showcased her so-called strongest transformation to Sun Wukong, the peak of her power. Caulifla's petite body instantly transformed into a muscular strongman, and she proudly flaunted it. To her surprise, Sun Wukong looked down on this transformation, demonstrating to Caulifla through action that this transformation was ineffective. Then Sun Wukong showcased the Super Saiyan second grade to Caulifla. If you want to learn, start with this. With lightning surrounding him, the state of Super Saiyan 2 instantly caught Caulifla's attention. Following the feelings described by Sun Wukong, Caulifla quickly grasped the key. With a loud shout, she successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Seeing her sister with Sun Wukong in such a close manner, Kale became jealous and went berserk. She yelled at Sun Wukong, tears streaming down her face, as if her beloved was taken away. Sun Wukong, you took my sister, unforgivable. Sun Wukong. Ah! Green energy enveloped Kale's entire body, and rings of energy began to expand, transforming the arena into various colors, as if in another dimension. The powerful and furious energy surrounded Kale, with the green aura filling her entire body. The energy emitted by the enraged Kale caused the contestants on the stage to turn their heads in awe. What is that aura? It makes one feel so uneasy. Vegeta, who was training Kaba, halted his actions. Kaba quickly explained, Kale has transformed. This is the energy emitted after her transformation. Nanny, that counts as a Super Saiyan. Vegeta couldn't believe it. It was the first time he had seen a Saiyan with green hair. Huh. Kale erupted with energy and immediately charged at Sun Wukong. She threw punch after punch at Sun Wukong, who skillfully dodged the attacks with his agile movements. However, the arena floor suffered greatly. Kale's fists caused extensive cracks, and soon one corner of the arena was completely shattered. Sun Wukong, I will kill you. Seeing that she couldn't land a hit on Sun Wukong, Kale became even angrier. She accelerated her massive body and instantly appeared beside Sun Wukong, then slammed her chest into him, sending him staggering back several steps due to the explosion at her chest. Bunai. After a series of attacks, Sun Wukong shook his aching arms and curiously sized up his opponent. He never expected that the fragile girl from earlier could become so powerful once transformed. Hey, Kakarot, don't underestimate her. Maybe this is the original form of a Saiyan. Seeing Sun Wukong about to act carelessly, Vegeta hurriedly reminded him. At that moment, Kale suddenly grabbed Sun Wukong's ankle and slammed him down onto the ground repeatedly. Bang, 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 alt. Sun Wukong was caught off guard by the sudden slam. He attempted to break free, but found that Kale's strength held him tightly, as if bound by steel. With no other choice, Sun Wukong activated his Ultra Blue form, enhancing all his physical attributes, and forcefully pushed away the grip. But immediately afterward, the furious Kale chased after him. Before Sun Wukong could evade, she grabbed his head and pressed it down against the ground, rubbing it. Dabura. Gohan wanted to help, but Piccolo quickly stopped him, saying, Wait, something seems off with her. Don't mind him, I am your true father. Kale forcefully threw Sun Wukong aside, and he was sent flying while she was completely enveloped in a fiery aura, unable to control herself. Ah! Kale. Looking at Kale, who had a fierce expression, Caulifla wanted to step forward, but was blown away by Kale's overwhelming aura. Luckily, he arrived just in time, and used his time skip ability to save her, otherwise she would have been knocked out of the ring. You really awakened a monster. Kale is not a monster. Caulifla's stubborn expression made Hit sigh helplessly. At that moment, the energy within Kale surged uncontrollably, an astonishing aura rapidly increasing. The ground beneath her feet was even lifting her into the air. She kept roaring, and simultaneously her aura shot energy blasts in all directions. Boom, 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 boom. Indiscriminate attacks, not distinguishing between friend and foe. The entire arena was covered by Kale's energy blasts, causing continuous explosions. Whoa, here it comes again. The contestants on stage were in dire straits. Previously, Broly from Universe 6 had already experienced this kind of attack once, and now it was happening again. Do the contestants from Universe 6 have this much energy? No place to vent. Everyone began to dodge, but Kale's power erupted like a volcano, and the increasingly dense energy blasts were fired in all directions. After a while, Kale's attack finally ceased, but the arena was already pockmarked with no spot left unscathed. TCH. This monster. Vegeta crawled out from the rubble, gritting his teeth, while the others were not much better off, secretly cursing Kale in their hearts. Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong. While searching for Sun Wukong, Kale called out his name as she moved forward. At that moment, a golden energy suddenly bound Kale from behind a cover. Monster, you listen up, if our proud team will absolutely not allow you to continue rampaging. My righteous whip will strip evil of its power. As soon as the words left his mouth, the dinosaur warrior from Universe 11, Bu found himself swiftly escaping as Kale broke free from her restraints with brute force. Then in a state of shock, Bu was punched out of the arena by Kale. Defeating Bu brought Kale satisfaction as she roared to the skies, causing everything around her to begin collapsing. The powerful energy pushed the ground outward, expanding continuously. I didn't expect just a sound to create such an impact. Whoosh. A figure suddenly stepped out from the proud team. The alien resembling an ET was Jiren. With an indifferent expression, he casually said, "I'll go," and charged at the roaring Kale. At the same time, he condensed a red energy ball in his hand and threw it at Kale. Kale! Caulifla exclaimed in shock. Kale had no defenses against this sudden energy blast. At that critical moment, Broly suddenly appeared and deflected Jiren's attack with one hand. I won't let you succeed. You ET alien. Bang. Broly deflected Jiren's energy sphere with a single palm strike, preventing him from interrupting Kale. Jiren paused for a brief moment, but his expressionless face quickly returned to its usual stoic state. Broly knew full well that this seemingly light blow contained enough power to completely overwhelm Kale. He had no intention of letting Kale, who had finally ignited her fury, be knocked unconscious so easily. She needed to fulfill her greatest potential. Go! Broly knocked that unremarkable fellow off the stage. From the spectator stands, Kampa had his sights set firmly on Broly. Regardless of who stood before him, Kampa believed no one could rival Broly. Ha 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 ha. At that moment, the god of destruction from Universe 11, Overlords, let out a sneering laugh. Hey, what are you laughing at? His cheers interrupted, and annoyed by Overlords' smug demeanor, Kampa grew irritated. Jiren is the mightiest warrior of Universe 11. Do you truly believe he'll be as easy to handle as those worthless fighters from other universes? You're far too naive, Kampa. Overlords' laughter grew even more arrogant, the contempt in his eyes unmistakable. You wretched fool. Just as Kampa was about to step forward and argue, Vados called out to him, Lord Kampa, Broly has launched his attack. Bang. Broly struck with ferocity, landing a punch directly on Jiren's chest, yet the latter seemed entirely unaffected. Jiren lowered his head slowly and said in a flat tone, too weak. TCH. Broly was unbothered by Jiren's attitude. After all, the man certainly had the strength to back up his arrogance. But since you're so eager to show off, I'll make sure you remember this lesson well. Huh? Activating his wrathful form, Broly's body became enveloped in a green aura. The overwhelming pressure shook the entire arena. Yet even so, Jiren remained unmoved. Seeing this, Broly simply wound up his fist and struck. Broly's power has grown immensely since last time. And that alien. His strength is unfathomable. From a nearby peak, Vegeta and Kaba observed the battle, marveling at the two fighters' prowess. It had only been a short while, yet Broly's power had escalated so rapidly. Vegeta still vividly recalled the humiliation of being knocked unconscious by Broly, a memory that stung every time it surfaced. Just then, Kaba, standing beside him, shook his head. Master, Broly hasn't unleashed his full power yet. Hearing the title Master, Vegeta grunted in acknowledgement before snapping to attention. Did Kaba just say Broly wasn't going all out? You've got to be kidding me. Vegeta refused to believe it and quickly asked, Kaba, are you saying Broly still hasn't shown his true strength? What does that mean? Oh, after the last tournament ended, Broly began training with Vados. His strength has grown rapidly, and even now he's not fighting at full capacity. Vados, the angel of your Universe 6. Yes, that's right. Seeing Kaba nod, Vegeta clenched his fists. So that's why Broly had become so powerful. It all made sense now. This guy had been training under an angel just like him. Bang! Broly feigned an attack, and Jiren sidestepped slightly to dodge. Seizing the opportunity, Broly grinned and drove his fist into Jiren's side. Jiren let out a muffled grunt, then a crimson flash flickered in his eyes. From his gaze erupted a barrage of attacks too fast to track. Bang! 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 Broly took the hits, heat in his body trembling like a sieve. As Jiren's eyes widened to their fullest, Broly felt an immense force blast him away. Broly! From the stands, Kampa was stunned. The invincible Broly had been sent flying by that man named Jiren. Hahaha, see that, Kampa? This is Jiren's true form. Vermaud's red nose grew even more flushed with pride and raging Kampa, so much that he pounded the ground in fury. The instant Broly was knocked away, Kale closed in, unleashing a frenzied assault upon Jiren without any semblance of reason. But Jiren's power was like an endless ocean. Kale's attacks were mere droplets of water failing to stir even a ripple before being swallowed whole by the vast sea. Kale followed in Broly's footsteps, forced to her knees by Jiren's relentless onslaught. Jiren, stop wasting time on these worthless scum. Hurl Broly off the stage, and then you can rest. Vermaud telepathically commanded within Jiren's mind. Understood. Jiren acknowledged and abandoned Kale, charging toward the spot where Broly had landed. Jiren's strength is indeed formidable. Lying on the ground, Broly tried to clear his mind, but before he could devise a plan, he sensed Jiren closing in at breakneck speed. It seemed that in this original story, Vermaud's strategy against Son Goku was now being turned against him. Damn it, no time to think. I have no choice but to go all out. Broly's eyes sharpened and a colossal aura erupted from him, sending an invisible wave of energy rippling outward. With a roar, Broly's hair stood on end, crackling with lightning. A golden blaze exploded forth, causing the entire void to tremble. Boom. A towering pillar of green flame illuminated the entire arena, whipping up a green hurricane across the stage. Here I go. Broly radiated intense heat, and with a sudden burst of force from his legs, he shot forward like a rocket, closing the distance to Jiren in the blink of an eye. For the first time, Jiren's expression shifted. Their fists collided in a thunderous impact, followed by a dazzling exchange of blows. Bang! 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 From the ground to the sky, they fought across every inch of the arena, turning it into their personal battlefield. The fierce clash quickly drew the attention of all the competitors. They stared at the sky, where explosive thunderclaps rang out and light ripples bloomed with each punch. Go Broly! Kampa pounded the railing, shouting at the top of his lungs. Thighs is impossible. That Broly can actually fight Jiren to this extent. Vermaud clutched his thinning hair in disbelief, and even his Supreme Kai wore a look of astonishment. Boom, boom, boom. Broly and Jiren traded blow for blow, seemingly abandoning all defense as they let each other's fists land on their bodies. Thud, thud, thud. The impact of flesh against flesh echoed with heavy, dull sounds. Ha-ya! Broly roared as he lashed out with his right hand. He seized Jiren's head and slammed it forcefully into a mountain peak. But it didn't end there. He dragged Jiren's face across the rocky surface in a brutal grind. Enraged by the beating, Jiren let out a low growl, wrenched himself free from Broly's grip, and drove an elbow straight into Broly's skull. Buzz. Broly's mind went blank as a piercing ring filled his ears. Boom. For a brief moment, Broly's mind went blank, then he swung a powerful hook punch. Bang. Jiren blocked with his arm, their thick limbs colliding with a dull, resounding thud. Broly gritted his teeth and pressed on, but Jiren suddenly lowered his body and swept Broly off his feet. He then grabbed Broly's ankle and slammed him against the ground again and again. Thud, thud, thud. Broly's massive frame seemed weightless as Jiren battered him back and forth. Quickly learning from Son Goku's escape move against Kale, he pushed his hands back and kicked out with all his might. Sure enough, Jiren released his grip. Broly rolled on the ground and stood up again. Ha, ha, ha. He panted heavily, sweat streaming down his face, a testament to Jiren's overwhelming power. Across from him, Jiren was bruised in several places, but wasn't gasping for air like Broly. Gulp. Many of the contestants couldn't help but swallow hard, stunned by the sheer strength of these two fighters. Hey, how about I join in too? Suddenly Son Goku appeared from nowhere, a mischievous grin on his face as he addressed the two. Broly and Jiren were taken aback. Broly had simply forgotten about Goku, while Jiren thought the Saiyan was foolish. But that wasn't the case. Goku had long wanted to fight Jiren, yet out of martial arts spirit, he hadn't interrupted their duel. Only when they took a breather could he no longer contain himself and leaped in. TCH. That damned Kakarot. Vegeta, his eternal rival, wouldn't let Goku face two monsters alone. He dashed from Cabba's side toward Goku's position. Seeing the enemy gaining reinforcements, Toppo, the leader of the Pride Troopers, stepped forward as well. Crack! A shattering sound rang out as Hit also emerged from beside Broly, standing at his side, his intent unmistakable. At that moment, the most prominent fighters on the entire arena finally converged. Let's go. Son Goku launched the first attack with Vegeta right behind him. Broly and Hit charged simultaneously, while Jiren and Toppo joined the fray. It had to be said the legendary Kakarot lived up to his reputation, daring to join the battle in his base form. Bang, 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 bang. The six clashed in a furious melee. Wherever they went, everyone scrambled to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. The arena exploded like fireworks eruptions, bursting forth intermittently. Wow, waka waka. The two pea-sized beings watching the best performers on the arena brawling let out excited cries. The gods of destruction from Universe 7, Universe 6, and Universe 11 all rose to their feet watching the arena with tense anticipation. There were still over 50 contestants on the arena. If these top fighters exhausted each other, the rest would swarm in. It was an unwise strategy, but now nothing could be done about it. Go Goku! The eliminated Krillin, Tien, Shinhan, and Master Roshi cheered for Goku and Vegeta. Not only members of Universe 7, but also eliminated fighters from other universes rooted for their own champions. The battle had finally reached its climax. Bang, bang, bang. Broly clashed with Toppo, Hit fought Vegeta, and Son Goku faced Jiren. A three-way melee, yet each duel had its own history. Justice Fist, Justice Crush. Toppo's attacks were fierce. Broly, caught off guard, found himself in a headlock. But Broly didn't let it continue. He drove an elbow into Toppo's stomach, the heavy blow sinking deep. Toppo cried out in pain and staggered back. In the last tournament you won without even throwing a punch. This time let Vegeta-sama take you on. Huh. With that, Vegeta activated his Super Saiyan blue form and charged at Hit. Hit, unhurried, kept his hands in his pockets, then instantly appeared beside Vegeta and punched him in the face. The punch left Vegeta utterly stunned. How had he moved? Hit's time skip technique owed its improvement to Broly's victory in the last tournament, which earned him the Space Cube, greatly enhancing his overall power. Not only that, but his time skip had undergone a qualitative leap. On the other side, Son Goku and Jiren locked eyes. The probing was over, now it was time. Goku's fighting spirit burned fiercely, but Jiren remained indifferent. In his mind, Broly was stronger than this opponent before him. Ha-ya! Son Goku clenched his fists. Suddenly, a powerful blue aura erupted, causing the entire arena to tremble. As Goku roared, countless bolts of lightning crackled around his body. Here I come, Jiren. Boom. Goku surged forward, bursting with energy, and collided with Jiren, who this time stood his ground and met him heated. While Broly and the others fought fiercely, some overestimated themselves and seized the opportunity to strike. This move infuriated the six fighters. The six instantly scattered and simultaneously attacked that universe. Yes, such a despicable tactic could only be orchestrated by Quitella, the god of destruction of Universe 4. But he had clearly underestimated the SIX's resolve. In the blink of an eye, they effortlessly wiped out 7 of his fighters. What? Quitelaw's entire team was annihilated and panic set in. Even Damon, his most prized warrior, was thrown off the arena by Broly. Who told you to use such a lowdown trick? Even if you were watching from the sidelines, you wouldn't strike a man when he's down in the middle of a duel. Beerus of Universe 7 wore a look of utter disdain. As all contestants from Universe 4 have fallen from the arena, Universe 4 will now be erased. The Grand Priest's words brought everyone to a halt once more. Even witnessing it again, the terror remained. This casual attitude toward destruction sent chills down their spines and steeled their resolve. Grand Zeno-sama, give us another chance. Please. Quitelaw, please, fell on deaf ears. The small beings raised a hand, and with a gentle squeeze, everyone from Universe 4 vanished except for the angel. Zenekin sure doesn't hold back. Though shaken, Son Goku's determination to win only grew stronger. As the battle raged on, the fighters of Universe 2 plotted mischief. Brienne, Sanka, and Su looked at the highest peak, then at the spotlighted Broly and the others. Together they leaped onto the summit. Sanka, Su, now is the time to show our power. The three nodded, and Brienne called out to everyone, warriors of all universes, attention. Her voice echoed across the void. All eyes turned to see 3 beautiful young women standing atop the highest peak. Having captured everyone's attention, Brienne asked softly, "Are you two ready?" Haha, standing on the highest point really works best. In the stands, the Supreme Kai of Universe 2 was ecstatic, shouting that the time had come. Beside him, the god of destruction Hele stood up and declared with great satisfaction, "The battlefield is about to bloom with beautiful petals." Everyone was baffled, unsure of Universe 2's plan. I am Brienne de Chateau of Universe 2. I am Sankaku of Universe 2. I am Su Roas of Universe 2. Let it bloom, let it resound. A song of love and victory. Come, let's transform. As Brienne's words faded, a magical girl space enveloped them awash in pink, blue, and yellow. Style: Brian Brian. Style: Sansan Kako Senkako. Style: Susu Surasuro. Their transformations instantly dazzled everyone, sparking chatter both on and off the stage. Shut up. This is a ritual. Hellas of Universe 2 silenced the murmurs. Out of respect for a god of destruction, the crowd obliged. But just as everyone was enjoying the spectacle, an accident occurred. A yellow and a green beam of light suddenly streaked across the sky toward the peak. Huh. The trio froze, then were struck heat by the two energy blasts. Boom. Everyone was stunned. How annoying. Which coward ruined this beautiful scene? The god of destruction and Supreme Kai of Universe 2 were nearly apoplectic. Damn it, I couldn't stand you in the anime, and I can't stand you even more here. The sudden assault caught the contestants from Universe 2 off guard, and Brian and his two companions tumbled down from the mountaintop with a splash. A sneak attack. How dare they launch a sneak attack? They transform openly, yet someone still seizes the chance to strike from the shadows. Such a person is unworthy of the martial path. Both the contestants on the arena and the spectators erupted into an uproar, with nearly everyone condemning this despicable act. As a figure slowly descended, the crowd identified the attacker as No. 17 from Universe 7. Even Son Goku was displeased with No. 17's actions and turned to ask No. 17, why did you attack them just now? Faced with the public condemnation, No. 17 shrugged indifferently. I just saw too many openings. But the energy I used wasn't that much. Elsewhere, Hit, standing opposite Broly, stared at him in utter astonishment. The sudden burst of power just moments ago had genuinely startled him. 10 seconds earlier, while everyone was watching Brian and her companions transform, Broly, standing beside Hit, suddenly transformed into a raging berserker. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his face twisted into a terrifying grimace like an Asura from hell. Then Hit witnessed another side of Broly. Broly opened his massive maw and spewed a colossal beam of light. Its astonishing speed and force nearly struck Hit. Had he not dodged swiftly, he would have been the one hit. By now, Brian and her two companions had spiraling eyes, indicating they had been completely knocked unconscious by the earlier attack. The remaining contestants from Universe 2 quickly gathered around to protect them. These three are the most disgusting. Even in the anime, they were nauseating. In this real-life Dragon Ball world, they'd make you sick to your stomach. Who? Calm down. Calm down. Having transmigrated into Dragon Ball, this was the first time he had been so enraged. It had to be said that Brian and her companions had succeeded. They nearly drove Broly into becoming a legendary Super Saiyan. After the brief interlude, the battle continued. As time passed, many had already fallen off the arena, and the number of participating universes had dwindled from 8 to just 5. Just moments ago, Universe 10 was completely eliminated, followed by the erasure by the Omni King. Now only the desolate Angel Cuz remained of Universe 10. The battle grew fiercer as no one wanted to become the next target of destruction. Moreover, with the intensifying fight, Universe 6 began to lose contestants as well. The Steelman Batamo and two Namekians were eliminated. Naturally, their elimination invited a torrent of complaints from Kampa. On the other hand, Universe 7 maintained a relatively stable combat force with all its core members still present. Ugh, my head hurts so much. What's going on? Brian, you're awake. Thank goodness. The contestants who had been vigilantly guarding Brian and her companions finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just moments ago, to protect the three, Universe 2 had lost 4 contestants. Among them, Jimizu had constantly used instant transmission to keep them safe, but eventually exhausted, he was easily eliminated. Hearing about their comrades' recent ordeal, Brian and her companions were furious. How dare they? They don't understand what love is. The contestants from other universes are sorely lacking in love. We must prove to them with our love. Our love is invincible. Brian pulled her two sisters close, and the remaining 3 were moved to tears. All right, since that's the case, let's finish our transformation. Yes. The 3 leaped back to the mountaintop, determined to prove to everyone that love was invincible. The Egyptian woman from Universe 2 wiped her tears and said emotionally, Brian, you're finally awake. Those ugly women are back to make trouble again. Looks like I'll have to give them a big gift this time. Broly's face darkened instantly at the sight of the 3 returning to the mountaintop. He couldn't believe they still hadn't learned their lesson. But this time, almost all the warriors stood united in protecting the 3. Even Son Goku and Toppo stood guard before them. Damn it. You guys are really... Broly was completely defeated by these naive individuals. This time, with no one interfering, the 3 finally succeeded in transforming. Their obese forms were covered in flab, and they wore hat-like socks on their heads, utterly repulsive to the extreme. Just as Broly had expected, if they were that nauseating and hideous in the anime, in the real-life Dragon Ball world, they were a piece of crap. But as Whis had said, every man has his hobby horse. Aesthetics differ across universes, and some like Topo of Universe 11, I actually like them. Love Beam. Brian leaped into the air and fired a barrage of heart-shaped energy blasts. Each heart exploded upon contact with the ground, releasing a cloud of pink mist that began to spread across the entire arena. Moreover, this technique had a charm effect. Contestants who were unlucky enough to be hit had hearts in their eyes. This smell is terrible. Lord Frieza, who had been plotting for a while, finally made his appearance. He fanned away the thick mist with one hand while deflecting the heart blasts with the other. Boom. Suddenly, 3 beams of light were fired simultaneously from different directions, all targeting Brian in midair. Not good. Brian immediately ceased her attack and dodged to the side, but due to the suddenness and the different trajectories of the attacks, her right arm was struck by a green energy sphere. Boom. Brian was sent flying. She cursed inwardly. Green energy again. Couldn't she catch a break from green? The irony was that green was her favorite color. How laughable. After all that waiting, this is all you've got. Vegeta lowered his hand with a disdainful snort. As for the other 2 attackers besides Vegeta, Jiren, who was equally intolerant of such reckless attacks, naturally intended to knock her off the arena. But it seemed his attack was deflected by the green sphere. He couldn't help but glance to the other side where Broly was positioned. Didn't that kill her? She's got quite a thick hide. Broly had put all his rage into a full power strike, yet it only managed to injure Brian. He had been prepared to take her down even at the cost of his own life, but the outcome was far from what he expected. Lucky you. Out of sight, out of mind, Broly swiftly moved on to find his next target for elimination. Well, sorry about that. Love is great, and he'll show you the power of love. With that, Brian began to spin her body rapidly. Others spin horizontally, but this one of all things rolled vertically, resembling a human wrecking ball. But the most grotesque part was her face. As she spun at high speed, her face flickered in and out of view like pages flipping. With a sudden acceleration, Brian charged straight at Vegeta. He sneered, ready to punch her away, but as she drew closer, he panicked. He leaped aside to avoid her attack. Damn it. She's just too hideous. I couldn't help but dodge. Vegeta dodged Ribrian's love train, but she couldn't stop herself and barreled forward, rolling coincidentally right up to Broly. Whoosh. Broly's brutal opponent, Zaprico the knockoff cell, was suddenly caught in Ribrian's love train with lightning speed. The greasy, fat, and ugly face made him scream in terror. Broly stared at them in horror, and then the knockoff cell from Universe 3 fell out of the ring with a look of utter despair, as if he had been ravaged by the Kamabaka kingdom from One Piece. Ha ha ha. See, this is the power of love. Ribrian put her hands on her hips and laughed uproariously, her landlady-like demeanor sending a chill down Broly's spine. However, fate had brought them together, so Broly decided to send her a one-way ticket to heaven. Whoosh. In the stands of Universe 3, the knocked-out knockoff cell was full of grievance. His pitiful state made the god of destruction and Kaioshin of Universe 3 too embarrassed to say anything, so they could only pat his shoulder in consolation. Back on the ring, the transformed trio was launching a fierce assault on members from other universes. Among them, Kakunsa and Android 17 were locked in a stalemate. Rosie and Son Goku were trading blows like royalty, and only Ribrian was having a rough time. During the fight, Ribrian discovered a shocking truth: the green energy blasts that had been attacking her were coming from Broly. Seeing Broly's ferocious expression, she blurted out, "Do you like me? Is that why you keep using energy blasts to get my attention?" Clang. Broly's raised fist froze in midair, and he was utterly petrified. How ridiculous. Was she raised on overconfidence? So ordinary, yet so full of herself. How off-putting. Oh, don't be shy. After we win, ill wish for your revival, okay? How about that? Ribrian's disgusting face actually winked at Broly. Boom. Broly felt his inner cosmos explode. Utter humiliation. This was an insult to my eyes. An insult to my aesthetic. An insult to my dignity. Get the hell away from me. With all his speed, Broly swung his hand and delivered a mighty slap right across Ribrian's fat face. Boom. The impact of the slap against her fat face made her entire visage twist, and she spiraled into the air like a rocket, smashing everything in her path to pieces. Ribrian off found her. The Omni King used his divine iPad and pressed Ribrian's icon on the screen. Oh. Ribrian. The warriors of Universe 2 were enraged. Not only was she eliminated, but she was also beaten to the brink of death. The slap mark on her face was unmistakable, her entire face swollen like a pig's head. Oh wait, she was already a pig's head. Ignoring the barking from Universe 2, Broly wiped his hand in disgust. That slap had left his palm covered in grease. Alright, who's next? Broly scanned the area, and the surrounding fighters fled as if their lives depended on it. That slap had instilled immense fear in their hearts, and none of them wanted to try it. TCH boring. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out as Son Goku and Rosie exchanged energy waves, unleashing them endlessly, as if they were free. Ahihi. Dozens of golden energy spheres materialized around Rosie. Each time she rubbed her arms together, another orb appeared. Go. Beat you to a pulp blast. As the energy spheres approached, Son Goku refused to be outdone. He dodged left and right, evading most of them, then used instant transmission to appear beside her and launched a Kamehameha that knocked her off the ring. A decisive victory. In the previous tournament, Son Goku had felt Broly's immense power, so he trained even harder. To surpass Broly, his strength had grown significantly. Just then, Android 17 also took down the last member of the transformed trio Kakunsa. Though this side seemed to claim victory, Piccolo and Gohan were facing pressure from Universe 11. Gohan and Piccolo were being forced back by the Pride Troopers, unable to keep up. But the opponents seemed fixated on them, chasing relentlessly until the two had no choice but to retreat temporarily. Uncle Piccolo, we can't shake them off. You go first. They'll hold them off. Hearing Gohan's question, Piccolo thought for a moment and then stopped immediately. Uncle Piccolo. Go now? This is no time for pride. If we can't win, Universe 7 will be erased. Is that what you want, Gohan? Gohan gritted his teeth and turned to flee. I'm counting on you, Gohan. Piccolo smiled warmly, then faced the pursuing Pride Troopers. Come on. Special beam cannon. Whoosh. In the stands of Universe 7, Piccolo had taken his seat. In the previous clash, he had used his wits to take down one Pride Trooper kettle. Well done, the brains of the operation. You know how to use your intelligence and weigh the pros and cons. Impressive. Vera, sitting behind Piccolo, praised him without reservation. But Piccolo wasn't happy. Instead, he stared anxiously at Gohan on the ring. Gohan was now being harassed again, not by the Pride Troopers, but by Frost of Universe 6. Frost's ruthlessness was well known in Universe 7. Watching Gohan intercepted the spectators from Universe 7 couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat for him. During his escape with Piccolo, Gohan had also been injured. Now facing Frost, the situation was dire. Bang bang bang. Gohan and Frost engaged in a rapid exchange of blows. Their fists moved so fast they left afterimages. Oh my, the Saiyan from Universe 7. You're quite injured, aren't you? Frost noticed during the fight that Gohan was subtly protecting his ribs. It was obvious to anyone with eyes. Frost's words made Gohan break out in a cold sweat. He tried to act nonchalant, but Frost was no child to be easily fooled. Yeth. Frost turned into a beam of light and appeared right in front of Gohan. Perhaps due to his injured ribs, Gohan's reactions were sluggish. A single mistake allowed Frost to land a hit, and the strike hit exactly where his ribs were. Arg! Gohan was in critical danger. Just then, a red beam of light suddenly shot through the air. Boom! The sudden attack startled Frost, but upon seeing the attacker, he broke into a smile. Oh ho 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 ho! Frost suddenly appeared above the two, and to his surprise, the target of his attack was Gohan. This enraged the members of Universe 7, and Krillin slammed his fist against the railing, exclaiming, "Damn it, that bastard Frieza. Frieza, you have a lot of nerve. If you dare to attack Son Gohan again, I will destroy you." Bills was furious, his face turning purple with rage. However, Frieza showed no fear, saying, "Oh ho ho ho, Bills, if you're not afraid of being deemed a disruptor of the match and getting erased by Lord Zeno, I suggest you mind your own business." You bastard. Bills ground his teeth in anger, but as Frieza pointed out, attacking a contestant from outside the ring was against the rules, and the penalty would be erasure by Zeno. Seeing Bills fall silent, Frieza sneered and jumped in front of Gohan, saying, "Son Goku's son, you should step down." As expected of a senior. Although Frost wore a naive expression of admiration, he remained cautious. If Frieza had ulterior motives different from what he had said before, then the energy ball in his hand would strike Frieza accurately. Frieza also noticed what Frost was holding, so he said no more and threw a punch at Gohan. The moment Gohan made contact, he understood Frieza's intention. Immediately after, the two performed the Frost deception. The battle within the same universe quickly attracted the attention of everyone present, but to avoid it looking too fake, Gohan and Frieza both unleashed their strongest powers. Frieza became increasingly enthusiastic in his attacks. It was clear that personal emotions were involved. He swiftly kicked Gohan away and continued to pummel him without giving him a moment to breathe. Gohan also sensed that this was no mere act. In an instant, he erupted with energy, maxing out his power, and turned the tide by sending Frieza flying with a punch. Damn, wild monkey, let me show you the true power of King Frieza. Yewa. Charging up with a brilliant golden aura, the extravagant transformation began as a terrifying aura engulfed the battlefield. Golden Frieza had descended. The battle was extraordinarily fierce, each punch striking with force as Frieza showcased the might of his cosmic sovereignty, then delivered a spinning kick that landed heavily on Gohan's head, ultimately ending the fight, with Gohan collapsing into unconsciousness. Upon seeing Gohan defeated, the audience of Universe 7 hurled insults at Frieza's entire family, while the audience of Universe 6 cheered and celebrated, dancing in support of Frieza. This only strengthened Frost's belief in Frieza. He approached and showered him with flattery, then asked how to transform into the golden version. But Frieza, the eternal schemer, would never casually teach his signature transformation to anyone. Frieza then explicitly told him that the necessary condition to transform into Golden Frieza was to elevate one's power to its peak, which was the limit break form. Frost, in this transformation is just the initial stage of Golden Frieza. You only need to master it. As you can see, it requires a lot of energy to maintain, so you should unleash all your strength as soon as you enter the arena. Then Frost, being gullible, actually believed him, nodding as if he understood, and transformed into the limit break form, just like Frieza. Is this how it is, senior? Yes, that's correct, but Frostson, there's one more thing I need to tell you. That is, do not trust anyone. Suddenly Frieza raised his arm and shot an energy blast at the unguarded Frost, knocking him out of the ring. The reversal happened too quickly for anyone to react, but soon the audience of Universe 7 erupted in applause. Hearing the Grand Minister announce Frost's elimination, Gohan also climbed up from the ground, finally seeing the truth of the situation, and Kappa was furious, cursing Frieza wildly. At this time, Frost, who had fallen from the ring, returned to the audience. His face twisted in rage. He was furious at being deceived by Frieza. He raised his hand to attack Frieza in the arena, but this very action soon brought him disaster. Stop! You cannot attack from outside the ring. A single hand from Omni King gripped Frost, and in the blink of an eye he vanished without a trace, not even a hint of energy remaining. Kampa was startled and quickly knelt on the ground while Omni King warned him not to commit any violations. If such a situation occurred again, Universe 6 would be eliminated. Shaking, Kampa nodded in agreement. Kampa, you are indeed fast at this moment. Nearby, enjoying the misfortune, Beerus mocked without restraint. Damn it. That cursed Frost. Back in the arena, Universe 11 finally took the initiative to attack as Jiren slowly walked towards everyone with an unstoppable aura. With just a glance, he instantly exuded a powerful aura, causing fierce winds to sweep across the battlefield, creating a whirlwind. This power, is it really emanating from a mortal's body? Bills broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that Goku's opponent was incredibly strong. He began to worry for Goku's situation, but then the very thing he feared most happened. Son Goku charged forward, running straight at Jiren. Hey Jiren, let's continue our duel from earlier. The battle-hungry Goku approached, and at that moment another figure slowly descended. Broly had arrived. Not only that, even the remaining contestants from Universe 3 who wanted to survive until the end stepped forward. It seemed that Jiren's strength had put immense pressure on everyone, prompting many to seize the opportunity to eliminate him. In an instant, the remaining 5 universes converged in the center of the arena. Universe 2 had 3 contestants left, Universe 3 had 8, Universe 6 had 5, Universe 7 had 6, and Universe 11 had 5. With only 27 fighters left, the grand melee finally commenced. Buzz, buzz. At that moment, Pepperoni from Universe 3 suddenly received a directive from the God of Destruction and summoned all members. By order of Lord Moscow, warriors of Universe 3, deliver them a devastating blow. As soon as the command was given, the mechanical warriors of Universe 3 began to mobilize, unleashing a barrage of firepower onto the contestants from other universes, igniting a conflagration of explosions. But the law of no injuries from smoke held true. The relentless bombardment from Universe 3 did not yield the desired effect, but instead prompted a united resistance from everyone. However, at that moment, the God of Destruction from Universe 2 decided to execute the ultimate love. Zamasu, La Bamba, Zero Seal. Initiate the final plan. Let me just say, the grand melee is about to conclude, and we will soon enter original and fan-made plots. If you have any opinions, feel free to voice them in the rating area, and I will see if I can integrate them without impacting the original storyline. Finally, thank you brothers for your company. Love to all. Oh, and don't forget to hit the button. There's also a free little gift. As the final plan of the second universe was initiated, a surge of energy erupted from the bodies of Zabutuo, Labangla, and Jia Luoying. That is the voice of everyone praying for our victory. The live broadcast initiated by Librian made all beings in the second universe pray for the remaining 3, which was precisely the ultimate plan of the Egyptian woman. The principle is similar to the spirit bomb, transmitting power from the people to the contestants. This is the ultimate secret weapon of the second universe. Love, love, love. Even if we are not so beautiful, our love is invincible. Transformation. Jalin jalin ja ja luoing. La 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 bong la la bong. Ja ja jabu 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 duo. A girl space appeared, seven-colored light surrounded the three, and the new generation of the transformation trio reappeared. TCH. Here we go with these flashy tricks again. Vegeta kicked Kato Beezle over and looked at the three on the mountaintop. One must say the second universe really likes high places. The transformations of the old and new trio both took place at the most conspicuous peaks. Broly, who was extremely repulsed by the second universe, took the opportunity during his battle with Toppo to swing out a wave of light with one hand. Unexpectedly, the new trio on the opposite side managed to condense a black heart, deflecting Broly's attack. There's only you who sneak attacked Librian. Watch us avenge Librian. The trio gathered their strength and charged towards Broly, who was fighting Toppo, instantly finding himself in a 1v4 situation. Perfect. Saves me the trouble of finding you later. Broly blocked Toppo's attack and then kicked Ja Luoin flying. In the audience, Mosco, who had seen the transformation of the second universe, also issued a transformation command. Kakizkai Ponxia Bolarita Fusion Transformation. Papa Rona's staff flickered occasionally, signaling his communication with the god of destruction of the third universe. Fusion, I will form the head. The three mechanical warriors quickly gathered together to transform, combining Kakizkai, head Ponxia body, and Bolarita legs into the newest mechanical warrior Kakikia Leda. The Kaioshin of the third universe laughed excitedly. Ha! The super strong mechanical warrior is born. Victory belongs to our third universe. Go. Kakikia Leda will knock them off the stage. As the trump cards of each universe were revealed, Kampa of the sixth universe couldn't sit still either, shouting at Kale and Caulifla, "It's time to use that." Caulifla and Kale nodded at each other, then took out the Patera earrings and put them on their ears. With a flash of golden light, Caulifla and Kale collided together. As the light dissipated, a brand new warrior, Caulifla, made her debut. Since it's Caulifla and Kale, then it's Caulifla. Sun Wukong, look out. The newly fused Caulifla set her first target on Sun Wukong, charging at him like a cannonball. Here it comes. Sun Wukong leaped back to create distance, then assumed a fighting stance. Bang! Caulifla unleashed a powerful kick while Sun Wukong blocked it with an elbow, then seized Caulifla's thigh and slammed her hard onto the ground. Bastard. Huh. Caulifla clenched her fists, and then a surge of green energy erupted, entering Super Saiyan state, instantly breaking free from Sun Wukong's grip. Go Caulifla. Defeats Sun Wukong of the seventh universe. In the audience, Kampa shouted excitedly, while other contestants from the same universe, such as Bergamo and the Iron Man, also cheered energetically. Seeing Kampa's pride, Beerus snorted coldly. Kampa, don't get too smug too early, Wukong. Show them your strength. Hey, Frieza, what are you doing? Don't just be a bystander. At this moment, Frieza was leisurely strolling around, either not participating at all, or just casually watching, which made Beerus spot him immediately. Oh ho 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 ho, it seems I've been discovered. In that case, he'll join the fun too. Frieza shrugged, then gathered red beams of light in his hands and bombarded randomly. The scene shifted to Broly fighting fiercely with the members of the Proud Combat team, where the ordinary members coordinated seamlessly with their leader Toppo. Evil Scions of the sixth universe give up resistance. The beret-wearing Kazarar condensed his energy into a handsword-like beam and launched a series of slashes at Broly. Broly stretched out both hands and caught his two small arms, disdainfully saying, "Umph. A bunch of clowns dare to contend with the moon. But how powerful he is. I'll support you." Justice flying kick. Tispo leaped through the air, attacking Broly from behind, but Broly wouldn't let him have his way, twisting his waist and throwing Kazarar out with force. Bang! Tispo's attack hit Kazarar squarely, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood, clearly caught off guard by Broly using him as a shield. Kazarar, damn it, you bastard. Justice smash. Tispo clenched his hands tightly. 5 red beams of light surged from his fingertips, and then he threw 2 fiery energy balls at Broly. Boom. Broly revealed a cruel smile, swatting away the energy balls with a single slap, then suddenly appeared next to Tispo. Aren't you supposed to be the fastest? Not so impressive. Wawa. Down you go. Broly crossed his hands and hammered downward, sending Tispo crashing into the ground like a cannonball. You are too arrogant, Justice Fist. Originally, when it was 3 against 1, Toppo intended to hold back, but clearly he was mistaken. Broly was not someone 3 people could handle. Toppo swung his massive fist, and Broly reacted extremely quickly, not even looking as he caught it with one hand, followed by a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu move that struck Toppo in the abdomen. Ugh! Toppo stepped back, clutching his stomach, disbelief in his eyes. This man was truly strong. Toppo. The sauce girl Kakarot continuously unleashed Kakarot spheres, but they were all crushed by Broly's overwhelming power. Clearly a control skill, yet it was utterly suppressed by Broly. Don't underestimate us. Kazarar and Tispo simultaneously unleashed energy, waves a gigantic beam of light surged toward Broly. Roaring wave. Just after shattering the Kakarot sphere, Broly turned and unleashed a wave of light. The two forces collided, instantly erupting with a piercing roar. After a deafening explosion, thick smoke billowed in all directions. As it cleared, a pitch-black chasm appeared in the center of the arena. Damn it, that guy actually blocked our combined attack without a scratch. Dispo and Kasurl panted heavily. Their previous assault had drained much of their strength, yet their opponent remained utterly unaffected. But as they marveled, Broly had already moved, his robust physique unimpeded by speed, and abruptly appeared behind them. Not good. Their eyes widened as Broly locked them in an armhold, one on each side. Cough. Let me go. They thrashed and kicked desperately, trying to break free from Broly's grip, but their strength was far too feeble to make any difference. To Broly transformed into his Super Saiyan form, they were like mere chicks easily crushed. Let them go. Justice flash. Bang, bang, bang. Topo suddenly intervened, firing a barrage of energy spheres from his fingertips at Broly's back. The spheres struck his body like mere tickles. Broly turned back with a grin. You want to end up like them? Don't worry, you're next. Arrogant. Broly radiated sheer arrogance. You insolent brat from Universe 6A, justice will not allow you to continue. You're not fit to lecture me. Chest energy sphere. Broly pressed the two fighters against his chest, then unleashed a dazzling green light. In Dispo and Kasurl's terror-stricken eyes, the energy sphere struck them at point-blank range. Boom. Charred black, the two shot down from the arena with a whoosh, landing in the spectator stands of Universe 11. Beerus Vermouth, seeing their severe injuries, immediately condemned Broly's methods to Zeno and the Grand Priest. However, the Grand Priest dismissed his complaint, as Broly had not killed anyone, so no foul was committed. Vermouth gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Broly. In his heart, Broly had become a thorn in his side, a pest to be eradicated as soon as possible. He was a greater threat than even Son Goku from Universe 7. Evil Saiyan, I will eradicate you in the name of justice. With his two comrades fallen, Topo's fury blazed, and he resolved to teach Broly a harsh lesson. Don't rush. You're next. Broly paid no heed to his threats. Slowly turning around, his eyes glowed crimson, like a hungry tiger revealing a bloodthirsty gaze. He provocatively beckoned Topo with his hand. Time for the hunt. With each enemy he defeated, Broly's brutality escalated until he now beat them half to death before tossing them off the arena. The influence of the old Broly ran deep. His savage, bloodthirsty, and combative nature grew increasingly evident. But no one noticed. Not even Broly himself, that a bulge had formed behind him. Elsewhere, while the newly transformed trio and Topo jointly attacked, Broly, Hit had come to provide support. But with the Pride Troopers joining the fray, Hit quickly decided to split their forces. He would lure away the transformed trio, while Broly continued to confront the Pride Troopers. Back to the present, Hit's time skip toyed with the transformed trio, who raged helplessly, unable to touch even a hair on his head, flailing their attacks wildly. Our love charges forward, never to be defeated. Take this. Beautiful black hole. Zeroin, Rabanra, and Zarbuto unleashed their combined ultimate technique. They concentrated the weight of Universe 2's love into a single point, creating a gravitational singularity, a move even Ribrian and her comrades had failed to master. Everything around began to sink under the gravitational pressure. Everyone was affected to some degree, but time to end this. Hit's eyes sharpened, and he activated the time skip space. The black heart crashed down, piercing through Hit, but alas, they had only struck an afterimage left behind. The real Hit traversed the space of time. He suddenly appeared beside them, striking their vital points repeatedly, then fired 3 invisible energy spheres. Combined with the time skip space, he maximized his power. Bang! Their hearts stopped instantly, and they collapsed to the ground. Yet Hit did not deliver a killing blow, leaving them with a breath of life. With a kick, he sent all 3 tumbling off the arena. Thus, Universe 2's ultimate plan was dismantled by Hit alone. How is this possible? How could our love be defeated by such crude attacks? Impossible. The Egyptian woman howled, but the Supreme Kai beside her sighed. Helles, we have lost. Her voice choked off as she turned to look at all her warriors, eyes brimming with reluctance. Yet as the Grand Priest announced the result, she finally let go. Defeat must be accepted. Thus Universe 2 faded away with a testament of love. Now only 4 universes remained. Perhaps influenced by Universe 2's fate, the Supreme Kai of Universe 3 grew anxious. He expressed to the God of Destruction that it was time to go all out. While the Ultimate Fusion members were still available, God of Destruction Mosco agreed, immediately sending a signal to Paparoni. On the arena, Paparoni, entangled with Universe 7, was piloting Koikurator maneuvering against Son Gohan Vegeta Android 17 and Android 18. Suddenly his staff lit up again, this time with a constant glow unlike before. Indeed, the god of destruction of Universe 3 had finally issued the ultimate command. It was an ability best left unused, a transformation that came at the cost of one's own life. But now there was no retreat. I never wished to use this skill, but since it has come to this, I Pepperoni will gamble everything. Koikurator Fusion. Pepperoni leaped high, and both he and Koikurator emitted a brilliant light before beginning to merge. A massive cocoon appeared, with a crack fissure spread across it, revealing a colossal figure before everyone. The ultimate warrior of Universe 3, Analaza, descended. An overwhelming aura swept over the crowd. His towering skyscraper-like form made everyone seem so insignificant. The great battle was about to erupt. As for Jiren, who had been absent for so long, well, that fellow had gone off to meditate and develop his strength, aiming to perform at his best. Moreover, Kokot had stealthily slipped away from Broly's battlefield, ensuring no one could disturb Jiren. But unfortunately, that sly Frieza had secretly followed Kokot, discovering Jiren's meditation spot. As Anaraza, the ultimate warrior of the third universe, made his entrance, the entire void realm trembled, the ground shook, and small hills collapsed. Roar! Aniraza opened his mouth wide and roared incessantly, releasing an astonishing energy that formed a whirlwind, making it difficult for the inhabitants of the seventh universe to even open their eyes, forcing them to shield themselves from the swirling sand. This guy's power is truly overwhelming. We must find a way to deal with him. Son Gohan's expression was grave, and the others felt the same. However, before they could devise a plan, Aniraza charged at them. Clang, clang, clang. Each step Aniraza took left a deep footprint in the ground, yet it did nothing to hinder his speed. Swish! Aniraza ran faster and faster, ultimately appearing beside the group in a flash, catching Son Gohan and the others off guard, and kicked number 17 away. 17. Damn it, die. Number 18's brows furrowed with anger as she continuously fired missiles, sweeping them toward Aniraza. Boom, boom, boom. Countless missiles bombarded him like a drizzle, and he even wore a puzzled expression, mocking them to the extreme. Haha, did you see that, seventh universe? This is our ultimate warrior from the third universe. The god of destruction of the third universe laughed wildly, wearing an arrogant expression that made Beerus grit his teeth in fury. Seventh universe. Quickly take care of that scrap metal. Humph, Beerus, can't you see the key to victory yet? You seventh universe have lost. Boom. Anaraza's overwhelming strength sent each fighter flying with every punch. Son Gohan was struck and coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground. Damn, if only my father were here. As Gohan thought this, he suddenly realized his mistake. How could he place all his hopes on others? He immediately shifted his thinking. If my father or Uncle Piccolo encountered this situation, how would they resolve it? Suddenly, Son Gohan noticed that under the joint attack of numbers 17 and 18, the opponent was subtly preventing them from approaching his head. Could it be that the opponent's head is the weak point? With bold thought, Son Gohan erupted with energy, raising his power to the maximum, and then propelled himself forward. Uncle Vegeta, please distract him for me. As Son Gohan approached Anaraza, he informed Vegeta of the weak point. Damn it, I got it. Vegeta accelerated into his Super Saiyan blue form, employing the classic Prince's fighting style, unleashing countless golden energy waves like raindrops. Bang, bang, bang. Vegeta's power was indeed formidable, while number 18's attacks couldn't shake Anaraza. Vegeta's strikes made the opponent much more cautious. Aniraza was seen protecting his head with one hand, while wildly attacking with the other. Son Gohan's Kamehameha had already gathered, aimed at number 17. Number 18 shouted, "Get his arm away." Numbers 17 and 18 exchanged glances and simultaneously launched a kick that struck Anaraza's arm. Bang! The arm guarding his head was instantly knocked away, and Son Gohan seized the opportunity to unleash the Kamehameha. Just as the attack was about to land, Aniraza let out a fierce roar, and astonishing energy surging from his body. Boom! Aniraza sprouted wings from his back and instantly dispelled the Kamehameha just as it arrived. What? Son Gohan was taken aback, but before he could react, he was struck and sent flying by a punch. Bang! Son Gohan was propelled through several small hills until he was stopped by a large rock at the edge of the arena, preventing him from falling out of bounds. Gohan! Piccolo shouted anxiously from the audience, but Son Gohan showed no reaction. TCH, it's clear that you've been living too well, and your strength has regressed so much. Vegeta cursed and launched another attack, with numbers 17 and 18 closely following. You scrap metal dare to show off in front of me, go down. Ultimate Flash. The battle with Aniraza not only had Vegeta and the others in a predicament, but also affected the surrounding fighters. For instance, the sneaky approach of Frost, who was preparing to ambush Jiren. Following Kokot, they arrived at Jiren's meditative space, but just as Frost was about to strike, the entire space shook violently. The beam in his hand, unfortunately, went off course. Yes, it went off course. This incident immediately alerted Kokot, who quickly activated a protective barrier shielding Jiren and preventing Frost from making a move. Damn it! Which bastard ruined my good deed? Frost was furious, but didn't want to leave empty-handed, repeatedly unleashing energy blasts, but the opposing shield deflected all his attacks. Buzz. 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 Suddenly, a powerful pressure descended, shaking the entire void realm, no, the whole space. Everyone stopped and turned to observe the place where Jiren was located, feeling an unprecedented sense of pressure. For Frost, who was nearby, it felt like suffocation hit him, his breaths quickened, and his body felt unusually heavy. He struggled to lift his head, and then he met a pair of extremely indifferent eyes. It was Jiren. Jiren had awakened. He slowly took steps toward Frost, and with each step Frost felt it increasingly difficult to breathe. How dare you? My Lord Frost could never be oppressed by someone like you. Huh? Frost clenched his fists so tightly that blood oozed from his palms. He immediately raised his energy, transforming into golden frost. Huff, huff, huff. Frost panted heavily. He felt somewhat better after transforming. Just as he was about to spew some trash talk to disrupt Jiren, he suddenly noticed that Jiren was gone. As expected before me, Lord Frost, even a mere Jiren needs to retreat from the spotlight. Oh really? Nanny? Suddenly behind Frost, a tall figure was staring at him with an utterly expressionless face, the voice chilling to the core. Frost didn't even think and turned to run, but no matter how he tried, he couldn't move an inch. He looked back to find his tail was being stepped on by Jiren. Moreover, due to the immense force, his tail had already been crushed into a concave shape. Die! Frost was furious, bringing his hands together to unleash a red energy wave that directly struck Jiren. Yet Jiren didn't even dodge, instead brushing off the dust from his shoulders. Damn it! How dare you look down on me? Frost, having never endured such humiliation, not only was his tail stepped on, but the opponent's actions were undoubtedly a mockery of him. He swung his fist at Jiren, but with a single strike, Jiren left Frost's mind blank, causing his head to ring. Then as Jiren continued to step on his tail, he treated Frost like a punching bag, dishing out a flurry of punches. Boom, 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 boom. You wretched bastard. Aya! Frieza, brutally beaten, roared in fury. Seizing the moment, he unleashed a barrage of death beams with both hands. Jiren, however, merely sidestepped slightly, transforming into several illusory afterimages to evade the assault. Jiren then seized Frieza's hands, preventing him from using any techniques. In the same motion, he raised his knee and drove it into Frieza's stomach, forcing acidic vomit from his mouth. Erga! Frieza collapsed to the ground, clutching his abdomen in agony. Jiren, expressionless, grabbed him by the head and began dragging him toward the edge of the arena. Jiren walked with unhurried steps, gradually coming into everyone's view. In the spectators' stands, Beerus' expression darkened at the sight. He shouted to all members of Universe 7, ordering them to support Frieza. I'm not going to save that bastard Frieza. Whoever wants to can go. Vegeta, who was currently locked in combat with Analaza, completely ignored Beerus' command. Save Frieza. He'd rather die. I can't break away now. Same here. Androids 17 and 18 replied, curtly, hastily dodging Analaza's massive fists. You bunch of... Beerus clenched his fist, shattering the railing of the spectator stand. Android 17, Android 18, and Vegeta were all engaged against the behemoth from Universe 3, and Goku was locked in battle with Kefla. There was no one left to spare. But just as his anxiety peaked, a sudden loud crash erupted from Jiren's direction. He quickly turned to look. There at the edge of the arena, Son Gohan had appeared from nowhere and miraculously managed to rescue Frieza. However, it was clear Gohan had paid a heavy price. His entire arm was twisted into a spiral with splintered bone faintly visible beneath the torn flesh. Sweat poured down Gohan's face. His entire body trembled from the excruciating pain, yet he didn't utter a single groan. Frieza, held in his grasp, was visibly stunned. He had never imagined his rescuer would be Son Gohan. Frieza's emotions churned in turmoil. For a moment, he was at a loss for words, staring blankly at Gohan. No need for thanks. Focus on figuring out how to defeat Jiren. Gohan's voice was icy. Frieza slowly rose to his feet. Son Gohan, I owe you one. Next time I decide to destroy Earth, I'll spare your life. Stop with your lame jokes and think of something. Gohan roared, quickly retreating as Jiren charged toward them. You bastard. After all the pain you've caused me, I won't let you off. Instead of retreating, Frieza surged forward to meet Jiren Hiden. Gohan was shocked. He had personally experienced Jiren's overwhelming power. It was far beyond what the two of them could handle. He also hadn't expected Frieza to be so reckless. Aoag. Hatred blazed in Frieza's eyes as he launched a flurry of attacks with both fists and feet. Stop it, Frieza. We need to come up with a strategy. Don't order me around. Just because you saved me once doesn't mean I'll follow your commands. This bastard. I will never forgive him. Veins bulged on Frieza's forehead. No matter how furiously he attacked, he couldn't land a single blow on Jiren, fueling his rage and frustration. Is this the extent of your power? Jiren effortlessly caught Frieza's fists as if playing with a child. Frieza's eyes widened. He increased his punching speed by a third, but Jiren's gaze sharpened. An invisible force struck Frieza, causing his body to convulse like a sieve. Boom. Frieza crashed into a small hill, his face drenched in blood, his eyes bloodshot. He screamed at Jiren in anguish, "To hell with the rules. A bastard like you deserves to die by my hands." Boom. Frieza amplified his ki and charged at Jiren at full speed, but history repeated itself. He was utterly crushed once more, his head lolling to the side as he lost consciousness. No matter how many times, the result is always the same. Jiren casually grabbed Frieza by the tail, preparing to toss him off the arena. Suddenly, a thunderous rumbling echoed as something rapidly approached Jiren. He turned to see Vegeta, Android 17, Android 18, and Son Gohan charging toward him, with Analyzer in tow. The behemoth's enormous fist slammed directly into Jiren. Boom. Jiren was sent flying. Rumble. After crashing through several hills, Jiren rose from the ground nonchalantly. He glanced at Gohan and understood everything. Knowing they were outmatched, Gohan had a sudden inspiration: let Analyzer and Jiren fight each other. When two tigers clash, one is sure to be wounded. But his plan quickly failed. Jiren paid no heed to Gohan's petty trick. Jiren instantly teleported beside Analyzer. His body enveloped in a blazing crimson aura, he delivered a devastating kick that slammed Analyzer into the ground. The colossal figure crashed down, leaving a massive crater in its wake. The Supreme Kai of Universe 3 broke out in a cold sweat, his teeth chattering from the sheer force of Jiren's power. Analyzer. Universe 3, all fighters eliminated. Universe 3 is now forfeit. The Grand Minister stood with his hands clasped behind his back, as if the destruction of a universe caused him no concern whatsoever. Warriors of Universe 3, you have my thanks for your efforts. The Supreme Kai of Universe 3 adjusted his glasses one last time before they all dissolved into beams of white light, vanishing into the cosmos. On the arena, Jiren stated calmly, the ultimate warrior of Universe 3. Nothing special. Arrogance. An arrogance that defied all. The power Jiren displayed instilled a crushing sense of pressure and helplessness in the fighters of Universe 7. Just then, Kefla and Son Goku descended from the sky. Gohan, are you alright? You should withdraw. Leave the rest to your father. Goku's brow was furrowed. Gohan's injury was severe, blood still dripping profusely. Without immediate treatment, he risked bleeding to death, even for a Saiyan. Gohan shook his head. Father, I'm fine. This is a matter of life and death for Universe 7. I can't back down. Goku paused, then broke into a smile. Alright then, let's survive together. Yes. Hey, stop chattering, they're coming. Vegeta snorted and instantly flared his aura. Android 17 and Android 18 also assumed combat stances. Father, why is Kefla from Universe 6 with you? Gohan finally voiced the question burning in his mind. Seeing Kefla acting like an ally left him utterly confused. Weren't they enemies? How were they suddenly fighting side by side? Kefla came to help. Gohan was baffled, but Jiren was already upon them, so he dropped the subject. He's here. Jiren moved with blinding speed. Before anyone could blink, he had already arrived. In the next instant, Son Goku and the others were sent flying in all directions like blossoms scattered by a celestial wind. Regaining their footing, the warriors scattered and swiftly encircled Jiren. At that moment, they all understood. Their greatest adversary in this battle stood before them. Jiren. Beerus clenched his teeth. Jiren's overwhelming power far exceeded his expectations. Watching his comrades effortlessly swept aside by a single blow, he tightened his fists in silent fury. Beside him, Whis observed Beerus's tense expression and scoffed coldly. Beerus, I suggest you abandon all hope. Jiren transcends even me. A stunned silence fell over the group. Long ago, legends spoke of a warrior from another universe, stronger than any destroyer. None had imagined that warrior was Jiren himself. Beerus ground his teeth harder, yet found no words to refute Whis. All he could do was silently pray for Goku and his allies to prevail. Yet just as every gaze remained fixed upon Jiren, a sudden piercing scream shattered the tension. Boom, 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 boom. Ha ha ha. Broly roared with manic laughter, raining down brutal savage blows upon Toppo. The proud captain lay battered and broken, his iconic justice uniform torn to shreds. Heavy fists descended relentlessly. Even after Topo had lost all capacity to resist, the assault continued without mercy. Broly now radiated pure bloodlust, feral, cruel, unhinged, making spectators in the stands deeply uneasy. Hey, 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 is he trying to kill Topo? Grand Priest, I demand you intervene and punish Broly. Whis shouted toward the Grand Priest, who remained impassive. So long as no life was extinguished, the match would continue. This was an unshakable rule binding even beyond the authority of the Omni Kings themselves. Excellent, Broly. Press on. Defeat Universe 7 and Universe 11. Kampa, who had been brooding in silence, weighed down by Universe 11's formidable strength, now felt his gloom lift entirely at Broly's explosive intervention. TCH. Koi, what are you doing? Go assist Topo immediately. Whis snarled, glaring furiously at the hesitant Koi. Startled, Koi bolted toward Topo, but before he'd taken more than a few steps, a sharp crack echoed, and he was sent hurtling away by a sudden, unseen fist. It's hit. Krillin cried out in shock. The unexpected turn of events left everyone momentarily stunned. As the universe's foremost assassin, Hit had remained concealed, silently observing every shift on the battlefield, waiting for the perfect moment to deliver a decisive, fatal strike against rival universes' fighters. His strategy had proven devastatingly effective. After the fused Ultimate Warrior of Universe 3 emerged, Hit had already eliminated every other member of Universe 3, explaining why the Ultimate Warrior, once defeated by Jiren, was instantly disqualified. Aia! Koi screamed in terror as he flew off the arena. Back among the spectators, Whis erupted into furious curses, while Koi bowed low, stammering repeated apologies. Back on the arena floor, Goku and his allies clashed with Jiren, Broly raged against Topo, and Hit retreated once more into shadow, preparing his next strike. Only 3 universes remained in fierce contention, yet one fighter stood apart, idling quietly. Kaba. Following Hit's counsel, Kaba had likewise gone into hiding. With less than 15 minutes remaining, preserving team numbers had become a vital tactical imperative. Deploying Kaba, the weakest among them, as a strategic placeholder was a sound decision. Though reluctant, he complied without protest, for the sake of the entire universe's survival. Suddenly, he noticed it. Topo's battered body began emitting an eerie violet luminescence. He tried to warn Broly, but it was too late. With a thunderous roar, Topo hurled Broly backward. His eyes burned with feral fury, while wild, volatile aura surged violently around him. Justice. I renounce it. Here I shall defeat you, to protect our universe. My resolve is absolute. Hiya. Topo clenched his fists and unleashed a deafening bellow, his power surging at terrifying velocity, then erupting like a thermonuclear detonation, flooding the entire arena with raw, overwhelming force. Gradually, the tempestuous energy stabilized. The tattered remnants of Topo's Justice uniform disintegrated under the sheer pressure, revealing his powerful, sculpted frame. His skin darkened to a deep, ominous hue, a strange sigil pulsed across his chest, and his irises shimmered with an unnatural, vivid violet. Uncanny, otherworldly. Even Jiren, who had been locked in combat with Goku and the others, paused mid-battle to observe. So, you have made your choice, Topo. This aura, it resembles divine energy itself. Shin the Supreme Kai could scarcely believe his senses. How could a mortal vessel possibly radiate such godlike power? Now is the time to reveal that power, Topo. Whis rested his chin upon his hands, feigning solemnity, though the triumphant arch of his lips betrayed his true delight. Our universe teeters on the brink of annihilation. From this moment forward, this is no longer a contest. It is a fight for survival. Go forth, Topo. And Jiren, the Supreme Kai of Universe 11 declared with commanding vigor, his voice resounding across the boundless void of the Null Realm. On the arena floor, Topo strode deliberately toward Broly, when suddenly fissures tore open beside him. Hit struck again. Yet as Hit's attack struck Topo, it failed utterly. Not only did it fail to land, but Topo's very presence repelled Hit backward. Mid-flight, Hit instinctively launched a concealed energy projectile. Boom. Though the blast connected, it merely left a faint scorch mark upon Topo's skin. Damn it. His body is impossibly dense. My attacks cannot pierce his defense. That violet energy enveloping him. What is it? Confounded, Hit chose caution over confrontation, retreating to a safer distance before launching probing strikes from afar. Hiya! Destruction! Topo roared, gathering destructive energy in his palms, unfazed by Hit's barrage, letting each blow strike him unflinchingly. Crockum! As the sphere of destruction launched, Hit attempted to evade, only to realize too late its horrifying nature. Anything the energy touched dissolved instantly into shimmering stardust. That energy, its destruction? What destruction is? Shin recoiled in deeper horror. He had been baffled by Toppo's divine aura moments earlier, but now comprehension dawned with chilling clarity. Exactly. Destruction belongs solely to the destroyers. Let me speak plainly. Toppo is none other than the designated destroyer candidate of Universe 11. The Supreme Kai of Universe 11 proclaimed proudly, while Whis merely shrugged, savoring the astonishment rippling across every face in the stands. The moment the god of destruction of the 11th universe Vermoud finished speaking, everyone was still in a state of shock. With a monster like Jiren already on the arena, and now a god of destruction candidate added to the mix, a chill ran through everyone's hearts. Goku, go for it. I believe you can win. Just as everyone's spirits were low, Krillin suddenly stood up from his seat and shouted at the top of his lungs towards the arena. Piccolo, Tenshinhan, and the others followed suit, rising to join the cheering. Beerus and Kampa, hearing this, were also moved by Krillin and the others' conviction. What's so great about a god of destruction candidate? Broly, Hit, Kefla, take them all down. Son Goku, forget Jiren and Toppo. Knock them off the arena. For a moment, a powerful roar erupted from the spectator stands, echoing throughout the Null Realm. It looks like we have a reason not to lose. Despite being covered in wounds, Son Goku cracked a smile, a look that caught Jiren off guard. That's right, Kakarot. We cannot lose. Vegeta's son Gohan, and even Android 17 and 18 stood fearless in that moment. For death throes. Jiren scoffed at their naive conviction. In Jiren's world, only the strong deserved everything. Bang! Son Goku was struck by a punch and sent flying backwards instantly, with Vegeta immediately stepping in. Android 17 and 18 employed a kiting tactic, engaging from a distance. The coordination of the four was flawless, but it crumbled in the face of absolute power. Ha-ya! 20-fold Kaioken. Son Goku bounced up instantly after falling, then charged at Jiren again with lightning speed. Seeing his opponent stolen, Vegeta shouted, Kakarot, you sneaky bastard. Aowa. Son Goku unleashed unprecedented power. This attack made Jiren take things slightly more seriously, but only slightly. The two exchanged blows, fighting from the sky to the ground, from the ground to midair. Son Goku's aura was fierce, and he roared continuously. Jiren, however, maintained a stoic expression, not even a drop of sweat on him. He spotted an opening and launched a kick. Son Goku was kicked and spat out stomach acid. Jiren then grabbed his arm, slammed him left and right, tossed him upward, instantly appeared above him, and brought his clasped fists down heavily. Boom! Son Goku crashed into the ground, spitting blood. The barrage of attacks made him feel like his body was falling apart. On the other side, Toppo, in his God of Destruction mode, was unstoppable, paying no heed to Hit's attacks. His contemptuous gaze irritated Hit. Why are Hit's attacks ineffective against Toppo? Krillin, the Eternal Questioner, asked. Whis provided a timely explanation. It's destruction. Toppo has enveloped his entire body in destruction energy as needed. How is that possible? Doesn't that mean there's no way to attack him directly? Yes and no. Toppo's control over destruction energy is still unrefined. He needs time to build it up before using it, which creates an opening. But without an attack that can break through his destruction energy barrier, it's useless. Beerus, lounging with his legs crossed and chin resting on his hand, answered quite casually. After all, it wasn't his universe's fighter facing Toppo, so he wasn't concerned about Hit's safety. Back on the arena. This is the end for the assassin from Universe 6. Justice and evil no longer matter. All that matters now is victory and survival. Destruction. Toppo gathered destruction energy in one hand, the sphere growing larger as he poured more power into it. Staring at the massive energy mass, sweat beaded on Hit's forehead. However, just as he was fretting over how to counter it, a figure rushed in and pinned Toppo to the ground with a single hand. Boom. The destruction energy was interrupted, causing an instant explosion that split the entire arena in two. You damn bastard. Pinned to the ground, Toppo forced his head around, only to meet a pair of bloodthirsty savage eyes. That's right. After being repelled by Toppo, Broly had gone berserk, his mind now consumed solely by battle. Hooray! Broly paid no heed to Toppo's thoughts, grabbing his head and smashing it repeatedly into the ground. But because of the destruction energy covering him, the ground caused Toppo no harm. Hehehe. Useless. But Toppo's glee was short-lived as he found himself being lifted. Broly grabbed his head with his left hand and his leg with his right, then slammed his body down onto his knee. Bang! Ugga! A searing pain shot through Toppo as he crumpled to the ground. He never imagined his prized destruction energy could be so easily breached by Broly. Destruction. Gritting his teeth, he scrambled up and unleashed destruction again, only for Broly to slap it away. Are you a snail? You're as slow as a turtle. Indeed, although Toppo had assumed his God of Destruction form, his speed was extremely sluggish, mainly because he had yet to master the ability. On the other battlefield, Son Goku was panting heavily where he had fallen. Jiren was simply too strong. Neither Super Saiyan Blue nor the 20-fold Kaioken could harm him. I've seen how strong you are. Now let me show you my ultimate technique. Son Goku said, then deactivated Super Saiyan Blue, leaped to the top of a mountain, and raised his hands. Father, you're not planning to use that, are you? Son Gohan looked at the now normal Son Goku, and guessed what was coming. Jiren, though unaware of Son Goku's plan, saw the look of certain victory on the others' faces, and grew curious, refraining from attacking. Everyone, please share your Janky with me. Son Goku shouted. The members of Universe 7 knew what he was about to do and raised their hands in response. Take it, Goku. Let Jiren witness the power of Universe 7. Krillin was the first to raise his hand. A white light gathered in his palm and floated into the sky, drifting towards Son Goku. Oh ho ho, that technique. It brings back bad memories for me, but go ahead and use it. Take my energy, Frieza's energy. Frieza, who had been knocked out, had somehow woken up. Seeing the technique Son Goku was using, he too raised his hand and sent his power towards Son Goku. Countless lights converged. Above Son Goku's hands, a brilliant sphere of energy rapidly swelled. Here it comes, here it comes. Son Goku shouted excitedly, but quickly noticed the spirit bomb was gathering too slowly. No, it needs more time to gather, damn it. However, Jiren stood with his arms crossed, telling Son Goku not to worry. I can wait. That's a special technique for you, isn't it? Give it your all. Jiren's words surprised Son Goku, who replied, You're pretty generous, huh? But don't regret it, Jiren. Jiren was eerily calm. Even in the presence of the energy ball in Sun Wukong's hand, he did not waver in the slightest. His composed demeanor seemed to convey a message: whatever techniques you have, feel free to unleash them. I will withstand them all. Accepting the maximum degree of the opponent's attack, and then crushing them with far superior strength. That is Jiren's style. The God of Destruction from Universe 11 proclaimed with delight from the audience, as if he could already see victory in sight. I see this move is quite intriguing. Who would have thought that even a low-level universe would have such techniques? What a rarity. This battle is worth watching. Sitting at the edge of the audience were several figures clad in God of Destruction attire, their appearance strikingly terrifying. They were the God of Destruction Ewan from Universe 1, the God of Destruction Yalark from Universe 5, and the God of Destruction Jean from Universe 12. They were all greatly interested in the energy ball unleashed by Sun Wukong. Buzz. The gigantic energy ball held aloft by Sun Wukong illuminated the entire void realm. As the energy ceased to grow, the energy ball was finally complete. It's done. Jiren, you better not regret giving me the time to prepare. Go. Energy ball. The gigantic energy ball broke free from Sun Wukong's hands and shot straight towards Jiren below, crushing everything in its path on the arena. Amidst the audience's eager anticipation, the energy ball enveloped Jiren entirely. Just as they thought victory was assured and were about to cheer, a sudden shout startled everyone. To their astonishment, the energy ball began to move upwards bit by bit, revealing Jiren. What? Sun Wukong exclaimed in shock. The power of the energy ball needed no further elaboration. Many times Sun Wukong had ended powerful foes with the energy ball, but this time against Jiren it seemed to lose its effectiveness. Jiren surprisingly lifted the energy ball with one hand and even pushed it back. Sun Wukong immediately felt a tremendous force. The energy ball was rapidly pushed back, reaching the midpoint between the two in the blink of an eye. Gritting his teeth, Sun Wukong activated his super blue form and pushed the energy ball again towards Jiren. However, Jiren merely raised his other hand, and the situation reversed once more. Tenfold Kaioken. Jiren remained unfazed while Sun Wukong, seeing this, exerted all his strength, shouting, 20-fold Kaioken. Sun Wukong's full power finally prompted a reaction from Jiren. He roared, and the energy ball, without any obstruction, instantly reached Sun Wukong's side. Sun Wukong was instantly engulfed by his own energy ball, screaming in agony. Moments later, the energy ball exploded. Boom. A powerful shockwave blasted outward, flattening everything around. The audience from Universe 7 and the competitors present were left dumbfounded by the scene. The explosion completely destroyed 1/3 of the arena, leaving behind a gigantic pit filled with lightning, yet Sun Wukong was nowhere to be found. The violent noise affected Broly and the others, who turned to look. On the other side of the arena, a dazzling massive light sphere erupted. A powerful hurricane swept across the entire arena. Even those far from the epicenter were affected. It was hard to imagine what kind of technique could produce such an effect. It is important to note that the arena of the power tournament was constructed from a material even harder than the thunder steel produced in Universe 7. Ultra Instinct Wukong, you are finally about to appear. Others might not realize, but Broly was completely aware that Wukong was about to tap into a new power. This was a power that surpassed all previous transformations. Has he disappeared? Indeed, indeed. The two little peas, although amazed by the earlier battle, still expressed worry upon seeing Sun Wukong vanish without a trace. Why hasn't Wukong returned to the audience? Since he hasn't come back, why is there no sign of him on the arena? I can't sense Sun's energy. Given such a close encounter with that immense explosion, it's highly likely that Sun Wukong has vanished. The Grand Kaishin suddenly voiced the outcome that everyone dreaded. Only then did the members of Universe 7 realize that Wukong might truly be gone. They rushed to the railing crying out Wukong's name in heartbreak, yet received no response. Did you really lose? Sun Wukong. Beerus gazed gravely into the massive pit, his mind filled with questions. Since Sun Wukong was destroyed by his own technique, Universe 11's Jillian will not face any punishment. The Grand Minister announced this unexpected result as all members of Universe 11 rose to bow. Now the strongest combat power of Universe 7 has been eliminated, the remaining fighters will be easily defeated by Jillian. The God of Destruction from Universe 11 wore a lewd smile, seeing Universe 7 now, without Sun Wukong, as no threat. At the Omni King's throne, the two little peas exchanged glances before preparing to press Sun Wukong's icon off the divine iPad. Just as their fingers were about to touch, the entire arena began to shake violently. What is this tremor? The entire arena, no. The entire Void Realm is trembling. As everyone was puzzled, a massive beam of light shot into the sky. That power was all too familiar to Universe 7. They all stood up, gazing at the huge pit. Within the beam of light, a figure slowly rose. Universe 7 was ecstatic. It was their spiritual pillar, their best friend, Sun Wukong. This was expected. Frieza knew all too well the extent of Sun Wukong's power-up, so when Sun Wukong was engulfed by the energy ball, he wasn't worried. Who could topple the King of Power? Impossible. Lord Beerus, what are your thoughts? Beerus pondered. He's here. The beam of light dissipated, revealing a figure engulfed in blue and silver flames. None other than Sun Wukong. His current form was unprecedented, with silver streaks in his hair and silver pupils. Though his aura was restrained, it emanated a feeling of impending explosion. If he were to explode, it would be on a cataclysmic scale. Jillian stepped forward, and Sun Wukong slightly turned to meet his gaze. Suddenly, Sun Wukong appeared next to Jillian, who had surprisingly already made a dodging move, and Sun Wukong swept his hand. Bang! The two collided, and the point of contact rippled outwards. It seems Sun has not merely survived the explosion, his demeanor, his energy is unlike anything we've seen before. In the audience, discussions erupted. Even the gods of destruction from Universe 11 showed signs of wavering. Bang! Toppo fell to the ground with a thud, his body covered in blood, numerous injuries, with blood slowly seeping out, staining the ground red. And standing before him was Broly with a cruel smile. You. Bang! Toppo attempted to rise, but a foot stomped on his head. The power of destruction within him was shattered and rendered useless against Broly's overwhelming might. Damn you, fiend. Broly laughed heartily. How hypocritical. Aren't you always preaching about justice? Look at yourself now. Humph. God of destruction. Lord Toppo, the God of destruction. It's nothing but false justice. Broly's final words struck Toppo's heart like a needle. He had always fought for justice, earning the people's respect and applause. Yet this man dared to belittle justice as worthless. Toppo was enraged. He would never allow justice to be defiled. Even if he now embodied destruction, it was still for justice. Rhea. Toppo pushed his hands against the ground, lifting Broly's foot. He would make this mocker of justice pay with blood. Still struggling, Broly pressed down harder. Toppo stumbled, nearly falling flat, but he gritted his teeth and slowly pushed up again. Toppo, your justice is extreme. You have no right to decide whether anyone is guilty, let alone to eliminate them. Each word from Broly struck Toppo's soul like a tolling bell. This was Broly's intent, to dismantle Toppo from within. Toppo, don't listen to his nonsense. We are the Pride Troopers, the team beloved by the people. Don't be fooled by his words. From the spectator, Stan's Dispo shouted at the top of his lungs. The other Pride Troopers beside him gazed at Toppo with unwavering faith. TCH, a bunch of meddlers. Realizing his verbal assault was futile, Broly lashed out with a fierce kick. Bang! Broly froze. His foot had been caught. Before he could react, Toppo roared and spun him around, hurling him away. Bang! 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 Toppo gripped Broly's ankle, spinning him 360 degrees. Each impact shattered the mountainside, but Toppo's assault was far from over. Now Toppo wielded the power of destruction with even greater mastery. His comrades' words had clearly bolstered his strength. He was engulfed in dense destructive energy, and Broly could not break through. Yet how could Toppo let this fiend escape so easily? He tightened his grip, slamming Broly repeatedly, while simultaneously forming a sphere of destruction. His destructive power no longer needs time to charge. Broly was startled. He had only been able to counter Toppo's destruction in two ways, first by exploiting its long charge time, and second by seizing openings to strike weak points with his own power for maximum effect. But now Toppo seemed to have evolved. He unleashed a destructive sphere in an instant, and Broly, unable to dodge in time, took the full brunt of the blast. Bang! Broly was sent flying, tumbling hundreds of meters across the ground before crashing into a mountain and finally halting. Ugh! The wound on his chest seared with pain. He could feel the destructive energy rampaging through his body, and it was slowly eroding his power. Broly. In the stands, Kampa saw Toppo turn the tables and gain the upper hand over Broly. He grew frantic. This was the final stretch. If Broly were eliminated, Universe 6 would be finished. Beside him, Vados clenched her small hands. After all, Broly was her disciple, and she did not wish to see him lose. Ha ha ha. Well done, Toppo. Make that bastard know the justice of Universe 11. Let him learn the cost of insulting justice. Vermoud stomped on his seat, shouting in excitement. Earlier, when Goku was revived and traded blows with Jiren, it had infuriated him. But seeing Toppo reverse the situation reignited his fervor. If Toppo could eliminate Universe SIX's main force, and then join Jiren, no one on the arena would be able to stop Universe 11 from claiming victory. Fiend of Universe 6, it's time to end this. Destruction. Following Vermoud's command, Toppo began to form a sphere of destruction. Gazing at the fallen Broly, he intended to finish him off in one strike. Rumble. A massive sphere of destruction hurtled forward, annihilating everything in its path. Its cataclysmic power was unstoppable. Just as everyone thought Broly was out, a figure suddenly stood before him. Squelch. Scalding blood splattered across Broly's face. He was stunned. No pain, no discomfort. He looked up, and a silhouette gradually materialized in front of him. It was Cabba. Br. Brawlison, Universe 6 cannot afford to lose you. I am the weakest. Trading my life for your safety is worth it. Universe 6 is my home. I don't want it to be harmed. Squelch. Cabba coughed up more blood. His frail body was drenched in gushing wounds, critically injured. Cabba. A furious roar tore through the air as Vegeta came hurtling toward them at breakneck speed. At that moment, Broly's mind went blank. He could hear nothing, as if no one else existed. Memories of Cabba flooded back. Their first meeting, Cabba was like a matchmaker dragging him around to meet everyone. The time he accidentally broke Cabba's door on Planet Salad. Cabba showing him around his workplace. Cheering him on during the tournament until now. Taking a blow for him, his body shattered, slowly collapsing to the ground. Thump, thump, thump. Broly's heart began to pound violently. An overwhelming fury flooded his mind. The fiends of Universe 6 should all be eliminated. Toppo spoke, gathering destruction once more. But just as he was about to fire. Ararf. Broly roared in explosive rage. He clenched his fists, and a torrent of savage energy erupted, plunging the already dim Void Realm into deeper darkness. In the Void Realm, gales howled like wailing specters, and thunderclaps shook the heavens, as if to shatter the realm itself, deafening all who heard them. Broly's hair flickered between green and gold. His pupils shattered, losing all reason. Like a ferocious beast, his eyes gleamed with bloodthirsty crimson. A violent green aura exploded outward, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that swept across the entire arena. Everyone struggled to breathe under the crushing force. Crack! With a deafening boom, an unprecedented bolt of lightning tore through the space of the Void Realm. Then a vision of a cosmic galaxy unfolded before everyone's eyes. Broly, full power. Broly had unleashed his full strength. The change in space left everyone present in awe as the violent force erupted outward from Broly's center. The entire arena was cloaked in a scene reminiscent of the galaxy, appearing quite eerie. Opposite them, Toppo was already astonished by the spectacle before him, unconsciously shifting backward. Indeed, this is the instinct of living beings. It is the unchanging law of the food chain. The fear when encountering a ferocious beast. The dread when facing a formidable opponent. On the other side of the arena, the fighters engaged with Jiren also ceased their struggle due to the anomaly created by the void. Jiren gazed at the overwhelming green energy, a rare look of seriousness crossing his face. The power was simply too immense. It was almost enveloping the entire arena. This is Broly's aura from Universe 6, what has happened over there? What made his aura so volatile? This is bad. Son Gohan questioned in confusion, but Caulifla, without a second thought, turned and ran towards Broly's direction, feeling an ominous premonition. Above the void, influenced by Broly, anomalies like a dragon sucking water appeared, with spiraling energy cascading down, destroying everything around. At this moment, the void resembled hell. In the audience area, due to the sudden decrease in spectators, the Great Priest adjusted the seating, causing the audience from 3 universes to crowd together. Gulp. Those watching the arena gazed at the world-destroying force involuntarily swallowing hard. Even the gods of destruction felt uneasy due to this energy. Indeed, it is this power. Beerus with a grave expression recalled when he first met Broly, sensing he would be trouble. Because he felt some unstable factor within Broly. If it couldn't be controlled, there would be serious problems. And that problem had finally arisen. Meanwhile, Kampa, no longer joking, asked seriously, "Is this what you taught Beerus?" Beerus shook his head, but the Angel Vados from Universe 7 continued the situation regarding Broly might be related to the Saiyan race. Saiyans generate immense energy when in extreme anger. It must be due to the influence of Kaba that Broly has transformed into this state. Vados' words provided some understanding, but Whis was not at ease. He could sense the power's might, but with only 10 minutes left in the match, the unexpected emergence of Broly had completely disrupted his plans. On the arena, Broly broke through his limits, entering the full power state. His appearance was vastly different from before, with his hair color shifting from golden to emerald green, his hair, slightly longer, muscles greatly inflated, and his height increasing to nearly 3 meters. At this moment, Broly had completely lost his rationality. He was dominated by rage, consumed by it, with only thoughts of battle remaining in his mind. He roared and charged at Toppo, and at the moment he left the ground, the earth beneath him collapsed widely. "Damn Universe 6 demon, I will destroy you." Destruction, destruction, destruction. Looking at Broly rushing toward him, Toppo continuously gathered destructive energy spheres with both hands. Boom, boom, boom. The destructive energy spheres struck Broly but only created wisps of white smoke, while Broly remained unharmed. How? How is this possible? Toppo exclaimed in shock, retreating rapidly. However, at that moment Broly had already closed the distance. Ah! Broly roared as he threw a powerful punch. Toppo raised his hand to defend, but Broly's strength was too overwhelming and Toppo was instantly smashed into the ground. Boom. This strike caused the entire arena to tremble. Toppo. In the audience, the fighters from Universe 11 couldn't help but sweat for Toppo. The force of that punch was something they wouldn't dare to attempt to receive. Let alone being hit directly, all they could do now was pray for him, hoping Toppo could withstand it. However, this was just the beginning of Toppo's nightmare. Watching the furious Broly hit side, activating his time skip technique, swiftly picking up Kaba, and throwing him off the arena. TCH Beerus. Kampa, who was enjoying the spectacle, was suddenly interrupted and felt quite annoyed, but Kaba was indeed a meritorious individual, so it was necessary to save him. Boom. Suddenly, an explosion resonated. Kampa quickly looked over to see the ground of the arena starting to collapse, and the already battered arena instantly split into several pieces. Not enough. Not enough. Ha! Broly grinned menacingly, delivering brutal punches that made it difficult for Toppo to bear. He raised his arm violently, preparing to counter with a destructive energy sphere. But what he never expected was that the newly formed destructive energy sphere was crushed by Broly in an instant. Furthermore, Broly seized Toppo, swinging him violently. Bang! 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 Toppo was treated like a punching bag by Broly, being slammed back and forth, nearly losing consciousness. Then Broly lifted him up and firmly grasped his head. Toppo didn't let himself be slaughtered. He tightly grasped Broly's arms, preventing him from advancing. But could a completely enraged Broly be resisted by Toppo? Broly opened his mouth wide, unleashing a powerful wave of light that sent Toppo flying. Kill! 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 Broly, bursting with rage, caught up to Toppo and embraced him. The green aura exploded, and a chest blast sent him flying once more. Then with his right hand clenched tightly, 5 dazzling green beams of light shone through his fingers, and Broly hurled them at Toppo, all 5 energy waves hitting their mark. Boom! Toppo exploded in midair like fireworks. Beside him, Vegeta was already drenched in cold sweat. Facing Broly's tempestuous assault, Toppo was utterly powerless. This was a candidate for a god of destruction, yet he was so easily trampled by Broly. Meanwhile, the audience could hardly bear to watch. Broly's cruel methods seemed intent on taking Toppo's life. The fighters from Universe 11 continuously complained to the Great Priest. But rules are rules. As long as Toppo is not dead, the match continues. In midair, Toppo was plummeting rapidly while Broly raised his arm. In Broly's palm, an energy orb kept expanding, and finally, with his cruel smile, he hurled it away. The energy sphere swiftly flew out, and Toppo, already battered, had no ability to dodge, only able to watch helplessly as he was struck. Toppo screamed in agony. The massive energy continued to propel him forward, and the direction was precisely where Jiren and the others were. Meanwhile, Broly charged after Toppo. Boom, boom, boom. With every step Broly took, he left a deep crater in the ground. His overwhelmingly oppressive physique, like a heavy armored tank, crushed everything that stood in his path. He's coming. Watching Broly charge recklessly toward them, Son Gohan was startled and quickly dodged out of the way. Broly was nothing short of a rampaging brute. He ignored the small hill before him and simply smashed through it with sheer brute force. Get out of the way. Seeing Broly closing in with no intention of stopping, Android 17 shoved Android 18 aside. You bastard. Die. Android 18, furious, raised her hand to blast Broly, but Android 17 grabbed her. At her puzzled look, he shook his head. At that moment, Broly stopped. He stood among them, scanning everyone, and a sinister grin spread across his face, utterly chilling. At that instant, in Broly's eyes, everyone was nothing but prey to be hunted. Boom. As Top was propelled by the energy sphere toward the edge of the ring, Jiren reached out with one hand and halted the orb. Looking at Top, who seemed cooked alive, Jiren frowned deeply. Multiple fractures twisted limbs. Top was nearly shattered. A flicker of anger passed through Jiren's eyes. He pushed Top off the ring, entrusting him to his universe's teammates. Whoosh. Top returned to the stands. Top. Captain. The warriors of Universe 11 quickly surrounded Top, and upon seeing his severely wounded state, Kokot burst into tears. Hey, Kampa, is your universe full of demons? How could you be so ruthless? The Supreme Kai of Universe 11, blazing with anger, lashed out at Kampa. Kampa, though finding it somewhat cruel, felt all guilt vanish at the other's reprimand. This is a matter of life and death. It's lucky he's not dead. What are you barking at me for? After all, Broly was on his side. How could he allow other universes to badmouth him? You? Indeed, the quality of a god of destruction reflects the entire universe's caliber. Their quarrel caught the Grand Minister's attention. Smiling, he looked at them. What's this? Does Universe 11 or Universe 6 have some difficulty? Do you need my help? Both of them jolted, quickly shaking their heads. The Grand Minister was second only to the Omni King. Who would dare ask for his help? Ask him for help. That would be a death wish. The stands gradually quieted, but the battle on the ring raged on. Androids 17 and 18 of Universe 7 circled Broly, continuously firing ki blasts to harass him, while Son Gohan seized the chance to charge a one-handed Kamehameha for an attack. But their plan failed. Broly lunged forward, swiftly reaching Android 18, grabbing her by the neck and slamming her forcefully into the ground. With a thunderous crash, Android 18 was driven into the earth like an inverted stake. She twitched once, then her legs went limp and she lay still. Android 18. Krillin, her husband, seeing his wife beaten, was instantly enraged. His small frame was about to leap over the barrier onto the ring, but his companions held him back. Are you insane, Krillin? Going up there would be suicide. You wouldn't help her and would be erased by the Grand Minister. Piccolo's expression was equally grim. It was truly the first time had seen someone incapacitate an android with a single blow. But Krillin punched the ground in frustration. As a husband, he had failed to protect his wife. After neutralizing Android 18, Broly set his sights on the fleeing Android 17. Sensing Broly's intent, Android 17 immediately widened the distance. However, Broly let out a sneer, and before Android 17's eyes suddenly charged at Son Gohan, who was charging his Kamehameha. Boom. Son Gohan knew it was bad and fired his Kamehameha. But Broly didn't even dodge. He walked straight through the blast toward Gohan. Ha ha ha, you're finished. Broly laughed maniacally, savoring the final struggles of his prey before death. Damn it. Hi-ya. Son Gohan's veins bulged as Broly drew nearer. With a furious roar, he unleashed all his energy in a single torrent. Boom. The Kamehameha swelled, instantly engulfing Broly's entire body. Well done, Gohan. Piccolo shouted. As his protege, he supported anything Gohan did. But this time he would be disappointed. From within the blinding blast, a massive hand shot out, gripping Gohan's wrist, and the Kamehameha ceased abruptly. As Gohan's eyes filled with panic, Broly drove a knee into his abdomen, followed by a brutally savage assault. Even as Gohan's arm twisted like a pretzel, there was no mercy. Gohan. Piccolo lost his composure. He had just advised Krillin not to act rashly, and now it was his turn. Jiren, let's pause our fight for now. We need to calm down this Berserk beast first. Son Goku, hearing Son Gohan's screams, proposed to Jiren. But Jiren suddenly frowned. In his mind, Vermoud urged him not to let Goku return to help, wanting Broly to eliminate the other fighters on the ring. Yet Jiren was reluctant. When he was young, his master was killed before his eyes. The helplessness of that moment was still etched in his memory. So Vermoud's words repulsed him. Nodding, Jiren agreed to Goku's proposal. Jiren, you. Jiren cut off the voice in his mind and followed Goku. Yeah. Son Gohan screamed in agony, but to Broly it was beautiful music and he reveled in it, unable to stop. Cry, scream, you ants, tremble. Broly's brutality ignited the fury of Universe 7. Let him go. Suddenly Android 17 teleported in and threw a powerful punch straight at Broly's face. But the pain that shot through his hand made his expression change. Broly turned his head and sneered at Android 17. Did you skip your meal, insect? Gritting his teeth, Android 17 instantly activated a barrier, hoping to blast Broly away. But to everyone's shock, Broly pierced the supposedly indestructible barrier, with one hand grabbed Android 17 by the neck and hoisted him into the air. In Broly's hands, Gohan and Android 17 struggled violently. Ants, die. Broly kept applying force with both hands while Gohan and Android 17 felt as if their throats were about to be crushed. Just as despair set in, a figure suddenly appeared beside Broly. The newcomer was enveloped in a blue-silver aura, his fingers pressed against his forehead. It was instant transmission. Son Goku delivered a midair kick striking Broly's body, but Broly barely flinched. Goku's Ultra Instinct was not yet complete, so its impact on Broly was minimal though not negligible. Haha, useless Kakarot. Is that so? As Broly's words faded, a voice echoed behind him. Turning his head, Broly saw a large foot swinging toward him. Bang! Broly staggered back 2 steps. When he looked up, he saw Jiren entirely cloaked in a crimson aura. Moi! Jiren was stunned. That kick had possessed enough force to eliminate the ultimate warrior of Universe 3. Though not his full power, it was not something to be taken lightly. Slap! Slap! Broly dusted himself off, then flashed a contemptuous grin. Utter mockery. Jiren's eyes narrowed as he unleashed infinite barrage, countless invisible attacks hurtling toward Broly. Hey, you think the same trick will work twice? Broly snorted coldly, his formidable physique withstanding Jiren's infinite barrage. Closing in, he suddenly threw a punch, striking Jiren square in the face and forcing him back several steps. Impossible. Vermouth stood dumbfounded. The scene on the arena was utterly unbelievable. He knew Jiren's strength better than anyone, yet he never imagined that Jiren, hailed as the mightiest warrior, could be knocked back several paces. Such a thing was simply impossible. Bang! 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 The battle raged on, Broly's fists raining down like hailstones upon Jiren's body, each impact producing a dull thud. At the same time, Jiren struck back at Broly. Neither defended, they endured each other's blows completely. Let me show you something good. Huh. With a fierce roar, Broly erupted with a powerful aura, instantly blasting Jiren away. Then a red gleam flashed in Broly's eyes, and he unleashed Jiren's own infinite barrage. Countless green afterimages surged back at Jiren like an overwhelming tide. Bang! 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 Jiren, seeing this, rarely used both arms to defend, but his body was steadily pushed back. Yet Broly pursued relentlessly like a bulldozer, shoving Jiren far away. Both the fighters on the arena and the spectators were astounded by Broly's freakish ability to learn. This guy, is he a monster? He learned Jiren's technique just by watching. Tien Shinhan's forehead beaded with cold sweat, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Ha ha ha, how does it feel to be hit by your own move? Pretty good, isn't it? Faced with Broly's taunts, Jiren finally grew enraged. He erupted with a startling crimson aura, its overwhelming pressure blanketing the entire arena. With blinding speed, he appeared before Broly in an instant and threw a punch that landed squarely on his face. Bang! Broly was sent flying, but Jiren pursued instantly. Broly steadied himself and clashed with Jiren once more. The entire void was filled with the shockwaves from their collision. Just then, Son Goku suddenly appeared close to them and delivered a punch to Broly's head. Broly sensed it immediately, and with a free hand grabbed, Goku spun him twice and hurled him at Jiren. Jiren and Goku collided and went flying together. Kakarot, I'll start with you. Broly felt an inexplicable urge. No matter who he fought, whenever Son Goku appeared, he instinctively made Goku his primary target. Bring it on. Son Goku lunged forward, closing the distance in a single stride to stand before Broly. The two immediately engaged in a fierce battle, their fists falling like a torrential downpour. Bang! 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 Son Goku's eyes flickered, his blue-silver aura waned further with the fight. With a mighty roar, he gathered all his strength into a single punch. Bang! Though Broly braced himself, he was still sent reeling dozens of meters back. A distinct scrape mark was visible on his chest. That was left by Son Goku. Broly flew into a rage. Kakarot! 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 Boom! A pillar of green flame shot into the sky. Broly surged with power again, then charged at Son Goku. Upon reaching him, he swung his arm, hooking Goku's neck, and slammed him hard into the ground. Bang! Son Goku was smashed into the floor. The immense force nearly knocked him unconscious. Goku! Hey! The members of Universe 7 shouted in concern toward the arena, but Broly paid them no heed. Instead, he grabbed Goku by the ankle and bashed him against the ground. You monster! Let my father go! Gohan roared in fury, his body radiating an astonishing aura. Monster! Broly sneered. No, call me a demon instead. Ha! Broly spun around and charged at Gohan. Run, Gohan. You're no match for him. Son Goku, lying on the ground, reached out a hand to stop him, but Broly was already upon him. Gohan's eyes were stern as he prepared to resist with his one remaining arm. But just as Broly's fist came crashing down, a figure suddenly appeared and tackled Gohan to the ground. It was Son Goku. He had used instant transmission to save Gohan. Yet Broly's fist did not stop. Though it should have struck empty air, it landed on Frieza's face, who was behind them. Hey, calm down. I'm Frieza. I'm the Emperor of the University, Ugh. A scream rang out as Frieza was sent flying. Frieza spat blood. After unsteadily regaining his footing, he roared furiously at Broly. You wretched bastard. Making me the great Emperor your cushion. Then he glared at Broly with an enraged expression. You scoundrel. You truly have no fear. To dare strike me. Then witness the power of Golden Frieza. Yeah. A flash of golden light engulfed Frieza, coating him in gold. Golden Frieza had arrived. Yet before he could launch an attack, Broly was already upon him. Let me show you the power of Golden Frieza. As soon as Frieza's words faded, Broly's fist, as massive as a sandbag, came hurtling toward him. Bang! A heavy blow nearly sent Frieza's head flying. Then Broly lashed out with left and right hooks in a relentless barrage. Bang! 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 Yeah! Damn you, you wretched monkey. Don't get so cocky. Enraged by the beating, Frieza erupted with a golden-red aura, clenched his fist, and struck without a second thought. But Broly merely caught Frieza's feeble punch in his palm. Nanny! Startled, Frieza jerked his body back, trying to wrench his arm free from Broly's grip. His face contorted, sweat beading on his forehead, yet he remained powerless to escape Broly's hold. Suddenly, amidst his struggles, Frieza felt a searing heat on his head. Broly's massive hand clamped down on his skull, and as the fingers tightened, an excruciating pain shot through him. Frieza's eyes bulged as if they would pop out. He thrashed violently, kicking and lashing out with every part of his body against Broly. Is this the power you wanted to show me? Broly sneered, his hand squeezing relentlessly, his 5 fingers digging deep into Frieza's head. Under the brutal pressure, Frieza's skull began to deform, and his golden form faded away. Hey! You can't kill him, Broly. Kappa urgently called out to stop him. Though Broly was in a berserk state, he still clung to one fundamental rule. The power of the Grand Priest, and even that of the Omni King, could erase him with ease. Killing under their watch would only lead to his own demise. With a cold laugh, Broly released Frieza. As the latter's tottering form swayed, Broly delivered a swift kick. Bang! Frieza shot off like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground. Just wait. Though I'm under someone's thumb now, the one who will stand at the top will be me, Broly. At this moment, Broly yearned fiercely for power. He despised being ordered around and controlled. He wanted the freedom to do as he pleased. But now even a mere tournament confined and restricted him at every turn. He was fed up, truly fed up. Since arriving in this world, he had been abused, scorned by a god of destruction, and even his closest friend was on the verge of death because of him. He was furious, absolutely furious. He would end this tournament. He would blast this wretched place to the skies. Hiya! Broly clenched his fists and let out a roar. No one around understood why he was gathering so much energy. Time to end this. Meteor blast. Broly leaped into the air, unleashing countless energy spheres from his body, raining down a devastating assault on all directions. Boom, 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 boom. The moment the spheres struck the ground, they detonated in massive explosions. Fighters on the arena scrambled to dodge the barrage. But they soon realized Broly's target wasn't them. It was the arena beneath their feet. Has he lost his mind? Grand Priest, stop him. This will ruin the tournament. Everyone was stunned, watching the arena vanish at a visible pace. The remaining universes were left speechless by Broly's madness. The Grand Priest turned to the Omni King for permission, but the Omni King only clapped and said, "Pretty fireworks." With a faint smile, the Grand Priest informed everyone that the Omni King would not intervene. TCH, Jiren, stop him now. Vermaud gritted his teeth, furious at this unfair ruling. Goku, knock that guy down. Beerus scowled, equally displeased, but the Grand Priest's words meant no intervention. Now it was up to the fighters on the stage. Without needing to be told, Son Goku and Jiren were already prepared. They bent their knees slightly, then shot upward like rockets, speeding toward Broly. Still trying to get in my way? Get down. Broly's green aura flared as he brought his hands together, transforming the meteor blast into a supernova. Rumble. A colossal energy sphere plummeted downward. The two had only one choice: withstand it. If they didn't, the arena would be destroyed, and everyone would perish. Jiren roared, having made his decision. He would scatter this energy. Son Goku too was resolute. Under Broly's pressure, he entered the Ultra Instinct form once more, and this time he wielded it with greater mastery than before. He clasped his hands together, a Kamehameha already charging. But just as they were about to strike, a dark figure flashed swiftly before them. And that figure was cursing loudly. The one cursing was none other than Son Goku's own son Gohan. What was going on? 10 seconds earlier, gazing at the energy mass Broly had gathered, Son Gohan hatched a plan. He would use Frieza to block that energy sphere. Right? Use Frieza? He's already dead, so taking this hit should be fine. Son Gohan staggered over to Frieza. After Broly's brutal beating, Frieza's body felt like it had fallen apart, leaving him powerless to move. Gohan, you son of a bitch. As Son Gohan hoisted him up, Frieza realized what he intended to do. He struggled desperately. This was no joke. That planet-sized energy sphere crashing into him would be suicide. Well, even though he was already dead. Go, Frieza, you bastard. Son Gohan, I'll never forgive you. Son Gohan, mustering all his strength, grabbed Frieza by the tail, swung him around, and at the peak of his momentum let go. Frieza streaked across the sky like a meteor, flashing past everyone. Back to the present. Aha! Frieza screamed in terror as the overwhelming energy bore down on him. Broly, oblivious to Frieza, hurled the energy sphere, which slammed directly into Frieza. Boom, boom, boom. The violent power descended. Frieza struggled to raise his hands, and the moment they made contact, searing pain erupted. Something like this. Watch me deflect it. Ugh, hi. Boom. The moment the energy sphere engulfed Frieza, a colossal explosion erupted. The residual force of this blast shattered the very fabric of the Void Realm. Now the Void Realm was no longer a chaotic space. Instead, it had transformed into an expanse of pure white. Nothing else existed. Everything was white. It was like the hyperbolic time chamber, utterly empty. The arena floating in midair had been shattered by the shockwaves, leaving only small intact chunks of ground floating. The spectators in the stands were also stunned by the sight before them. The Void Realm itself had been altered by Broly. Whoosh. Android 18 of Universe 7 returned to the stands, now unconscious. Her clothes had been torn into several gashes from the explosion. 18. Krillin was the first to rush forward, catching her in his arms with tears in his eyes. He quickly fed her a Sensibine, and after a moment, she slowly regained consciousness. Krillin. Yeah, you're alright, 18. Thank goodness you're okay. At that moment, Krillin wept like a child. In his heart, he swore he would never let her participate in such a dangerous battle again. Not only him, but Gohan also returned to the stands. Universe 7 had lost 2 fighters from Broly's bombardment. However, Frieza, who had been at the epicenter of the explosion, did not return to the stands. This left everyone uncertain whether he was dead or had fallen into some crevice. Sorry, everyone. I couldn't last until the end. Gohan apologized in shame. Piccolo stepped forward, patted his head, and handed him a Sensibine. Gohan, you did well. Very well. You gave it your all. Indeed, we all saw your efforts. Sit down and rest. Yes, Lord Beerus, Uncle Piccolo. Huff, huff, huff. Broly fell from the sky, landing on a rock and gasping for breath. Unleashing his maximum energy all at once had taken a considerable toll on him. He looked around, searching for the others' positions. Suddenly, a sharp sound of air being cleaved rang out as a thick leg swept towards the back of Broly's head. Sensing the threat, Broly ducked to evade the attack. He saw Jiren covered in dust, his clothes bearing dozens of tears that revealed his powerful muscles. What's wrong? Your movements have slowed down considerably. Is it because of my blast? Ha ha ha. Broly taunted mockingly. But just then a figure flashed and sent him flying. Bam! Broly crashed into another large boulder. He looked up and saw Goku standing alongside Jiren. Not only that, but several other figures had appeared behind them. Looking around, he saw Android 17, Vegeta, and Frieza battered and bruised with his tail severed. Truly, Frieza's tenacity was remarkable. To survive such a massive explosion was a testament to his incredible life force. Broly, you're too dangerous, so we have no choice but to send you out first. Goku frowned. He had seen 18 and Gohan get eliminated, but chose not to intervene. Their injuries were severe, and continuing would only cause them more pain. What? Trying to gang up on our champion. However, with a crackling sound hit, and Kefla appeared behind Broly. Broly turned to look. Get lost. I don't need weaklings like you two. What did you say, you big oaf? You looking for a fight? Kefla inherited Kale's fiery temper, ready to fight at the drop of a hat. But Broly had no time to waste on scum like her. He clenched his fists and roared at Goku, Jiren, and the others. Come on. Ah ha ha. Arrogant. Utterly arrogant. Broly's aura before his enemies shocked the entire venue. Even facing top-tier fighters like Goku, Jiren, and Vegeta, he showed no fear. At this moment, Broly embodied the essence of a tyrant. Whether on Earth or in this world, he had always heard people speak of following the gods' will. That gods were the masters of this world. Some are born to rule, others to be outlaws. all chosen by the gods. But Broly didn't believe any of it. He would live for himself, for his freedom, gods of destruction, grand ministers, even the Omni King, the mightiest of all universes. If angered, he would kill even a god. When Broly lifted his head, his bloodthirsty savage gaze sent a chill down the spines of his opponents. Even Kefla and Hit beside him felt it, instinctively stepping back to put distance between themselves and Broly. They had no idea what was happening to him. Where did this dark aura come from, manifesting on Broly out of nowhere? It was unlike any ki they had sensed before. Only Goku and Vegeta had experienced it. It was during the tournament between Universe 6 and Universe 7 that Broly had exuded this malevolent energy. And now Goku and the others realized his power was continuously rising. As if it had no limit, Goku and the others decided not to wait any longer. They had never encountered an enemy like Broly. Without a word, they all erupted with their ki, unleashing their full power. Boom. Auras of various colors intertwined as the 5 of them charged at Broly simultaneously. But Broly simply extended his arms, shoving the bothersome Hit and Kefla aside. A sharp light gleamed in his eyes. Kakarot. 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 Broly, take this. Broly let out a chilling laugh as he engaged them in a fierce battle. Bam. Broly punched the weak Frieza away with one blow, then followed up with an elbow strike to Vegeta's face, sending blood gushing from his nose and mouth. Vegeta was sent flying. Meanwhile, Goku took the opportunity to kick Broly in the face, while Jiren punched him in the back. They attacked from both front and back. Bam! A dull, heavy thud echoed from Broly's body, yet he merely smirked as if he felt no pain. He suddenly reached out, grabbing Goku's leg and Jiren's fist, then spun around with immense force, flinging them both away in opposite directions. Broly's assault wasn't over. He erupted with ki again, instantly closing in on the nearest target, Jiren. The moment Jiren tried to counter, Broly brutally hoisted him up. Then he slammed Jiren's back against his own head with tremendous force. Broly was fighting an army alone. The sight of him lifting Jiren stunned everyone. Bang! The violent impact made Jiren cry out in pain, his entire body nearly bent to 90 degrees by Broly. Jiren, in the spectator stands, Vermout clutched his thinning hair and shrieked. He had calculated every possibility, yet never imagined that in the tournament of power a figure as troublesome as Broly would emerge. And judging by the current situation, Broly was gaining the upper hand. Hehehe. Vermout Beerus. There are only 7 minutes left. Your Universe 11 has only 1 fighter left. Universe 7 has 3, while our Universe 6 still has 4. And the tide of battle is turning in our favor. Whether in numbers or strength, how can you possibly win? Kampa swaggered with arrogance like a petty man reveling in his triumph, making one want to punch him. Behind him, Vados was pleased that Broly was dominating the arena, but his condition was clearly not good. Once the match ended, she had to figure out what was wrong with Broly's body. Don't be so smug, Kampa. This isn't over yet. Beerus snorted, crossing his arms. Though he spoke nonchalantly, the shadow of gloom on his face revealed his displeasure to anyone. That's right. Kampa, stop your gloating. The outcome is still unknown. The Supreme Kai of Universe 11 likewise rebuked Kampa's smug demeanor. Because Kampa was a god of destruction, fighters from other universes dared not say much. Yet many silently scorned him, and the cheers grew louder, drowning out Kampa's grating laughter. On the arena, while Broly tormented Jiren, the others charged back into the fray. Among them, Son Goku was the fastest, his figure flickering as he closed the distance, arriving beside Broly in an instant. Broly. Son Goku's voice drew Broly's attention, and he immediately shifted his focus to Son Goku. Son Goku struck first, landing a punch squarely on Broly's nose. Yet Broly ignored it completely, using his face to push the fist back. Then he retaliated with a punch, grabbing Son Goku by the hair and slamming him violently into the ground. Son Goku instantly broke free, kicking Broly in the back of the head. Though Son Goku was now in his Ultra Instinct state, Broly's body remained as formidable as ever. Broly flickered, appearing behind Son Goku. Swiftly, he seized both of Son Goku's hands, then drove his knee into Son Goku's back, lifting him off the ground. Aorg. The searing pain made Son Goku cry out involuntarily. Just then, Vegeta attacked. Seeing Broly turn his head, Son Goku seized the moment, spinning his body to deliver a powerful overhead kick that struck Broly square on the crown. The blow carried all his strength. Broly felt his head buzz. His hands involuntarily loosened, and Son Goku kicked off his chest, arching his back to send Broly flying. And the trajectory of Broly's flight led directly to Vegeta, who was charging his final flash. Die, you monster. Final flash. Whoosh. Vegeta brought his hands together, unleashing a colossal beam of energy from his palms that engulfed Broly entirely. This is what happens when you underestimate Lord Vegeta. Vegeta laughed triumphantly, the power of the final flash intensifying. Boom. With a deafening explosion, a thick cloud of smoke rose. Seeing no sign of Broly, Vegeta thought he had finished him. One should never get too cocky, or they'll be humbled. Suddenly a fierce gale swept through, dispersing the smoke in an instant, and a massive hand appeared before Vegeta's eyes. Broly bent his arm, hooking Vegeta's neck and slamming him forcefully against a rock. The immense impact shattered the rock into a crater. Pressing Vegeta's head down, Broly spoke. "Little Prince of Vegeta, the harm your father caused me, I'll take it out on you." Vegeta's eyes went blank. Feeling this savage power up close filled him with a profound sense of helplessness and despair. He couldn't muster even a shred of resistance. Thump, thump, thump. Heavy blows rained down on Vegeta's body, making him tremble like a sieve, the crater behind him growing ever larger. Yet amidst the relentless assault, Vegeta suddenly thought of Bulma, of Trunks, and of the newborn Bra. I can't lose. Bulma and the others are waiting for me. I can't lose, I absolutely cannot lose. Vegeta roared to the heavens, erupting with a fierce aura, instantly transforming into his Super Saiyan blue form. But unlike before Vegeta's transformation, his power was purer and more surging. His hair shifted from light blue to deep blue, and his aura grew denser, changing from blue to dark blue. The immense energy radiating from Vegeta pushed everything around him away. Even Broly, standing before him, was forced back a few steps. Just then, a sharp glint flashed in Vegeta's eyes. He planted his feet and threw a punch. Broly reacted quickly, crossing his arms to block Vegeta's fist. But Vegeta smirked. His deep blue aura exploded, and he actually pushed Broly forward, sending him flying. Well done, Vegeta. Ever since Broly had dominated everyone, Beerus had been holding in his frustration. Seeing Vegeta push Broly back, he couldn't help but roar, venting the pent-up anger from before. Uncle Vegeta has broken his limits too. Son Gohan's face lit up with excitement. His father had transcended his limits, and now Uncle Vegeta had done the same. Perhaps there was still a chance for a comeback. Amazing, Vegeta. On the arena, Son Goku flickered, joining Vegeta in the fray. But Vegeta, seeing Son Goku, shouted at him in dissatisfaction, "Stay out of this, Kakarot. I can handle Broly on my own." Vegeta radiated immense confidence. The proud Vegeta had returned, and with his new form, he was starting to get arrogant again. But arrogance often precedes a fall. Broly shook his arms, conjuring a green protective barrier around his body. Vegeta's fist could not advance an inch. As he gaped in astonishment, Broly drove his knee hard into Vegeta's abdomen. Ugh! Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth opening as he spat out bile. Bang! Suddenly an explosion rang out as Jiren clashed fiercely with Hit. The enhanced Hit was using his time skip to dodge Jiren's relentless barrage. He dodged left and right, seized an opening, and formed hand signs, unleashing a time freeze on Jiren. Jiren's body seemed frozen in place, immobilized instantly. Then, while controlling the freeze with one hand, Hit slowly raised the other. A purple energy sphere appeared in his palm, which he began to compress continuously. Jiren, this is the end. Meanwhile, Kefla, watching the battle, did not notice the figure standing behind her. Bang! 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 Broly displayed his formidable might, facing three opponents without losing ground. The fierce battle stirred up a storm of shattered stones. On a nearby rock, Caulifla was watching their battle intently, but as she became absorbed in it, she suddenly felt a gust of wind behind her. A surge of red energy instantly enveloped her. She turned to see Frieza having appeared behind her without her noticing, controlling her and rendering her immobile. Oh ho ho ho. How about that? This move is called ghost pressing the bed. You can't move now, can you? The deep red energy orb firmly trapped Caulifla. Breaking free from this move would take time, but Frieza would show no mercy, using a mental command to hurl all the surrounding debris at her. You despicable fiend. How dare you ambush me? Oh ho ho ho. You from the 6th universe are truly naive. This is a matter of life and death now. Do you really think I would hold back? Get down. Frieza roared, spreading his fingers as a powerful force instantly propelled Caulifla towards the edge of the arena. Caulifla struggled with all her might, and just as she was about to fall out of the arena, a sphere of energy shot towards Frieza, interrupting his attack and granting her sudden freedom. Who is it? Frieza growled in frustration, only to see Hit controlling Jiren, extending his hand towards him. Since you interrupted me, you won't get away unscathed either. He wickedly grinned, pointing a finger at Hit. He intended to use the same method against him. You bastard, you won't get away with this. Suddenly Caulifla returned, landing a punch on Frieza, and with a bang, Frieza was sent flying. Hit smirked, but soon felt something was wrong. His power was gradually being drained. Hit quickly turned around, only to see Jiren, who had been immobilized, begin to move slowly. Huh. Jiren roared, unleashing a tremendous energy within the space he occupied, causing Hit's time-freeze space to crack. Veins bulging on his forehead, Hit poured all his strength into it. The energies of Jiren and Hit began to collide, and with a sound like shattering glass, Jiren glared coldly at Hit. What? Hit in disbelief realized that through the time skip all his powers had been enhanced, and through the evolution of the time skip technique he had grasped the ultimate skill, time freeze. Yet unexpectedly, even with this, he was helpless against Jiren. This left him feeling overwhelmed. Gritting his teeth, Hit steeled himself to attack Jiren. Since his techniques were ineffective, he decided to go all out and clash Hiden. But as an assassin, how could he possibly be a brawler? Jiren's eyes widened, and an invisible attack instantly sent Hit flying. Blood spurted from his mouth, and he finally understood what Broly was facing against such a monster. Goodbye. The assassin of the 6th universe. Jiren coldly pursued Hit, and then under Hit's astonished gaze he clasped his hands and struck fiercely. Boom. Hit let out a cry of agony as his entire body pierced through the ground. Swipe. Hit returned to the audience where the eliminated competitors rushed over to check on him. However, Hit had no desire to chat with them. He gazed intently at Broly in the arena. The key to victory for their 6th universe now lay solely in Broly's hands. As for Caulifla, that reckless fool, Hit had no hope for her. Ha ha ha. What's wrong? Is this your level? Broly's fists continued to strike, while number 17 and the deep blue Vegeta were forced into passive defense, gritting their teeth and desperately resisting Broly's heavy blows. With Goku's Ultra Instinct having vanished again, only number 17 and Vegeta were left to withstand Broly. Damn it. Such a frustrating battle makes me furious. Vegeta was extremely angry. He had finally broken through his limits, but was still being beaten down, making him question his existence. Especially when he saw Goku unleash his full power before his Ultra Instinct faded. He had fought to a stalemate with Broly. Why is Kakarot always ahead of me? And I won't accept this. I won't accept this. Vegeta's pride drove him to break through his limits once again. He unleashed a tremendous aura at that moment. What, Kakarot? What, Broly? Watch me surpass you. Ah! Vegeta's eyes flashed with fierce determination as he swung his fists, rapidly shifting from defense to offense, leaving number 17 in awe. Bang! With a heavy punch, Vegeta successfully forced Broly back. What, Legendary Saiyan? Nothing more. Vegeta smirked, a confident smile appearing on his face, revealing his disdain for others after gaining such power. Broly clutched his abdomen, trembling suddenly. Vegeta and number 17 looked at Broly in confusion, unsure of his current state. Ha ha ha. Broly suddenly burst into laughter, shaking so much it seemed like he had heard the funniest thing in the world. Vegeta was extremely annoyed by his laughter and shouted loudly, "Bastard! What are you laughing at? Laughing at you being a foolish fool." Broly struck instantly. His massive body delivered a knee strike right to Vegeta's face. Then the green energy orb in his hand pressed against Vegeta's abdomen, and before he could even scream, he was sent flying. Vegeta! Damn it! Number 17 rushed forward to intercept Broly's pursuit, but Broly merely glanced at him, casually swatting him away. Foolish puppet. Broly charged at Vegeta, who barely managed to steady himself, only to suddenly see a large foot flying toward him, crashing him into the ground. Vegeta! Goku yelled from behind Broly, landing a punch on Broly's face. However, Broly merely grinned menacingly and retaliated. At that moment, number 17 unexpectedly arrived, grabbing Broly from behind. Meanwhile, the fallen Vegeta stood up, resuming his relentless attacks, and the chaotic battle among the three reignited. Broly, with number 17 on his back, pounded Goku repeatedly. Just as Vegeta tried to throw a punch from behind, Broly countered with a kick, sending him flying. Next, he reached back with his right hand, grabbing number 17's clothing and hurled him to the ground. Broly's overwhelming brutality resolved the three-way struggle, leaving them all on the ground wailing in pain. This childish game ends here. Broly seized one of them, placing Vegeta and number 17 against his chest. A burst of green energy triggered their screams as they were blasted away from his chest. Kakarot, I won't accept this, and don't let the 7th universe be destroyed. I'm begging you. As he fell out of the ring, Vegeta raised his arm, gathering all his energy into an orb and throwing it toward Goku. 7th universe number 17, Oi, and Vegeta are eliminated. After Broly eliminated No. 17 and Vegeta, Kampa was overjoyed. He had felt a bit regretful over Hit's departure earlier, but now his face was nearly split with glee. Brother, how does it feel to have 2 fighters eliminated at once when we're so close to the end? Kampa leaned in with a sly grin, his obese face provoking Beerus beyond endurance, who promptly smacked him. Slap. Kampa was stunned, the fighters of Universe 7 were stunned, and everyone present was stunned. Beerus, how dare you hit me? What a? I just find you insufferable. They'll beat you up. The two began throwing punches at each other's faces, striking with ruthless ferocity. Before long, both were bruised and swollen. Yet at that moment, a cold voice rang out. I think we should replace these two gods of destruction. They're too noisy. Yes, too noisy to watch them match properly. The two pea-sized beings chimed in unison. The Grand Minister smiled faintly while Beerus and Kampa hastily knelt and begged for mercy. Then you two stay quiet for a while. Yes. Beerus and Kampa nodded frantically like chicks pecking at rice, terrified of being erased by the Omni King. Meanwhile, Vegeta, having consumed a Senzu rushed to the railing, watching Son Goku slowly rise. You must not lose. Kakarot. Back on the arena. After Hit's elimination, Jiren glanced at Broly and Son Goku, then at Kale and Caulifla fused in Frieza. Finally, he decided to clear out the trash first before seeking enjoyment. Boom. Jiren instantly launched himself toward Frieza and the fused warrior. Golden Frieza hurled energy spheres with both hands while his opponent seemed to handle it with ease. After all, the combined power of the two still surpassed Frieza's. For now, the fused warrior was merely passing the time, toying with this golden punching bag. Yet at that moment, the fused warrior sensed danger. A crimson figure was rapidly approaching, and its target was right here. Frieza also felt a formidable force drawing near. The two halted in unison, understanding that they were about to face a monster. A monster even stronger than a god of destruction. Here it comes. No need to tell me. The fused warrior and Frieza instantly reached a consensus. To avoid elimination, they must join forces for a sliver of hope. Boom. Jiren landed before them, his overwhelming aura making both feel deeply uneasy. But this was no time for discomfort. Both of you come at once. I'm in a hurry. Jiren beckoned them with a hook of his finger. His contemptuous demeanor was too much for the fused warrior to bear. Her green aura flaring, she launched a flying kick. Yet Jiren merely sidestepped, evading the attack, then reached out and grabbed her. He lifted the fused warrior upside down. Take yourself down. Jiren's indifferent tone infuriated her further. She aimed her hands at Jiren and fired a crimson energy blast from below. Jiren just snorted, punching the energy blast with his right fist. Boom. In a single blow, he deflected the attack. And it struck the fused warrior herself. Only she knew the agony of being hit by her own power. Cough. The fused warrior spat blood, glaring at Jiren with fury. She turned and shouted at Frieza, still watching. If I'm eliminated, you're done for too. TCH. Frieza, his scheme exposed, stopped slacking off and threw a punch at Jiren. Together they launched a coordinated assault. Yet Jiren showed no reaction to their attacks. The damage they inflicted was far less effective than a single punch from Broly. Just as Jiren was about to throw them off the arena, something unexpected happened. Frieza suddenly used a ghost pressure technique on the fused warrior, immobilizing her, then struck her with a palm, sending her flying into the spectator stands. The reversal was so swift that no one could grasp it. Oh ho, Jiren-san, no need to thank me. What do you mean? Even if you threw her out, I'll still toss you down. How about a deal? I'll help you ambush Son Goku and that big guy, and in the end, I'll forfeit willingly, letting you claim victory. What do you say? Frieza grinned with cunning malice. Hey, Frieza, what trick are you pulling now? Beerus of Universe 7 grew anxious, suspecting Frieza was about to betray them again. But Jiren showed no interest. You talk too much. Get out. He raised his fist to strike, but Frieza leaped back, laughing wildly. Haha, Jiren, it's you who should be out. Yeah. Frieza's move shocked everyone. A crimson sphere suddenly enveloped Jiren from beneath his feet. Frieza wasted no time, knowing his power could only hold Jiren for a moment. He kicked out, sending the crimson sphere, carrying Jiren hurtling off the arena. Everyone was stunned by Frieza's maneuver. His earlier words were merely a distraction. Ha ha ha. Victory belongs to me, Lord Frieza. Ha ha ha. Frieza's mouth gaped wide, finally rid of that monstrous freak. But, crack. Ha yeah. Jiren roared, clenching his fist, shattering the crimson sphere in an instant. Trash. You're dead. Jiren was enraged. He had been fooled by a piece of garbage. Boom. Wait. Hold on. Aya. Jiren's fist slammed into Frieza's face, deforming it. He was sent flying instantly. Boom, 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 boom. Frieza crashed through several rocks before tumbling down with a thud. Humph. Jiren turned, facing Broly and Son Goku. Yet as Frieza fell, a floating rock suddenly caught him. Meanwhile, after Vegeta's elimination, he had transferred all his remaining energy to Son Goku. This restored much of Goku's stamina. As he continued fighting Broly, he once again entered the Ultra Instinct state, greatly enhancing his power. And with each entry, Goku wielded it more adeptly. The two were now locked in a fierce, exhilarating battle. Boom! Suddenly, a crimson figure descended between them, spreading his arms to catch the attacks of both Broly and Son Goku. Mind if I join in? Thus began the epic three-way clash. Whoosh! The fierce wind wildly stirred everyone's hearts. At this moment the void realm was utterly silent with no one speaking, only the howling wind sweeping past the crowd. Wow, it's so quiet. Yeah, very quiet. Two pea sprouts giggled as they watched the arena. The match had finally reached its climax as three universes engaged in the ultimate battle for the last remaining survival slot. In the spectators' stands, every face was etched with grave solemnity. Now that the decisive moment had arrived, no one wished to see their own universe destroyed. Finally, Krillin could bear it no longer. The oppressive atmosphere was too eerie. He stood up first, cupping his hands around his mouth to amplify his voice. Goku, fight! Defeat them! Once one started, others followed. All the warriors from every universe rose and walked to the railing, shouting at the top of their lungs. For the survival of their own universes, they had to live on. Lord Beerus, who do you think will emerge victorious among these three? It's begun. Beerus snorted lightly. Those remaining on the arena were all top-tier experts from every side. To jump to conclusions based solely on one's own assumptions would only make one appear utterly lacking in judgment. As his words faded, the three figures on the arena moved simultaneously. They collided head-on, and the resulting shockwave expanded outward like a colossal halo of light. Hep! A sinister smirk curled at the corner of Broly's mouth. Right before Son Goku and Jiren, he unleashed a chest bomb point blank. Neither of them had expected this madman to unleash such a ferocious energy blast at such close range. Was he insane? Boom! All three were sent flying backward. Broly braced himself with both feet, digging one hand into the ground to forcibly decelerate, leaving 5 deep gouges in the hard surface. Then with a powerful stomp, he launched himself forward like a rocket. Ha! Kakarot. Indeed, Broly had once again set his sights on Son Goku. Even though Jiren was closer, he didn't pursue him, instead targeting Goku as his primary objective. Bang! With a violent charge, Broly rammed into Goku, sending them both crashing into the mountain face. Uft! A mouthful of blood sprayed out. Goku felt helpless. Why was this guy so fixated on him? But his answer came in the form of Broly's relentless storm-like barrage of heavy punches. Swish! 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 Boom! Jiren flashed behind Broly in an instant and delivered a kick with immense force, sending Broly and Goku smashing into each other head-on. Broly turned his head only to see Jiren hurling an energy sphere at him. Broly and Goku were sent flying again. Nice one, Jiren. Keep it up and knock them all off. TCH. What are you so smug about? This is just the beginning. No sooner had Vermouth spoken than he earned scornful looks from Kampa and Beerus. But Vermouth didn't care. As long as he could win head, even dance if it meant cheering. And that's enough. Having taken several hits from Jiren, Broly's fury flared instantly. As Jiren closed in again, Broly bent his arm and struck with a brutal elbow. Bang! Elbow met fist, and both flashed fierce killing intent. Both of you get off me. Goku felt stifled, not only being suppressed by Broly, but also having a portion of the damage transferred to him. Clenching his fist, Goku elevated his ki, then planted both feet on Broly's chest and pushed off with explosive force. Boom! Broly, who was locked in combat with Jiren, was sent flying along with Jiren. Broly was now like a sandwich trapped between the two. Enraged as they charged again, Broly spread his arms and fired 2 energy spheres in an instant. In the split second, while they deflected the energy spheres, Broly seized the opportunity to attack. He first kicked Goku toward Jiren, then opened his mouth wide and unleashed a tremendous roar. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion. When the smoke cleared, the figures of Goku and Jiren emerged. Hi! Kakarot! Jiren! Disappear! Broly roared, channeling all his power into a single point. The green energy sphere in his hand blazed with dazzling, blinding green light. Layer after layer of shifting hues coalesced into a solid form. He hurled it with all his might at the two, the immense energy sphere racing toward them with cataclysmic force. But this attack was vastly different from before. Just as they prepared to defend, the energy sphere before them suddenly split into multiple energy orbs. Omega Blaster. In an instant, a brilliant fireworks display erupted around Goku and Jiren, crackling with explosions. From left to right, the void realm blazed as bright as daylight. The spectators in the stands watched Broly's attack in stunned disbelief. This guy Broly had kept everyone in a state of constant astonishment. Every time they thought he was suppressed, Broly would turn the tables and deliver an even greater surprise. Huh. Broly frowned. He sensed 2 dazzling lights flickering within the smoke. Hi. 2 simultaneous roars rang out as 2 energy beams pierced the sky, restoring the white space to its original hue. A silver figure and a red figure appeared before Broly. Under Broly's intense assault moments ago, Goku had once again broken through his limits. He had successfully mastered perfected Ultra Instinct. Meanwhile, Jiren had also entered a state beyond his limits, his muscles swelling even more than in his normal or full power state, his body cloaked in a crimson aura. Just now, as Broly's Omega Blaster devastated him, the voices of Toppo and the others echoed in Jiren's mind. It was Vermaud who connected them, transmitting everyone's voices, especially Toppo's words, which made Jiren realize that some things couldn't be obtained through sheer strength alone, such as love, friendship, comradeship. In the past, the death and betrayal of his family and companions had turned Jiren into a silent, solitary, and cold warrior. He had stopped believing in true bonds of family and friendship. Bitterly hating his tragic past, Jiren vowed to become strong. He disliked teamwork and preferred acting alone. Having been betrayed, he would never trust anyone again, not even Toppo and the others. But when he was overwhelmed by Broly, they didn't abandon him. Instead, they offered him even more encouragement. This caused a crack to appear in his long-frozen heart. Especially the words, "We are with you." Tears instantly welled up in Jiren's eyes. Jiren was now brimming with confidence. What he had lost had returned. He would become immensely powerful. As Son Goku was attacked, the faces of everyone he knew flashed through his mind: Vegeta, Shishi, Gohan, Goten, Bulma, Master Roshi, and Krillin. He didn't want his universe to be destroyed. He didn't want his friends to get hurt. At that moment, Goku broke through his limits. He pushed Ultra Instinct to its absolute peak. Complete Ultra Instinct. Two overwhelming auras whipped up twin hurricanes around them as a white figure and a red figure charged at each other. Before Broly could react, both of them simultaneously kicked out their feet, striking his abdomen at the same time. The two were in perfect tacit agreement. They should first eliminate the unstable variable that was Broly and then settle their own duel. Broly let out a roar of pain and crashed straight through the arena floor with a deafening boom. But with sheer force of will, he grabbed a floating piece of debris at the last moment and pulled himself back onto the stage. That's despicable. 2 against 1 isn't fair. Seeing Son Goku and Jiren team up against Broly, Champa immediately grew frantic. Wasn't it obvious they wanted to eliminate Universe 6 first? How could he possibly agree to that? What happens on the stage is for them to decide. We have no right to interfere. Beerus snorted coldly, dismissing him. Vermaud looked at him like an idiot, throwing Champa's own earlier words back in his face. This is a life-or-death struggle. Be glad they didn't kill him. What are you squealing at me for? Champa was seized by a violent coughing fit, his words choked off. That's right, he had said those very things before. Who knew this guy would hold such a grudge? Hey, don't you all just stand there gawking. Cheer for me. Champa turned and roared at all the eliminated fighters. His expression was grim. The situation was critical. If this kept up, they were going to lose. Boom. Son Goku and Jiren toyed with Broly like a wild beast. Broly couldn't land a single blow. Ultra Instinct's passive dodging was flawless and Jiren's limit break was overwhelming. Their combined power instantly turned the tables, suppressing Broly. Broly was like an enraged tiger bellowing in fury. But before long, they discovered a major problem. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but Broly was already starting to evade their attacks, occasionally even predicting their moves. Not good. This guy's adaptability is too strong. Jiren had never faced such a troublesome opponent, one whose power increased without limit. He realized that as long as Broly kept fighting, his strength would grow boundlessly. The only way was to use power far exceeding his own and finish him off in one blow. Otherwise, he would quickly catch up to you. This ability was utterly monstrous. At the same time, Son Goku also understood Broly's terrifying nature. He exchanged a look with Jiren, and they decided to join forces and take Broly out in one decisive attack. But how could their plan succeed so easily? Broly possessed 3 souls. He was a being with sanity, fury, and the ability to grow infinitely. You think you can finish me off in one go? Dream on. Ha-ya-ya. The entire Null Realm began to tremble. Broly erupted with a violent aura. His veins bulged, coiling over his body like serpents, a terrifying sight to behold. Alien'll start with you as a blood sacrifice. Broly's eyes rolled back white. His muscles swelled massively, and his entire body was wreathed in crackling lightning. His green aura was like a wild beast opening its maw, vast in its reach. Son Goku and Jiren were both shocked. This guy was truly a monster. With that, Broly charged straight at them, smashing into the already crumbling arena. The ground cracked and groaned, collapsing as everything around them disintegrated. Broly's power had swelled to the point where it filled the entire Null Realm. The two stood ready, but the moment contact was made, Broly suddenly accelerated. His massive arms hooked around each of them, and with a leap, he drove their heads deep into the ground. Then, still holding their heads, he dragged them across the ground, leaving 2 long furrows in his wake. In the next instant, Broly lifted them up and smashed their heads together with tremendous force. A dull thud rang out, followed by their cries of pain as enormous comical lumps swelled on their heads. You bastard. A fierce glint in his eyes, Son Goku opened his mouth wide and bit down hard on Broly's hand. Deja vu. The memory of being bitten by Son Goku during the Tournament of Destroyers was still fresh and painful. Broly quickly shook Goku off and blew on his swollen red hand. Son Goku grinned. That was way too dangerous. You're really strong, Broly. With Broly's grip loosened, Jiren and Goku broke free. Son Goku kept smiling, showing no anger despite the beating had taken. Jiren, though expressionless, felt a fierce exhilaration at facing two opponents he couldn't defeat alone. But a match was a match, and this one was a matter of life and death. After his laughter subsided, Goku's expression turned serious. Come on, Broly, Jiren. Time to settle this. As Son Goku finished speaking, the Grand Minister's voice rang out. Attention, all fighters. There are 2 minutes remaining. If no winner is decided, or if the number of fighters remains equal, then all universes will be completely erased. The announcement sent shockwaves through everyone. The 3 gods of destruction immediately lost their composure, leaping to their feet and shouting at the fighters. Take them out, Broly. You absolutely cannot lose. Jiren, hold nothing back. Give it everything you've got. Goku, you cannot lose to them. Absolutely not. They didn't need the prompting. All 3 knew time was of the essence. With a thunderous crash, they clashed once more. Boom, boom, boom. None of them were holding back now. Goku had stopped fooling around. Jiren was fully serious, and Broly was more savage than ever. Broly blocked Son Goku's heavy punch with one hand. Jiren immediately followed with a flying kick. Broly snorted, grabbed Jiren's ankle, and hurled him at Son Goku. Broly rampaged across the arena like a maddened beast, destroying everything in his path. But just then a sudden red beam of light struck him squarely in the back, catching him completely off guard. A gaping wound the size of a bowl appeared on his back, gushing torrents of blood. Cough. Scorching hot blood spurted from Broly's chest. Both Jiren and Son Goku, who were gripped in his hands, were taken aback. Blood flowed profusely, splattering over the 2 of them. Broly fell to the ground with a thud. Oh ho 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 ho. Hey, damn you, you savage monkey. Frieza. The entire venue erupted in uproar, never expecting that this guy hadn't been eliminated. Indeed, because the match was so intense, no one had noticed one extra or one less person. Everyone was captivated by the battle. Seeing Frieza appear, Beerus was overjoyed. Though his methods were questionable, as long as it averted defeat, that was enough. Broly. Frieza, you're asking for death. Kampa's eyes narrowed, and a tangible aura of destruction emanated from his entire being. He was enraged. He was furious. He never expected that scoundrel Frieza would dare to ambush Broly from behind. Yet just as he was about to disregard everything and cripple Frieza, a pair of slender hands held him back. Vados shook her head at him, signaling him not to lose control. Broly hadn't been declared the loser yet, so nothing was certain. Ha ha ha. Hey, excellent. Well done, Universe 7. Go for it, Jiren. Defeat Son Goku, and that Frieza, and we win. Seeing the most troublesome opponent down, Vermoud became excited. Even the angel behind him, Margarita, showed an excited expression. Go for it, dear Broly. Is this really where you stop? Vados stared intently at the fallen Broly on the arena. At this moment, her heart began to change. From her initial indifferent attitude towards Broly to fearing he might misunderstand her, to now feeling an involuntary concern for him. It seemed she had finally acknowledged him. Frieza, why did you do such a thing? Son Goku's eyes burned with anger. Beside him, Broly had stained the ground with a large pool of blood. Such a cowardly backstab was what Son Goku despised most. Oh ho ho ho, Son Goku, you're still so naive. As long as I win, this great emperor will stop at nothing. Frieza clenched his fist, his gaze exceptionally fierce. In Frieza's heart, there was only himself. As long as victory was assured, he cared not for the means. He was the tyrannical Emperor Frieza. Goku, never mind that. Just knock them off. There's no time left. Beerus roared impatiently. Though angry, Son Goku acknowledged Beerus' point. Sigh. It's just a pity I couldn't have a proper duel with you. Come on, Son Goku. Let's knock this guy out and win. Frieza powered up, transforming into Golden Frieza. His smugness was palpable. He could already see the scene of victory, envisioning his own resurrection. Just thinking about it gave him a little thrill. Jiren glanced at Broly, then turned around expressionlessly. Oh ho ho ho, you think putting on a poker face scares me? Annoyed by Jiren's expression, Frieza raised his hand and fired a beam of light. But Jiren's eyes flashed, and an invisible wall instantly materialized before him, extinguishing Frieza's attack. Yet as the 3 clashed fiercely, Broly's finger twitched on the ground. Thump, thump, thump. His heart pounded violently. That. Broly seems to have moved. Krillin with sharp eyes was actually watching the fallen Broly on the ground, while Goku and Jiren were locked in combat. As Krillin spoke, everyone saw Broly slowly rising from the ground, and his skin began to turn black. Whoosh! A brown tail shot out from Broly's rear, its fur bristling like that of a frightened cat. Broly's eyes were now a bloody red devoid of pupils. His teeth began to elongate, resembling the fangs of a wild beast. The wound on his chest healed rapidly, leaving behind eerie markings. Scorching heat radiated from Broly's body. He let out a furious roar, and a dark red shockwave rapidly expanded from him, obliterating everything in its path. A wave of malevolent energy swept across the arena. As this aura erupted, the three stopped fighting. Frieza was about to turn his head when a tremendous force seized his head. Boom! To the astonishment of Son Goku and Jiren, a black figure flashed past with incredible speed, catching them off guard. Roar! Broly's roar was no longer human. It was more like a tiger's, chilling to the bone. Frieza struggled to break free, but found the arm holding him as unyielding as steel. His head scraped across the ground until it slammed into a massive boulder. Broly sent him flying with a heavy punch, then pinned him to the rock with a kick. You damned savage monkey, you're not dead." Frieza was horrified, but his only answer was Broly's relentless beating. Driven by his hatred for Frieza, every punch Broly threw was a critical blow. The angel halo above Frieza's head began to flicker, as if about to vanish. "Stop, Broly." Son Goku and Jiren rushed towards him, but Broly roared in fury, lifting his foot and kicking Frieza away with tremendous force. With a thunderous crash, Frieza was sent hurtling straight through the entire arena. Whoosh! Frieza eliminated. Beerus in the audience was losing his composure. His universe had once had the most fighters, but now only one warrior remained from each universe. Time was also running out with only 1 minute left. Beerus was panicking inside, and not just him. All the gods of destruction wore grave expressions. "Your turn, Kakarado." Broly grinned, his bloodthirsty, brutal aura surging forth. The terrifying energy made everyone feel the temperature drop. He was incredibly fast, appearing before them in an instant. Before they could react, he grabbed them both with lightning speed. At that moment, Broly was the strongest. Strong. Broly roared, erupting with a dark red energy. He violently slammed the two together, then sent them both flying with a punch and a kick. Then, spreading his arms wide, he fired 2 dark red energy beams. Seeing the danger, Jiren and Goku unleashed their own ultimate techniques to counter the beams. Kamehameha. Super electromagnetic bomb. The two attacks collided with Broly's beams, causing the heavens and earth to change color and the world of void to crumble once more. Boom. Broly continuously channeled his energy, sending 2 beams of light hurtling toward both opponents. Damn it. This guy's power is just too overwhelming. He can even take on Goku and Jiren at the same time. Krillin gritted his teeth, his face dark with despair. At this rate, they would lose. Krillin. No. 18 gently took his hand. Her meaning was clear. Even if they lost, she would die alongside him, though her heart ached for their daughter. Tears welled up in her eyes as she thought of their child. No. 17 stood silent beside them. He too had a family and feared defeat. Watching Broly's beam push back both attacks, Beerus and Whis' expressions flickered with uncertainty. It seemed this was truly the end. But then Jiren and Son Goku suddenly roared, their energies soaring into the heavens like descending gods. 2 pillars of light enveloped them, and their power surged anew. Seeing this, the warriors of Universes 11 and 7 glimpsed a glimmer of hope, a spark of possibility. In the arena facing the brink of life and death, Jiren and Goku broke through their limits, once more unleashing an unprecedented torrent of energy. Breakthrough after breakthrough, reversal after reversal. This dramatic spectacle etched itself into the memory of everyone at the Tournament of Power. "Go for it, Goku." Krillin wept, openly screaming at the top of his lungs from his seat. Indeed, for Goku, Krillin's voice was like a catalyst. Power surged through him instantly. Hallelujah. Veins bulging on his forehead, Goku's entire being erupted with force, crashing down upon Broly like a raging tide. And then the beam Broly had fired began to inch backward, pushed by Goku's might. On the other side, Jiren felt the same. Now bound by bonds of camaraderie, he sensed his teammates' emotions. He too refused to let these newfound bonds be destroyed. As the saying goes, in a beam struggle, the left side always loses. But what happens when the fight is in the middle? Watching his beam slowly pushed back, Broly's expression twisted into a savage snarl. He roared without reason. Thus, the pinnacle warriors of 3 universes erupted in unison. Boom! A thunderous explosion engulfed the entire arena in blinding white light. All were forced to shut their eyes against the searing blast. Debris rained down as a thick pall of smoke shrouded the arena. After a long moment, the spectators opened their eyes to the arena. As the smoke slowly cleared, they saw the entire stage had been obliterated, leaving only a single shard of rock supporting the three fighters. All three collapsed simultaneously. 30 seconds remain in the match. Whoever stands first will be the victor. Otherwise, all universes will be erased. As the Grand Priest spoke, everyone in the stands, fighters, gods of destruction, and Kaioshin alike, rose to their feet to witness this final moment. Jiren, get up. You are the mightiest warrior. Don't lose to anyone. Toppo and the other members of Universe 11's team roared. Son Goku, get up now. Goku, father, son, Beerus, Krillin, Gohan, Piccolo, all of them shouted at once. In Universe 6, there was little commotion. Yet a small, frail figure stepped up to the rail. Broly, you can do it. Get up. Kappa, now fully healed, cheered for Broly as he always had. Hearing the chorus of encouragement, the three on the rocks slowly pushed themselves up. Goku was battered and weary. Jiren gasped for breath, unaccustomed to such a state. Broly, having regained his senses from the explosion, forced himself to endure the pain at Kabba's voice, and rose alongside Goku and Jiren. Oh, all three of them got up at the same time. Yes. The two Omni Kings were thrilled. The Grand Priest smiled faintly. 20 seconds remain. The Grand Priest's meaning was clear. Since all three stood, the battle continued. Huff, huff, huff. All were utterly exhausted. Merely standing was a feat, and lifting an arm took immense effort. Yet Broly's advantage now shone through. His formidable physique turned the tide at this critical moment. With a guttural roar, he swung his arm, with a full-body motion, landing a punch on Goku's face. Goku grunted and retaliated by headbutting Broly, who stumbled back half a step. Goku then crashed into Jiren, sending him tumbling off the rock. Sorry, Jiren. Goku's compassion sealed his fate. Goku, behind you, behind you. Goku felt a gust of wind at his back. As he turned, a fist slammed into his face. Severely wounded, his consciousness faded, and he fell from the arena. 1. Aha! Broly, you won. The entire Universe 6 team erupted in ecstatic cheers. Vados smiled approvingly at Broly, pleased with his performance. Universes 11 and 7 fell silent. Goku and Jiren had both lost consciousness. Son Gohan moved to feed Goku a Senzu bean, but Beerus stopped him. Let him fade away unconscious. Tears streamed down the others' faces. Sigh. We lost, but we remain the proudest team of warriors. The fighters of Universe 11 embraced one another. Very well, the tournament of power has concluded. The victor is Broly of Universe 6. Thus, the other two universes will be erased. As the Grand Priest spoke, Universes 11 and 7 braced themselves. Resolve shone on every face as they held hands and exchanged final glances, a silent farewell. Beerus. Kampa's face darkened. Though his universe had won, his brother was about to vanish. The joy of victory was hollow. Beerus glanced back at him. Take care, brother. Sigh. Goku lost, huh? Yeah, Goku lost. Lord Omni King, these are the rules. The Grand Priest reminded the two Omni Kings not to make the wrong choice. So conflicted, but rules are rules. Reluctantly, the two pea-sized beings clenched their tiny fists, and Universes 11 and 7 vanished in an instant. Beerus. Tears welled in Kampa's eyes, but he refused to let them fall. Only the Angels and Universe SIXS members remained. Now then, Broly, as the victor, state your wish. Any wish can be granted. Yes. Anything at all. As the Grand Priest finished, the two Omni Kings looked on with curiosity, eager to hear Broly's wish. Broly, standing on the rock, was well aware that a wish was a reward in name, but a trial in essence. Broly felt a flicker of relief that he had managed to regain his composure in time. Otherwise, the old, brutish Broly might have blurted out some reckless desire. Clearing his throat, he voiced his wish: restore all the erased universes. These words left everyone present utterly astounded. Was this the same savage beast who had rampaged on the arena? How could he possess such magnanimity? The gods, and even the angels, all turned to him in astonishment. Broly, are you sure? Kampa was dumbfounded. He had never expected Broly to make such a wish. My, it seems Broly's character far surpasses that of the capricious Lord Kampa. Whis, you scoundrel. How dare you say my character is inferior? Meanwhile, the two tiny beings approached Broly and gazed up at him adorably. Is this all? Is it done? The Grand Minister was also taken aback by the wish of such a battle-hungry warrior. He had assumed Broly would use the Super Dragon Balls to seek immense power. Broly nodded. Yes, I am certain. Please grant the wish. With a faint smile, the Grand Minister turned and made the wish to the dragon. With a thunderous roar, the Super Shenron spread its wings and vanished in a flash of golden light that streaked across the cosmos. In that same instant, all the erased universes were restored to their former state. In the 11th universe, Jiren gazed at the dragon streaking across the sky, a hint of melancholy in his heart. He had never imagined Broly would make such a wish. It seemed he had misjudged him. He truly hoped for another chance to meet. In the 7th universe, Son Goku and the others had returned to Bulma's Capsule Corporation. Staring at the sky above, they were equally astonished. Broly, he's not such a bad guy after all, huh? Krillin nudged Goku with his elbow. Goku laughed heartily, then murmured to himself, Broly, I look forward to our next meeting. I will become even stronger. Back in the world of Void, Broly had returned to the spectator stance. Seeing the unharmed Kaba, he started to approach him only to be hoisted into the air by all the fighters from Universe 6. Kaba cheered, welcome back, hero. Amidst the celebration, Kampa grumbled with frustration, wasting such a perfect wish tch. Suddenly a shadow loomed over him. Looking up, he was terrified and quickly rose to bow. Grand Minister. The Grand Minister gestured for him to relax. Grand Zeno considered that the warrior who endured to the end would possess the mercy to consider other universes. Kampa asked nervously, and what if someone made a different wish? If he had made a selfish wish, Grand Zeno intended to erase everything. As the Grand Minister finished speaking, Kampa and the Supreme Kai of Universe 6 were stunned. They quickly turned to Broly, tears in their eyes. Thank goodness, Broly. We're so glad you didn't wish for anything else. Boo-hoo. Well, everyone, the tournament is over. I look forward to our next meeting. Kampa shuddered at the thought. He had no desire to participate in such a perilous tournament again, yet he politely nodded in agreement. 3 days later, inside Kampa's palace. Since the Tournament of Power had ended, Whis had taken Broly away, and they had been together for 3 whole days. Due to the emergence of the Dark Broly during the tournament, Whis was concerned about his health and conducted a thorough full-body examination. Yet to her bewilderment, every checkup over these 3 days revealed no anomalies. This left her puzzled about the source of the sinister power Broly had exuded. Broly already had an answer to this question, but he could not reveal the matter of the old Broly. Firstly, he himself did not know how to handle it. That soul was like a wild beast. When it went berserk, even he could not suppress it. He could barely contain it when not fighting, but once engaged in battle, all control was lost, and no one could stop it. Secondly, if he could not deal with it, would Whis, fearing he might cause a catastrophe that threatened the universe, decide to eliminate him preemptively. Thus, for the sake of his own survival, he chose to remain silent for now and take things as they came. Fortunately, Whis did not press him. After 3 days of fruitless examinations, she finally gave up. Broly, your body shows no issues for now. If you ever feel any discomfort, remember to come to me, Whis said with concern. Broly nodded, ready to go back and get some good sleep. But just as he was about to leave, Whis seemed to remember something. All right, remember to train tomorrow. I promised you before. It's time I taught you something real. Broly's heart leaped with joy. It seemed he would soon learn the power of destruction. The next day, Broly rose early and donned the Destruction God attire that Whis had meticulously prepared for him. Broly, in his Destruction God outfit, his hair turned black. It fits you perfectly, Whis' voice drifted over. Broly scratched his head. Indeed, the clothes were not only the right size, but also incredibly comfortable. Wearing them, he felt neither hot nor cold, perfectly temperate. Come, I'll take you to the training ground. Broly nodded and quickly followed. On a certain planet, the environment was extremely harsh, 100 times more brutal than Vampa. It was a wonder how such a planet sustained itself. Sandstorms raged everywhere, visibility was poor, and the temperature difference between day and night was extreme. The daytime heat was as scorching as the sun, while the nights were as cold as a glacier. In a desert, Broly sat cross-legged in the sand, eyes closed, as if in meditation. Beside him, Whis nodded from time to time, seemingly very pleased with him. Suddenly, Broly's eyes snapped open. A sharp gleam flashed in his eerie purple pupils. His entire body radiated the energy of destruction. With a casual wave of his hand, 5 small orbs of destruction swiftly formed in his palm. They spun rapidly before shooting out. Where they struck the sand, the ground vanished, as if devoured by a demon, leaving nothing behind. Clap, clap, clap. Whis applauded as she approached Broly. Congratulations, you have become a qualified candidate for God of Destruction. Hearing the praise from Whis, Broly's purple eyes gradually returned to normal. He turned his head and grinned at Whis. It's all thanks to my master's teaching. Whis chuckled softly. There was no denying that Whis had tirelessly taught Broly during these days. After all, cultivating the power of a god with a mortal body required not only perseverance, but also talent. And Broly was perfectly suited for the position of a god of destruction. His unwavering pursuit of power and decisive, ruthless heart were the most important qualities. If it were Son Goku, his compassion would prevent him from destroying unqualified planets, so he would never be fit to become a god of destruction. Broly dusted himself off, then asked, Master, what's next in training? Whis fell silent for a moment. Broly had advanced with astonishing speed, mastering the power of destruction in just 3 months. He had also learned some techniques of the gods of destruction. There was no denying that Broly possessed immense talent. Just as Whis was about to tell Broly the next training subject, she noticed her staff flickering with light. Whis checked it then frowned deeply. What's going on? How could such a serious incident happen in such a short time? What's wrong? Broly was puzzled. Anything that could make Whis frown must be serious. Whis turned to Broly and said, "We'll talk about training later. For now we need to deal with the crisis on Earth." Earth? Broly was taken aback, then remembered it was the Earth of Universe 6. He had been in Universe 6 for so long, but had never visited it once. What happened? Well, Earth is now in ruins. Some kind of evil entity has descended upon it. Hearing this, Broly's mouth twitched. Earth was truly a planet plagued by calamities. The Earth of Universe 7 had been destroyed countless times, and now the Earth of Universe 6, which had only recently been restored, was facing disaster. Whis then issued his first mission, which also served as a test for Broly. Broly, this crisis on Earth will be yours to resolve. How should I handle it? Broly was well-versed in destruction, but dealing with this kind of situation was unfamiliar to him. But Whis simply said, do what you believe is right. This is a test. Oh, and Lord Kampa doesn't know about this yet. Whatever you do, don't destroy Earth, or he will be very angry. Broly felt a headache coming on. The simplest solution, destroying the planet, was out of the question. He sighed and nodded helplessly. Then let's go. Whis smiled sweetly, placed her hand on Broly's shoulder, and the two vanished in a flash of white light. Earth Universe 6. Boom. 3 figures hovered above the city, carelessly firing energy blasts, reducing the entire city to rubble. Flames erupted everywhere, thick smoke billowed into the sky, and the panicked crowd scattered like frightened birds. The sounds of weeping, screaming, and explosions turned the city into a scene straight out of hell. The 3 figures seemed to revel in the destruction, leisurely firing energy blasts, letting the people flee for a while, before mercilessly killing them. Whoosh. Somewhere on Earth, Whis brought Broly to the Earth of Universe 6. Gazing at the devastated city, Broly felt no discomfort. Whis nodded beside him. She would score Broly's performance in each aspect, then give a comprehensive evaluation. If Broly scored below 8 points, he would forever remain a candidate for God of Destruction, and she would seek another. Broly, you may begin. Resolve this crisis in your own way. With that, Whis vanished into specks of light. Broly shook his head. Why not just destroy this place with a single sphere of energy? Too troublesome. But Kampa had used the Super Dragon Balls to restore this Earth, and had gone to great lengths to hold a tournament. If it were destroyed, Kampa would undoubtedly go berserk. So let's see what's causing this mess. Broly closed his eyes, sensing the enemy's ki. But he immediately noticed something strange. A massive ki signature was in the east, yet in the west a large number of people had suddenly died, but he couldn't sense any ki from the attacker. What was going on? A flicker of irritation crossed Broly's mind. Let's see what kind of ghost you are without any ki. Boom. Broly shot into the sky, heading toward the direction where the mass deaths had occurred. In a secret underground bunker, a woman in a white lab coat and glasses was staring intently at a monitor. Beside her, a sweet, beautiful girl lay on an operating table covered in tubes. Mommy will wake you up soon. With this, the woman took a small vial from a freezer, poured out its pink liquid, and injected it into the girl's body. Soon the girl, who had been like a vegetable, began to tremble violently. Veins bulged across her entire body. Her appearance began to change. Her skin turned pink, and a tail even sprouted from her. Moreover, her entire body radiated wild, furious ki. With a thunderous roar, everything around the girl was blasted into the sky. Broly frowned. What was that? A massive surge of ki had suddenly appeared, then vanished in an instant. Broly grew more confused. What was all this? One in the east, several unknown ones in the west, and now another one. How irritating. A bloodthirsty gleam flashed in Broly's eyes. He hated this feeling. His body instantly accelerated, the air vibrating as he broke the sound barrier. Broly arrived at the destination in an instant. The place was as devastated as the other cities, but this time he had found the culprits. The 3 figures in midair stopped their attack the moment they saw Broly. But when they turned around, Broly's heart skipped a beat. The 3 figures were none other than Android 16, Android 17, and the goddess of Dragon Ball fans, Android 18. What was going on? Wasn't this Universe 7? Did the Red Ribbon Army exist here too? Broly was deep in thought, but his opponents gave him no time. The 3 of them gathered energy blasts in their hands and fired at him. Broly simply dodged left and right, then dashed forward in an instant, appearing before the 3 of them. He noticed that although they resembled the androids of Universe 7, they all bore a strange, sinister rune on their foreheads. Majin Android 18. Thus Majin Android 18 and Android 17 made their grand entrance. Why does Earth of the 6th universe harbor androids like No? 18. At first glance, aside from that sinister smirk on her face, No. 18 appears virtually identical to her counterpart in the original tale. A flicker of astonishment crossed Broly's mind, yet his hands showed no hesitation as he sent Majin No. 16 flying with a single punch. Bang! Crackle! Half of Majin No. 16's head was caved in, exposing the mechanical wiring within, a truly gruesome sight. The enemy is too strong. No. 17 No. 18 flee at once. Find the master. Majin No. 16 shoved them away, resolved to hold this fiend off alone. Majin No. 18's eyes blazed with ferocity. No. 16, I don't fear this brute. Let's take him on together. Yet as she spoke, Majin No. 17 grabbed her arm and bolted away like a fugitive. It's my turn to play the Catan mouse game, isn't it? Broly did not pursue. Instead, a malicious grin crept across his face. After all, they were fleeing eastward. He would ensnare them all in one fell swoop. Let them run for a while. What are you doing, No? 17. No. 16 is still back there. Can't you sense that man's power? He crushed No. 16's skull with one blow. We're no match for him. Staying means death. But we can't just abandon No. 16. He's made his choice. Don't waste his sacrifice. Go to the master. He can deal with that bastard. Majin No. 17's reasoning was sound. Majin No. 18 hesitated no longer. They pushed their speed to the limit, skimming across the water with a thunderous roar toward their master. Have you already resigned yourself to death? I won't let you pass. A crimson gleam flashed in Majin No. 16's eyes as he charged at Broly. Bang! Broly stood with arms crossed, parrying the attack with a single kick. Damn it! Frustration gnawed at Majin No. 16 as his assault was effortlessly blocked. Yet upon scanning and confirming that No. 17 and No. 18 had fled far, a wave of relief washed over him. Moi. Broly noticed his relieved expression and felt a flicker of confusion, then instantly grasped No. 16's intent. Perish with me. Majin No. 16 suddenly seized Broly and activated his self-destruct mechanism. His body swelled, then erupted in a cataclysmic blast that annihilated everything within a kilometer. Broly sighed, brushing off the wires clinging to his form, and muttered with bored disdain, "That's it." ID hoped for at least a flicker of amusement. "All right, the hungry tiger is here now. Pray run to your heart's content." Ha ha. Broly licked his lips, then shot forward like a bolt of lightning, rapidly closing in on Majin No. 18 and the others. A thunderous roar split the air. The fleeing No. 17 and No. 18 spun around to see Broly bearing down on them with terrifying speed. Run! The master is just ahead. Gritting their teeth, they surged forward at full throttle with no thought of stopping their pursuer. His presence here meant No. 16 was surely gone. This monster was beyond terrifying. Oh, so that's their stronghold. How repulsive. Before them loomed a floating island devoid of life or greenery, shrouded by a colossal pulsating tumor that writhed as though alive. Then let the Catan mouse game end here. Broly thrust his hands forward, launching 2 emerald energy spheres hurtling toward No. 17 and No. 18. Sensing the immense energy bearing down on them, No. 17 and No. 18 froze in terror, screaming in panic. Yet just as annihilation seemed inevitable, a figure materialized before them and casually swatted away Broly's attack. Joy lit up No. 17 and No. 18's faces. Lord Poo. Majin Poo gestured for them to retreat. Moi. This guy. Broly halted, scrutinizing the being before him. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the original Majin Buu. This must be the Majin Buu of the 6th universe. After all, the 6th and 7th universes are twin realms. What exists in the 7th is mirrored in the 6th in a different form, as seen with No. 17 No. 18 and Frost. Yet this Majin Poo seemed unlike his mindless 7th universe counterpart. His movements betrayed a conscious will. Who are you? Suddenly Majin Poo spoke, his malevolent expression an overwhelming aura surpassing that of the 7th universe's Majin. My name is irrelevant. I'm just a janitor here to clean up the trash. Broly shrugged, his nonchalant demeanor infuriating No. 17 and No. 18 behind the Majin. Ha ha ha. You've got quite the mouth, boy. Majin Poo swept his hand, conjuring a gale that sliced toward Broly, who merely sidestepped to evade it. Rip. Broly looked down to find his chest torn. This robe was a gift from my master, and I only put it on today. You're courting death. Veins bulging on his forehead, Broly instantly appeared beside Poo, gripping his head and preparing to smash him into the ground. Yet he found Poo's body fixed in midair, immovable. A sinister smirk curled Poo's lips as he unleashed a surge of energy, shoving Broly back. Ha 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 ha. Poo then beat his chest like a gorilla, roaring wildly. With each thump, a ring of light rippled outward, and his body began to transform, gradually swelling in size. Though Broly remained in his base form, few could withstand his attacks. This foe indeed possessed skill. Arms crossed, he observed Puu's metamorphosis, curious to see what tricks he had. This was the confidence of absolute power. He would let his opponent unleash his full strength, then crush his spirit with overwhelming force. But then Puu's body erupted with a dark crimson aura surging to a height of 3 meters. Wasn't this super Superbu? He hadn't absorbed the Supreme Kai. How had he achieved this form? Suddenly, Puu roared, gathering violet energy in his mouth, and with a thunderous blast, a colossal beam of light streaked toward Broly. A thunderous explosion shook the air. Puu's energy beam shot forth with blinding speed. Broly instantly ascended to Super Saiyan form, and like Qin Wang circling a pillar darted around the beam to appear beside Pui. Before Pui could even register shock, Broly drove a devastating fist into him, sending him hurtling backward. Boom. Pui crashed deep into the fleshy tumor, triggering a cataclysmic detonation crowned by a geyser of crimson gore. Crack. The tumor shattered. Its viscous blood gushed forth in torrents, flooding the surrounding sea until the waters ran scarlet. Broly gazed upon the grotesque island, strewn with corpses densely packed against the pulsating inner walls. Every body was horrifyingly mangled, limbs torn and shattered beyond recognition. The wounds bore unmistakable teeth marks, while the black carpet beneath his feet was woven entirely from human hair. Even more chilling, within the tumor's depths, a legion of humans stood glaring at him, eyes burning with eerie crimson light. So you truly cannot be allowed to live. This is still only Earth. If he grows stronger, the entire 6th universe will face annihilation. Without hesitation, Broly, the cosmic sanitation worker, began his grim cleanup. Boom. Pui unleashed a barrage of ki blasts. Broly clenched his fists, conjuring 2 medium-sized energy spheres, then surged forward, neutralizing every projectile midair. Die. His eyes blazing with fury, Broly launched both spheres. Impact sent Pui crashing once more into the island with an earth-shattering roar. You wretched fool. With a snarl, Pui tore a corpse from the fleshy wall and devoured it whole, crunching bones like a monstrous meat grinder. Broly descended slowly. The island reeked of putrid decay, a stench so vile it deepened his revulsion toward this abomination. Just as he raised his hand to obliterate the horror, a sight froze him in disbelief. A procession of humans emerged from the tumor. Faces twisted and savage grimaces streaked with fresh blood. Most unnerving were their eyes, glowing with unnatural red light. But what struck Broly with true shock were the 2 figures leading them. One clad in red, the other in green. Zeal and Reamer, his first true friends in this world. How did they end up here? Why have they become like this? His heart trembled. He lunged forward, but Pui would never squander such an opening. In that split second of distraction, Pui struck, driving a brutal punch straight into Broly's face, followed by a merciless storm of blows. Thud, 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 thud. Broly regained focus. His gaze flickered to Zeal and Reamer's foreheads. Both bore the same ominous M mark. They were all under Pui's control. Destroy him, and everything will return to normal. He clung to the thought, though deep down it felt less like strategy and more like desperate self-soothing. Mid-counterattack, a searing dark red beam lanced down, slicing Pui cleanly in half with terrifying ease. Broly followed the beam's origin. A young woman hovered midair, white lab coat fluttering, disheveled chestnut hair cascading past her shoulders, black-rimmed glasses perched delicately on her nose, oversized earrings glinting, her expression deceptively sweet. Clutched gently in her arms was another woman, strikingly similar in features, perhaps 70% alike. Who are you? Broly frowned. Her power was immense, yet utterly undetectable, as if she emitted no aura whatsoever. Was she an artificial life form? And the woman she held, older, likely her mother, yet radiated no ki at all, just an ordinary human. The sheer impossibility of it all overwhelmed Broly. None of this aligned with anything he'd ever witnessed. His knowledge as a transmigrator had just become utterly obsolete. He had no frame of reference for her motives, no script, no prophecy. You ungrateful wretch. Pui's severed torso, still clinging to Broly's back, suddenly spoke, startling him with its venomous accusation. Broly scowled, seized Pui's tail with disgust, and hurled the grotesque remnant to the ground. Yet before he could crush him underfoot, Pui drew a ragged breath, and his body reconstituted itself flawlessly. Cell's infinite regeneration. This complicated matters immensely. Though Broly could wield destruction, his raw destructive output remained inferior to his direct combat strength. With further refinement, he could unleash destruction potent enough to erase Pui permanently, leaving no trace for regeneration. But fate intervened. Just as Vados was preparing to teach him advanced destruction techniques, this crisis erupted on Earth, derailing his cultivation entirely. This battle would inevitably drag on. But then again, Chuckles, he thrived in endurance. His stamina was legendary. As Broly pondered, the woman spoke coldly. Humph. You've ruined years of my research and erased my daughter's original memories. Go now, number 21. Tear that monster apart. The sweet-faced girl set her mother down and charged toward Pui. Her speed was breathtaking, a streak of dark red lightning. She materialized before Pui gripped his jaw with one hand and drove the other clean through his torso. Then with a single colossal energy blast erupting from his abdomen, kaboom! The island vanished beneath a wave of annihilating light. At that instant, Broly sensed catastrophe. Zeal and Reamer were still standing near the tumor's edge. He rocketed forward, scooped them both into his arms, and fled towards safety. Awoo! Their crimson eyes burned with feral rage, a guttural bestial howls tore from their throats. Broly's chest tightened. These two had once chosen exile to spare him anguish. Their loyalty haunted him with unbearable tenderness. I swear, I will restore you both. In one fluid motion, he fired a binding energy coil around them, then turned his glare, cold lethal, upon the raging battle. You filthy cur! Dare you lay hands on my friends? I will end you. Enraged, Broly erupted in a torrent of emerald aura. His foot slammed down, and the very earth fractured beneath him. Boom! Mid-combat, Pui and number 21 recoiled, stunned by the eruption of raw primal fury. Then, Pui's head snapped downward, seized by a massive hand that smashed him face first into the ground. Crockum! Broly sprinted forward, dragging Pui's skull across the terrain, splitting the earth itself in two. Bu was dragged by Broly, his head pressed against the ground. As they sped forward, the earth itself splitting apart from the immense force. You wretched scum, daring to turn my friend into that state, I'll never forgive you. Broly swung him around, smashing him into one mountain after another, shattering them into rubble. Then Broly erupted with a surge of powerful energy and unleashed a colossal roar upon Bu. With a thunderous boom, a colossal energy beam spanning tens of thousands of meters instantly obliterated everything in its path. On Earth, a thick pillar of energy could be seen streaking across its surface. The sheer destructive force annihilated the area completely, leaving nothing behind. At that moment, No. 21's eyes flickered with confusion, and without warning, she launched an attack on Broly. With a swift motion, No. 21 appeared behind Broly and delivered a kick. Yet the blow did not budge him in the slightest. Broly turned around, his bloodthirsty eyes glinting with a red light. No. 21 instantly distanced herself, sensing danger in that very instant. Extreme danger. No. 21, come back. He's not the enemy. The woman on the ground shouted up to No. 21, but she ignored the command, pointing at Broly instead. There's an enemy on him. Hearing this, the woman addressed Broly. Sir, my daughter would not be mistaken. You should check yourself. No. 21. Daughter. Broly finally understood. So the daughter she had mentioned earlier was this very person. It seemed she had transformed her own daughter into an android. Though the reason was unclear, Broly had learned a crucial lesson during his time on Earth. Never jump to conclusions without understanding the full story. Broly immediately inspected his clothes. Sure enough, he soon found a tiny grain-sized piece of flesh lodged in a tear from earlier. He had missed it because the ki emitted by this piece of flesh was virtually non-existent. However, the structure of an android was different. Whether through thermal or life-form detection, it could be pinpointed instantly. After crushing it, Broly thought the matter was settled. Yet suddenly waves of heat surged around them, and thick smoke began rising from every direction. Still not dead. This ki belonged to Bu. The white mist started to converge, and Bu reformed once more. Not only that, but after being scattered, his power had doubled. With a crack of lightning, Bu clenched his fists and let out a roar in midair. The clouds in the sky began to shift, and rolling black storm clouds covered the area, plunging it into darkness like night. Bu's power had increased. He beat his chest once more, and this time his muscles began to swell. His height grew from 3 meters to 5 meters. He opened his massive mouth, revealing fangs, his crimson tongue writhing like a demonic fiend bearing its bloody maw at its prey. Before Broly could move, No. 21 had already launched her attack. She shot forward like a meteor, striking Bu with a palm and causing him to stagger. Then with her slender hand, she grabbed him by the throat. In her other hand, a dark red energy blade materialized. She sliced clean through Bu's head. Blood splattered everywhere. Bu's massive head tumbled to the ground. This woman's strength is impressive. Her speed alone already surpasses Kale and Caulifla's fusion. And that weapon in her hand has incredible attack power. Broly couldn't help but compare her to Kale and Caulifla's fusion, the only somewhat strong fighters from Universe 6. Upon comparison, he found that this android No. 21 excelled in every aspect over them. It had to be said the technological level of the Dragon Ball world was truly astonishing. In Dragon Ball Z, Super Saiyan Vegeta was thoroughly dominated by No. 18, and now Universe 6 had created a powerhouse like No. 21. Broly was beginning to develop an interest in this kind of technology. Hello, sir. I am Hito. As no. 21 was clearing the battlefield, her mother approached Broly and extended her small hand. Broly gave it a light shake and waited for her to continue. Unsure of her intentions, he decided to hear her out first. Please don't worry. I was once a doctor for the Red Ribbon Army. I tried countless methods to restore my daughter's health, but all failed, until this extraterrestrial being Bu arrived. Hito explained the entire situation at length. 30 years ago, the naive Hito was recruited by Dr. Jero of Universe 6 to join his research team and participate in the android project. At the time, Hito genuinely believed it was a great endeavor for the benefit of humanity, so she devoted all her knowledge to it without a second thought. Soon, with the efforts of Dr. Jero and Hito, the android experiments were a great success. Through their long collaboration, feelings blossomed between them. A year later, they had a son. But happiness was short-lived. Humanity, driven by greed, started a war, and their son was killed in battle. The android project was also forced to halt. Grief-stricken, they later had a lovely daughter who would become No. 21. However, due to an accident, No. 21 fell into a vegetative state. This tragedy drove them to resume the android experiments. Yet during their research, a disagreement arose between them. Dr. Jero, still yearning for his son, sought to revive him first, while Hito focused on their daughter's current plight. Though they worked together on the surface, they each pursued their own goals. Not long ago, an extraterrestrial being arrived, Bu. This monster could speak human language and told her a method of treatment using his cells to promote their daughter's recovery. But the good times didn't last. Bu suddenly wiped out the Red Ribbon Army and killed Dr. Jero. He took over his island, now known as the Tumor Island, and sought to control both Hito and her daughter. Forced into a corner, Hito fled with her daughter. Until today, Hito had finally steeled her resolve. She had lost everything. Her husband, her son, even her daughter's memory chip had been taken by Bu. So she decided to turn the tables on him. Using Bu's cells, she would fuse them with her daughter's modified body to create the ultimate warrior and take revenge on Bu. Now she wanted to tell Broly that there was still a great threat lurking in the tumor. She asked for his help in dealing with it, while No. 21 handled the remnants of Bu outside. Broly sighed deeply after hearing this. All this devastation was caused by Bu, and this planet happened to be one of the favorite planets of the Omni King. Just as they were chatting, a sudden tremor shook the ground. From beneath the rubble, white mist erupted from every crevice, enveloping No. 21. Daughter. Hathaway saw her daughter enveloped in white mist and rushed forward to rescue her. But she was merely an ordinary person. Before she could even approach, she was flung back by the searing heat. Gazing at the white smoke, Broly confirmed that Bu had resurrected once more. Ha ha ha, as expected of my master. At that moment, Android 17 and Android 18 emerged together, and behind them stood a massive army of androids. Their numbers were staggering, in the tens of thousands. It turned out that beneath this island lay an underwater base where these androids had been stationed. Thus, Android 21's earlier attack was merely a superficial display. Finally revealed. Bu's minions. Hathaway's expression turned grave. The sheer multitude sent chills down her spine. Are these the threats you spoke of? Seeing Hathaway nod, Broly found it somewhat amusing. Humans were, after all, just humans, utterly ignorant of true power. What they perceived as formidable foes were mere ants in his eyes. Soaring into the sky, in an instant, Broly let out a thunderous roar. A bunch of scrap metal vanished from my sight. He then gathered green energy throughout his body, unleashing it in all directions like scattered petals from a celestial maiden. Boom. Hundreds of androids were obliterated in an instant, bursting like brilliant fireworks in midair. Pathetic puppets. Broly felled each android with a single punch, descending like a god of slaughter, unstoppable. Not a single android could withstand his blow. Suddenly, Broly sensed a gust of wind behind him. Without a second thought, he swung his arm in a broad arc, sending androids 17 and 18 flying away in an instant. With two resounding thuds, Android 17 and Android 18 crashed into the ground. But just then, a powerful wave of dark energy erupted. A black mist shrouded the sky, enveloping the entire earth. Crack! A bolt of heavenly lightning struck, and a sudden gale dispersed the smoke, revealing a figure. It was none other than Android 21, who had undergone a dramatic transformation. Her eyes were pitch black, without any whites, with crimson pupils gleaming with a red light. Her skin was eerily speckled with black spots, and behind her stretched a long tail. Her aura was exceptionally malevolent, and her energy continued to intensify. The dark red flames blazed like hellfire, growing ever fiercer. Ultimate evil descends. Success. Ha! Majin 21 reveled in the sensation of her empowered body, letting out a sound of pure ecstasy. The perfect absolute being was born. Infinite energy combined with infinite regeneration. and with each resurrection her power doubled. Unlimited growth. This was the ultimate being he had anticipated. Broly narrowed his eyes, suddenly recalling the tale Whis had told about the evil wizard and the Majin. A being capable of defeating King Sadala now fused with the formidable android, 21. This colossal energy was far more than 1+1. Even Broly couldn't help but frown. This enemy would not be easy to handle. The mere ability of infinite regeneration was troublesome enough, coupled with an android's limitless energy. Being shattered only doubled her combat power. Such talent could rival even him, especially since he himself lacked the ability to regenerate infinitely. You brat who dared to stand in my way, your time is up. Majin 21 smirked wickedly, then vanished in a flash of red light, reappearing before Broly with incredible speed. She spread her 5 fingers wide, her sharp claws condensing a dark red sphere of energy. Boom! Broly crossed his arms in defense, blocking the attack. A slight numbness in his arms made him shake them off. His eyes began to gleam with excitement. Another worthy opponent for a good fight. Excellent. Absolutely excellent. Ha! Kill! 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 Broly suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. The soul of the Transmigrator was suppressed by the original Broly's persona, and the brutish berserker had re-emerged. Huh. Majin 21 blinked in confusion, unable to comprehend how Broly seemed like a different person. But soon she realized he was nothing short of a pure madman. Broly let out a fierce roar, drawing all surrounding energy toward him. His green aura exploded outward as spectacular as a volcanic eruption. Bam! Broly charged forward with ferocity, and Majin 21, undaunted, met him head on. With a thunderous crash, Majin 21 instantly regretted her decision. As they collided, it was she who was sent flying backward. Android 21. Hathaway cried out in worry from below, but the current Android 21 was no longer her daughter. She was a monster fused with a Majin. Hurrah! Die! Broly's muscles bulged, tearing apart his destroyer attire. He seized Majin 21 in a powerful embrace, then blasted her away with a chest energy blast. How is this possible? Majin 21 wiped the blood from her lips in disbelief, her mind swarming with questions. Who the hell was the real monster here? But Broly gave her no time to think. Once the battle had begun, it would continue until the end. Broly reached out his massive hand, and Majin 21 recoiled in fear, stepping back, like a fragile maiden before a big bad wolf. Caught in Broly's grip, Majin 21 let out a piercing scream. The pain was excruciating. Silence. Broly grabbed her head and slammed it into the ground with force, then followed up with a brutal kick. Boom. The ground caved in, and Majin 21 wailed in agony. She never imagined that transforming into an ultimate being would lead to such an outcome. She refused to accept this. Ever since devouring the wizard, she had gained immense intelligence. This had been a perfect plan. Why had it gone so wrong? Bam, 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 bam. Broly rained down heavy blows, causing Majin 21 to tremble like a leaf in a storm. W8. This plot doesn't make sense. Majin 21 couldn't fathom what was happening. She wanted a moment to calm down, but Broly grabbed her tail and dragged her back, continuing the brutal assault. So this was what they meant by a scholar meeting a soldier. Reason stands no chance. Bastard. Majin 21 clenched her fists, gathering energy for a sudden burst. But Broly showed no mercy, pinning her down with all 4 limbs. At point-blank range, Broly grinned cruelly and opened his mouth wide, aiming at her head. Boom! As Majin 21's face twisted in terror, a devastating roar was unleashed, obliterating her head, and then her entire body. In the end, only 2 hands and 2 feet remained on the ground. All other parts of her body were utterly annihilated. Boom! As the beam of light vanished, Hazeway fell to the ground, believing her daughter was dead. But before she could even start to cry, white smoke rose again. The severed limbs began to stir, and flesh started to regrow. No matter how Broly crushed it, it was still growing. Broly was enraged. Ordinary attacks could not make him disappear. At that moment, a voice echoed from deep within. Fool, your attacks are useless against this kind of enemy. The old Broly sneered repeatedly. You worthless fool, just watch quietly. If you meddle again, I will tear you apart. I've already shown you enough leniency, fool. If you continue like this, I can only ask you to follow in that guy's footsteps. Indeed, the voice echoing from deep within came from the Traverser, who had been deprived of control. It must be said that the old Broly was a genius in battle, having reversed situations countless times. However, this was not what the Traverser desired. Having 3 souls in one body was already absurd enough. After finally devouring the new Broly, another old Broly appeared. Moreover, this guy was hard to suppress. No matter what method was used, as soon as contact with battle was made, he would lose control. No one would want such a huge hidden danger inside their body, right? Although he was an outsider, it was undeniable that both the old Broly and he were intruders, each wanting to devour the other to achieve true control of the body. Survival of the fittest, elimination of the weak. Even if it means resorting to any means. This is an eternal law. The old Broly gritted his teeth, but he understood that at this moment, he could not completely destroy such a disgusting thing. So what do you want to do? Of course I will devour you. The soul of the Traverser suddenly opened its mouth wide, tearing and devouring the old Broly's soul. He wanted to be himself. He would not allow two authorities in one body. The new Broly had already been consumed by him. Now only the old Broly remained. Taking advantage of the fact that he had control and his attention was on the outside, the Traverser launched an attack. Strike while he is down. This foolish fool was arrogant and disdainful of sneak attacks, but that also provided an opportunity for himself. Goodbye, Broly. From now on only I exist. Just let me devour you. Do you think I'm afraid of you, an ant? Huh. The old Broly summoned all his strength, preparing to counterattack. However, at that moment, the opposing Android 21 had already fully recovered, and with one strike, she pierced through Broly. Blood flowed profusely. The old Broly, caught in a pincer attack from the Traverser, and Android 21, was accidentally eliminated. Crack. With the three souls united, the Traverser successfully ascended and became the sole authority. From now on, he no longer had to worry about the old Broly's threats. He was free. Ha! Spitting blood, the old Broly, whose abdomen had been pierced, suddenly laughed maniacally. This damned pain. Ha! From now on only I exist. The opposing Android 21 was completely stunned. Was this person a mental patient? Changing forms repeatedly, Broly licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, then closed his eyes in enjoyment. With three souls and one, the Traverser would completely inherit the talents of both Brolys. One could see Broly enveloped in a layer of purple energy, exuding a terrifying aura. It carried the energy of destruction, which was the power of annihilation. In fact, the Traverser did not deceive the old Broly. The only way to resolve the current situation was to enhance destruction. Destruction is the nemesis of infinite regeneration. Moreover, the fused Broly would experience a comprehensive enhancement in both destructive power and combat strength. Buzz! The oppressive force descended with a bang. Everything around seemed to be crushed by gravity. The remaining androids in midair were slammed to the ground by this overwhelming pressure. And now the ground seemed like a magnet firmly attracting them. Immediately after, these androids exploded with a bang. What is this? Android 21's expression changed, feeling her body was heavy. When she looked at Broly, everything became clear. This pressure emanated from this man's body, but hadn't he been severely injured by her? How could he still emit such powerful strength? Broly's destructive power successfully broke through. He slowly opened his eyes, and with just a glance from his purple, otherworldly eyes, Android 21 was drenched in cold sweat. The majesty of a god. Broly's body began to recover at a visible speed, and soon the large hole in his abdomen was back to normal. Pooh, I now give you two choices. One is to leave this body voluntarily, the second is for me to force you out. Broly spoke calmly, completely in a commanding tone, indicating she should choose the first option. Damn it. I am the ultimate species. I am the most perfect being in the universe. How could I possibly lose to something like you? Android 21 roared, her aura exploding, gathering two dark red energy spheres in her hands, preparing to attack. Little did she know Broly merely raised his hand, and a purple energy instantly sliced her in half. Ugh! The split Android 21 in terror looked at her body that could not heal. When she looked up at Broly again, she met his gaze filled with divine authority. Having lived for so long, it was her first experience of fear. Even when defeated by King Salad, she had never felt this way. This man. Who on earth is he? However, Broly's response was merely to grasp her head, then strike her chest, using his powerful destructive force to wreak havoc within her body. Ugh! Pooh cried out in agony. But Broly had already realized that Pooh's fusion was hardly a fusion, it could only be considered a parasitism. Broly controlled the destructive power, crushing the parasitic entity within Android 21. Then the Android 21 in his hand regained her original form. P.S. After all, this is a time travel novel. He cannot always be rampaging without reason. That would truly make him a fool. Taking this opportunity, the Traverser will become the true Broly. So there is no need to worry about future battle scenes not being exciting. I can guarantee they will only become more thrilling. This chapter also returns to my comments in the rating section, becoming a rational, brutal, bloodthirsty, and decisive warrior. An ultimate warrior with no limits to his abilities. Some may find the protagonist despicable, but if the roles were reversed, you wouldn't allow a madman inside you constantly opposing you and suppressing your soul, would you? Finally, let us welcome the birth of the new tyrant. Brothers give, like, save, and send small gifts. After No. 21 returned to her original form, Hazeway immediately embraced her. Yet No. 21 remained utterly expressionless, a complete poker face, like a lifeless machine. By the way, let's check on Zilai and the other one. Just as Broly thought the farce had ended, the ground suddenly began to gush with torrents of blood. The earth started to split apart, and countless vines emerged from within. Strung along these vines were innumerable human corpses, all converging toward the Sarcoma Island. Though the Sarcoma Island was now a ruin, the tumor itself seemed to bloom, its fleshy walls turning outward, revealing the macabre remains within. A thick stench of decay wafted through the air, rapidly deteriorating the surroundings. The seawater grew turbid, and countless fish floated to the surface, bellies up. Gulp, gulp. Before long, the fleshy flower began to contract violently, as if about to expel something. All the blood surged back toward the tumor. A sense of foreboding gripped Broly. With a swift slash, he sent out a purple energy blade. Yet even as the destructive force severed the fleshy petals, they miraculously regenerated. Swish, swish, swish. He unleashed 3 more slashes, but this time the opposing tumor erupted with intense energy, blocking the destructive cuts. Boom. The ground trembled and the sky turned a bloody crimson. The black mist that had shrouded Earth rapidly retracted into the tumor. Something's coming out. You, a mere mortal, get out of here. Without looking back, Broly charged straight at the tumor, determined to see what lay hidden within. Hazeway, still in place, caressed No. 21's face and said to her, "Go. End this catastrophe." No. 21 nodded numbly, then turned toward the tumor, following closely behind Broly. Broly glanced back at No. 21 and asked, "You're not worried about your mother?" Yet No. 21 gave no reply, her gaze fixed solely on the tumor before her. It seemed she would heed no one but her mother. Broly couldn't be bothered further. He accelerated and soared directly above the tumor. Below the tumor appeared as a bottomless abyss, its pitch-black maw revealing nothing within. Just as he was about to investigate the nearby No. 21 acted with startling boldness, unleashing a powerful energy attack. What the heck? Broly hastily dodged. Was this woman trying to attack him too? But on second thought, it made sense. No. 21 was now a cold, emotionless machine devoid of free will, acting only on her mother's commands. Moreover, Hazeway had mentioned that her daughter's memory chip was stored in the underground base's laboratory. This chip was crucial for restoring her autonomy and emotions. In their earlier conversation, Hazeway had hinted at asking Broly to retrieve it, but since he owed her nothing, he flatly refused. But just as No. 21 fired her energy wave into the tumor, the blast rebounded. Bang! With a thunderous roar, No. 21's attack detonated midair, followed by a sinister laughter. Hee! Boom! The fleshy walls exploded, blood splattering everywhere as a figure slowly emerged. It was Bu. But Bu's appearance had changed. His skin was no longer pink, but a flowing blood-like substance. Spikes had grown from his limbs, making him even more menacing. In his hands, he held 2 people, Majin No. 17 and Majin No. 18. They struggled desperately, but could not break free from Bu's grip. "Master, what are you doing? Let us go." Bu didn't answer. Instead, his grin grew even more sinister. Then right before Broly and No. 21, he tore off No. 17's arm and shoved it into his mouth. No. 17 wasn't a full android. He was a human modified to feel pain and bleed. Master, why? Brother, damn you. Don't hurt him. Majin No. 18 fought back through the pain, but it was futile. Before Bu, their abilities were no more than those of ants. The cries seemed to resonate with No. 21. She charged at Bu, who instantly hurled No. 17 and No. 18 toward her. Then he conjured a massive energy sphere and fired it at the trio. Boom. Somehow No. 21 used her own body to shield the other 2. All 3 were blasted away, and Broly seized the opening, throwing a powerful punch. Bang. Bu merely raised an arm to block Broly's fist, then swept him aside with a kick. With a roar, Broly clenched his fist's green aura, erupting as he charged at Bu again. Bang. 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 Bu sneered coldly, calmly parrying each strike. He no longer feared Broly's divine suppression. Reborn, his power had reached its peak. Moreover, he had absorbed the blood of all humanity. His strength had undergone a qualitative change. If Broly was a candidate god of destruction as pseudo-deity, then Bu was a demon. This was a battle between god and demon. Whis, observing everything from the shadows, felt the situation slipping beyond control. Yet she still wanted to see how Broly would handle it. If necessary, she would intervene personally. Broly and Bu fought from sky to ground, then from ground to sea. This relentless assault sent tremors through the entire region. Boom. The seawater exploded. Bu soared from the sea into the air, firing energy blasts non-stop with both hands as he moved. Broly, just emerging from the sea, deflected every attack with his left and right hands. Hep. Bu bared his teeth and suddenly extended his neck, stretching it infinitely, his head hurtling toward Broly's. But Broly was all too familiar with headbutts. He tilted his head back slightly and smashed it hard against Bu's. Bang! Bu winced in pain, his face twisted from the impact. Broly grinned savagely, grabbed him by the neck, and yanked his body closer. Then came Broly's relentless heavy punches, each one hammering into Bu's body.